Chapter 588. Xiao Heng listened carefully, not in a hurry to express his opinion. Princess Xinyang was teaching him how to settle down in the Six Kingdoms, like an experienced gerfalcon patiently teaching its young eagle. He would learn and accept with humility. Princess Xinyang said calmly, I originally planned to lead the army to suppress them, but after thinking about it, the price would be too high. The life of any soldier is precious. Xiao Heng said, You changed your mind after seeing Jiao Jiao, didn't you? Princess Xinyang looked at him with a dark expression. You can't go a day without tearing down my long thorns? Xiao Heng smiled and said, I also think that subduing the enemy without fighting is the best strategy. Princess Xinyang nodded. We must fight, but don't let our people fight. After all, those dragon shadow guards are not to be trifled with. Against 100 of them, at least 1,000 of us will die. This kind of price was magnified to the extreme after seeing Gu Jiao return bathed in blood. Not everyone was born with the responsibility of the world's people. She was a princess, but her awareness was not that high. It was indeed Gu Jiao who changed her mind. Gu Jiao also desperately defended the city on the frontier, didn't she? She was like this, and so were the soldiers of the Zhao Kingdom. They couldn't afford to lose any more people. Leave the Yin Kingdom to me. As for Grand Tutor Zhuang, Princess Xinyang paused and looked at him with a faint smile. Leave him to you? Xiao Heng smiled gently. Okay. Princess Xinyang paused and said, Right, let me remind you of something. The Yin Kingdom should have reached some kind of agreement with Grand Tutor Zhuang. Before Jiang Ping left, he said to General Nangong, General Nangong, thank you. In fact, Princess Xinyang knew far more than this, but she didn't tell Xiao Heng. She hoped that Xiao Heng could figure it out himself. She could not protect him forever. One day, he would have to soar alone and fly to a wider sky. She hoped that he would have enough ability to deal with everything. After Xiao Heng came out of the study, Eugene walked in. She had been guarding the door just now, and had heard everything that she should have heard. She worriedly said, Princess, Grand Tutor Zhuang is a sly old fox. Wouldn't it be too dangerous for the young duke to deal with him? Princess Xinyang said earnestly, The Nangong family Eugene, the person who wanted his life came from the Nangong family. Do you understand how powerful the Nangong family is? The Nangong aristocratic family had over 1,000 people and 200,000 soldiers. The Zhuang family was very powerful, but it was not worth mentioning when compared to the Nangong aristocratic family. If he couldn't even bring down Grand Tutor Zhuang, how could he compete with the Nangong family in the future? If he really doesn't have the ability, I'd rather he live in seclusion for the rest of his life. Gu Jiao had just gone through a battle, so Xiao Heng didn't want her to tire herself out. He had her stay with Princess Xinyang to recuperate, while he returned to Clearwater Alley to deal with Grand Tutor Zhuang. On the carriage back, he tried to piece together the complete truth from the clues in his hands. Jiang Ping said, General Nangong, thank you very much. These words did sound like they had reached some kind of agreement. Xiao Heng remembered another matter. When Gu Jiao and Gu Qingfeng were following Qin Fengyan, they had heard Qin Fengyan's conversation with the people of Yan. Qin Fengyan said, It seems there's nothing to talk about between us. The man said, If you want your things back, it's best to do as we say. Qin Fengyan said, Why go through so much trouble? Why don't I help you kill him? The man said, If you can really kill him, that's fine. Bring his head over, and we'll give it to you. From their conversation, it seemed that Qin Fengyan's things had fallen into the hands of the people of Yan. When Princess Xinyang cleared out Qin Fengyan's lair, they found the money and account books that Grand Concubine Jing had left for Qin Fengyan. It was worth mentioning that Qin Fengyan hadn't seen the people of Yan again after that conversation. In other words, Qin Fengyan's things were still in the hands of the people of Yan. They had checked Qin Fengyan's luggage from the frontier fortress and found nothing valuable. Grand Concubine Jing had left that thing for Qin Fengyan. The things that Grand Concubine Jing had left behind weren't simple. Could this matter be related to that thing? Xiao Heng returned to Jadewater Alley and went next door first. Commandery Prince had been living here for the past few days. His position in the cabinet had been cut off. In order to force him to lower his head, Grand Tutor Zhuang had cut off all his paths of retreat. His colleagues, superiors, and even his former classmates didn't dare to talk to him, except for Xiao Lulang, who he had once seen as a thorn in his side. Of course, there was also Chancellor Hua. And then there was Empress Dowager Zhuang. Commandery Princeton had already recovered from the shock of Empress Dowager actually dressed up as an old lady and hid here to play leaf cards. And Chancellor Hua actually poured tea and water for Empress Dowager Zhuang, cooked for her, and handed over his private savings. What was the point of worrying so much? His rent hadn't been settled yet. Guyan hired him to shovel chicken dung every day. 2 copper coins for each time he shoveled, 2 copper coins for each time he fed the chickens, 2 copper coins for each time he walked the chickens, and 4 copper coins for each time he praised Guyan. In total, he could earn 10 copper coins a day, but that was only 300 copper coins a month. It wasn't even half of the rent. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Commandery Princeton rubbed his sore shoulders and said, "Come in." Xiao Heng pushed the door open and entered. Commandery Princeton said, "Why did you come back in broad daylight? Don't you need to go to work?" His family didn't know about Gu Jiao's injury. Commandery Princeton naturally didn't know either. He really thought that Gu Jiao was taking care of him at Princess Xinyang's place. "I have something to talk to you about. Sit." Xiao Heng sat down across from Commandery Princeton. Commandery Princeton saw that his expression wasn't right and couldn't help but ask, "What's the matter? Why do you look so serious? Don't tell me you want to raise the rent." Xiao Heng said, "Do I look like someone who wants to raise your rent? I'll raise it next month." Commandery Princeton, "I shouldn't have said that." Xiao Heng said seriously, "I have something important to talk to you about. You can choose not to answer." Commandery Prince Anne's expression changed. "Is it something to do with my grandfather?" He wasn't stupid. Since they were talking about it, Xiao Heng said bluntly, "Yes, I recently found out that your grandfather is colluding with the people of Yen." People of Yen? How is that possible? It wasn't that Commandery Princeton was belittling himself, but the Yen was a superior country. They didn't even have the chance to get in touch with the people of Yen. What collusion? Commandery Princeton said, "I know you don't like my grandfather, but you can't slander him." Xiao Heng said, "A group of people from Yen sneaked into Zhao. I can't tell you their purpose for now. Does your grandfather have an aide called Jiangping?" Commandery Princeton frowned. "How do you know?" Xiao Heng said honestly, "He was the one who talked to the people of Yen that day. Jiangping can't be loyal to anyone other than your grandfather, right?" Disappointment flashed through Commandery Prince Anne's eyes. "Jiangping is not only my grandfather's aide, but also my grandfather's adopted son. The only person who can order him around is my grandfather." Xiao Heng looked at him and said, "I'm not here to convince you of this matter. According to the situation I have now, the people of Yen should have given your grandfather something very important. It's very likely that it's the trump card that old concubine Jing left for Qin Feng Yen. Unfortunately, it fell into the hands of the people of Yen. You should know that old concubine Jing is a remnant of the previous dynasty. Her purpose is to restore the previous dynasty. So the trump card she left for Qin Feng Yen must be something that can overturn the imperial power of Zhao. If it really fell into your grandfather's hands, it shouldn't be hard for you to guess what he would do." Commandery Princeton fell silent. Xiao Heng continued, "I came here today to ask you, where does your grandfather usually hide important things? Of course, I also said that you can choose not to answer. No matter what happens in the future, you won't be implicated. After all, Grand Tutor Zhuang was Commandery Prince Anne's grandfather. Even if he had a falling out with Grand Tutor Zhuang, it didn't mean that Commandery Prince Anne could sell out Grand Tutor Zhuang with a clear conscience. Xiao Heng understood this, so he didn't force him. A hint of struggle flashed through Commandery Prince Anne's eyes. After a while, he clenched his fists and said in a low voice, "My grandfather is a very cautious person. If you plan on going to his study or his courtyard to find something, then you've made a mistake." "Then where would he put it?" Xiao Heng asked. Commandery Princeton said, "It depends on what it is and his mood. He said that if you can't feel the pattern, then others won't be able to see through you." He was speaking the truth. His grandfather's thoughts were deeper than the sea. Xiao Heng clicked his tongue. Truly an old fox. Commandery Prince said again, Zhuang family is bigger than Marshall's mansion. You won't be able to find it if you search aimlessly. Xiao Heng stood up. Even if we can't find it, we still have to find it. Tonight he would let Long Yi find it. Xiao Lulang. Commandery Prince called out to him. Xiao Heng turned his head. What's wrong? Commandery Prince N's throat moved, and with a complicated expression he said, I'll go find it. Chapter 589. As night fell, the Zhuang family's residence gradually lit up with candles. The servants took down the lanterns one by one, and lit them before hanging them up high. Grand Tutor Zhuang was sitting in his study, flipping through the booklets presented by Su Sifu and the others. Minister Xing and Empress Dowager Zhuang were rehabilitated, and each of them regained their status and power. However, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't do anything when Empress Dowager Zhuang was framed. Some ministers thought that he was ungrateful, and didn't care about the sibling relationship. Some ministers suggested that he knew about it, and was just playing along with Empress Dowager Zhuang and others. Everyone had different opinions. This was what civil officials were good at talking about. If they were really free, they would find other things to do. What Grand Tutor Zhuang truly cared about wasn't the quarrel in the imperial court, but his gaze fell on a landscape painting on the opposite wall. Master, the steward of the Zhuang family reported happily at the door. The royal prince is back. Outside the solemn gate of the manor, Commandery Prince knelt at the bottom of the steps. During the time he had left the Zhuang family, Grand Tutor Zhuang hadn't heard from him. However, this meant that he was still alive. If he had died, the capital would have been turned upside down. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't deliberately seek him out and cut off all his paths of retreat. He knew that he wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, and that there would be a day when he would take the initiative to return home and beg for his help. As expected, wasn't it? Grand Tutor Zhuang arrived at the entrance of the Zhuang manor, draped in a brown-gray cloak. The servants were all dismissed by the steward. No matter how Grand Tutor Zhuang punished Royal Prince was his grandson. He could watch Royal Prince fall, but the servants could not. I'll go to the storeroom to take a look. After the grandfather and grandson met, the steward also found an excuse to leave. However, Grand Tutor Zhuang said, No need. Just stay here. The steward was embarrassed. Ah yes. This was too difficult for him. Today, he had seen the little master make a fool of himself. In the future, when the little master became the head of the household, wouldn't he make things difficult for him? Grand Tutor Zhuang ignored the steward. He slowly walked up the steps and looked down at the lonely figure kneeling on the ground. After so many days, he should know that life outside was not easy. Raise your head. Royal Prince slowly raised his head and looked at his grandfather with a melancholic expression. Grand Tutor Zhuang originally wanted to tell her to take a look at herself and see how thin she had become. Who would have thought that the words would get stuck in his throat when he took a closer look? Was it an illusion? Why did it feel like this brat had put on weight? Royal Prince used to be a handsome and elegant man, but his cheeks were slightly sunken and he looked slightly thin. Now the dent in his cheek was gone. With a round face, one would be blessed with good fortune. Of course it wasn't fat. It was just that he had grown up. He was more like the sunshine and handsome that his age should be. But wasn't that strange? He was so skinny at home. How could he have fattened himself up after going out? The main reason was that Royal Prince was forced by Gu Yan to work every day. He did more physical work, and his appetite increased greatly. Gradually he grew stronger. He used to be full with just one bowl back in the manor. Now he was a super glutton who could fill 2 bowls, and wouldn't feel full even if he ate 3 bowls. Grand Tutor Zhuang suddenly felt a little irritated. Grandfather. Royal Prince took the initiative to speak. Grandson is back. This sentence finally broke the short silence, and pulled Grand Tutor Zhuang back from the situation, where he didn't know how to react. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly, You still know how to come back? I already warned you. If you dared to walk out of that door, don't think about coming back easily. Royal Prince lowered his head. Grandson knows his mistake. Grandfather, please forgive me. Grand Tutor Zhuang snorted coldly. Forgive? You make it sound so easy. In the future, everyone will be like you. If they are happy, they will stay at home, and if they are unhappy, they will run away. Then what will my Zhuang family be? Royal Prince didn't quibble anymore. He lowered his head and looked extremely remorseful. The steward hurriedly advised, Master, Royal Prince was possessed for a moment. Since he knows his mistake, please forgive him this time on account of his filial piety to you in the past. Royal Prince won't dare to do it again in the future. Isn't that right, Royal Prince? As he spoke, he looked at Royal Prince, and who was kneeling there with his head lowered in repentance. Royal Prince nodded gloomily. The steward is right. Grandson has suffered a lot outside. In the future, I won't dare to disobey grandfather. These words were a bit unconvincing. After all, he grew up so well even after suffering. If he didn't suffer, wouldn't he go to heaven? However, Grand Tutor Zhuang couldn't think of any reason why Royal Prince didn't suffer. After all, he had already informed all the connections that Royal Prince could rely on in advance. No one dared to take him in. Large inns and restaurants also wouldn't let him stay. During this period of time, at most, he relied on the money he had to stay in some low-class inns. Come in and kneel. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly. Yes. Royal Prince responded. The steward hurriedly walked down the steps to help Royal Prince up. His Royal Prince's weak body. Before this thought flashed through his mind, Royal Prince stood up on his own. He was as nimble as he could be. The steward. Royal Prince followed Grand Tutor Zhuang to his courtyard. Grand Tutor Zhuang had Royal Prince kneel at the door of the study. Royal Prince said in a low voice, Let me go inside and kneel. It's embarrassing. Grand Tutor Zhuang chuckled. You know how to embarrass yourself? Royal Prince said considerately. It's fine if I embarrass myself, but it's not good if I cause grandfather to lose face. Humph. Grand Tutor Zhuang flicked his sleeves coldly. In the end, he didn't chase him out. Royal Prince knelt in the middle of his study. Since Grand Tutor Zhuang wanted to give him a show of strength, he naturally wouldn't show too much concern for him. For example, he would ask how he was doing, where he was, if he ate enough, if he was wearing warm clothes, and so on. If he had asked, he might have been able to detect some small flaws and clues. Royal Prince looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang from time to time. Grand Tutor Zhuang knew, but he didn't think much of it. He just thought that this child was looking at his face. He said coldly, Don't expect me to forgive you so quickly. Then how long do I have to kneel? Royal Prince asked pitifully. As soon as he said this, Grand Tutor Zhuang was angered. Was he here to admit his mistake? He hadn't even knelt for long, and he wanted to get up. Grand Tutor Zhuang said angrily, Kneel until you learn your lesson. He originally planned to let Royal Prince return to his courtyard, but Grand Tutor Zhuang changed his mind. He should let him kneel through the floor. Master. The steward came again. This time, his expression was somewhat hidden. Grand Tutor Zhuang understood, and looked coldly at Royal Prince on the ground. Kneel obediently. Yes. Royal Prince agreed, feeling wronged. Grand Tutor Zhuang left the study. Royal Prince hurriedly stood up, and put his ear to the gap in the door. The steward said softly, Master Jiangping is back. He said he has something to report to you. Should I bring him here? Grand Tutor Zhuang looked back at the study with the door ajar, and said indifferently, Forget it. Let him wait in my tea room. The steward said, Yes. When Grand Tutor Zhuang returned to the study, Royal Prince had already knelt down respectfully. Grand Tutor Zhuang glanced at the landscape painting on the wall. He hesitated and said to Royal Prince, You go back first. Thank you, grandfather. Royal Prince cupped his hands and bowed. He supported himself on the table and stood up. After he left the courtyard, Grand Tutor Zhuang went to the tea room on the other side of the corridor. Royal Prince, on the other hand, returned after taking a stroll outside. I left my jade pendant inside, he said to the manservant guarding the courtyard. Royal Prince was a very special existence in the Zhuang family. He could freely enter and leave Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtyard. In addition, he was personally brought back by Grand Tutor Zhuang. This meant that the conflict between grandfather and grandson had been resolved. The manservant didn't dare to stop him and let him in. Royal Prince hurried to Grand Tutor Zhuang's study. He didn't look anywhere, and went straight to the landscape painting hanging on the wall opposite the desk. He noticed that his grandfather looked at this painting a total of 3 times when he was reviewing the memorials. He looked at it once when he went out to talk to the steward, and looked at it again when he returned to the courtyard. Based on his understanding of his grandfather, there must be a mystery behind this painting. He took down the painting, but to his disappointment, there was only a normal wall behind the painting. There were no hidden compartments or cracks. Royal Prince didn't understand. What's going on? Am I thinking too much? Does grandfather simply like this painting? Is this painting priceless? It did seem to be an antique painting. It was quite valuable. Royal Prince frowned. No, there must be a problem. Grandfather has such high standards. Why would he be so nervous about an antique painting? Thud. Royal Prince's hand slipped, and the painting fell to the ground. The top of the painting was actually loose. He quickly squatted down and picked up the painting. Then, he pulled out the top of the painting that seemed to be whole, but was actually pieced together. The painting was hollow. There was something inside. Royal Prince tilted the scroll down, and a rolled-up yellow imperial edict fell out. Royal Prince opened it, and found that it was a blank imperial edict from the late emperor. It was stamped with the imperial jade seal, and the late emperor's seal. If something was written on it, it would become the late emperor's will. It wouldn't be difficult to remove the emperor's throne and appoint King Ming, or any of the princes or princes. Was this what Jiang Ping brought back from the people of Yan? Was this the trump card that Grand Concubine Jing left for Qin Fengyan? If Grand Concubine Jing had such a powerful thing, why didn't she take it out earlier to save her life? There was no time to deal with these doubts. Royal Prince only knew that such a terrifying thing couldn't fall into his grandfather's hands. He put away the imperial edict, and hung the painting back in perfect condition. He came to the door. After some thought, he gritted his teeth and went back. It was a dark and windy night. Royal Prince held the imperial edict in his arms, and walked out in a hurry. Royal Prince. Along the way, many servants and maids greeted him. He ignored all of them, and walked straight to the Zhuang family's door. Royal Prince, it's so late. Are you going out? The servant guarding the door asked. Royal Prince's eyes flashed, and he said in a normal tone, I have something to do. Should I send someone to follow you? The servant asked. No need. Royal Prince refused. The servant couldn't say anything else, and moved aside to make way for him. Royal Prince stepped over the tall threshold. Before his foot touched the ground, Grand Tutor Zhuang's cold and dignified voice sounded behind him. Stop. Chapter 590. The unexpected voice made Royal Prince's heart skip a beat. His body unconsciously trembled. This reaction naturally didn't escape Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at his back coldly. It's so late. Where do you want to go? Royal Prince forced himself to calm down. He slowly turned around and tried to look normal as he said to Grand Tutor Zhuang. I left something outside. I'm going out to look for it. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at him dangerously. Is that so? What did you leave behind? Why are you going out to look for it in the middle of the night? Royal Prince's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I left a token. It's the Zhuang family's token. Is that so? Grand Tutor Zhuang walked towards Royal Prince and felt a strong aura and pressure. More sweat appeared on his forehead, and his throat moved in fear. Grand Tutor Zhuang stopped in front of him, and pulled his waist. Then tell me, what is this? Royal Prince's eyes flashed and he said embarrassedly, My token was hanging on my waist? I thought I dropped it. Grand Tutor Zhuang said coldly. Zhuang Yuheng, how long are you going to pretend? Royal Prince said, Grandfather, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth. You don't understand? Fine, then let me ask you. What were you doing in my study just now? Royal Prince's chest heaved up and down. He couldn't hide the guilt in his eyes. He looked at the token in Grand Tutor Zhuang's hand and said, I was looking for this. Grand Tutor Zhuang was exasperated. You dropped a token from outside the residence. Is there a worse excuse? Zhuang Yuheng, you're my grandson. Can't you even lie? Royal Prince opened his mouth. Grandfather. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked at him coldly. This is the entrance of the residence. There are so many servants watching. I don't want to embarrass you. Hand it over obediently. Royal Prince avoided Grand Tutor Zhuang's sharp gaze. What? I don't understand. Grand Tutor Zhuang sternly said. Now you're calling me your grandson? Zhuang Yuheng. You are still too inexperienced to play tricks in front of this old man. Are you going to hand it over yourself? Or do you want this old man to search your body for it? This is your last chance. Don't think that I can't bear to touch you just because you're my grandson. If you dare to disobey me again, I'll treat it as if I don't have a grandson like you. Empress Dowager, Prince An shouted behind Grand Tutor Zhuang. Grand Tutor Zhuang subconsciously looked back. Royal Prince An broke into a run. Grand Tutor Zhuang was truly infuriated. He clenched his fists so hard that they cracked and his shoulders trembled. Bring him back here. 2 guards rushed out of the door, and Royal Prince An was caught by them before he could run a few steps. The 2 of them carried Royal Prince An back to the gate. Close the door. Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't want anyone passing by to look. The servant shuddered as he closed the door. Just now, he had almost let the royal prince go. He didn't know if the old master would be angry. Naturally, Grand Tutor Zhuang didn't have the time to punish these servants. He dismissed them, and only left 2 of his trusted guards behind. He looked at Royal Prince An, who was detained in front of him, and said, Do you think you can successfully leave with the things? Do you think you'll have escaped by the time I find out? Zhuang Yuheng, who gave you the confidence? Royal Prince An didn't answer him. Instead he asked, Grandfather, why did you collude with the people of Yan? Grand Tutor Zhuang narrowed his eyes. Who told you? Royal Prince An said, Grandfather, you don't need to know who told me. You only need to answer me yes or no. Grand Tutor Zhuang naturally wouldn't be led by the nose by him. So you came to steal the imperial edict? I don't care what rumors you heard outside. You better shut your mouth. Royal Prince An's eyes flashed with a strong sense of disappointment. So grandfather really colluded with the people of Yan. Grandfather, what do you want to do? Rebel. Grand Tutor Zhuang shouted angrily. Kneel down. Royal Prince An didn't kneel. The guard kicked his knee and forced him to kneel on the ground. Grand Tutor Zhuang said, Search his body. Royal Prince An said coldly, How dare you? I'm a royal prince personally conferred by His Majesty. Don't you want your heads anymore? The guard hesitated. Grand Tutor Zhuang said sternly, Search him. The guard continued to search Royal Prince An's body. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. However, because the imperial edict wasn't a hard object, they couldn't touch it at all. Grand Tutor Zhuang paused. Take off his clothes and tear them apart. Royal Prince An resisted with all his might. He was pressed to the ground by the 2 guards. His elbows and knees were bleeding. The 2 guards tore his clothes apart. In the end, they wished they could only leave a pair of pants. Master, I didn't. Royal Prince An curled up his body and shivered on the cold ground. Grand Tutor Zhuang was so angry that he kicked him. Where did you hide the imperial edict? Master, it's not good. There's a fire in the study. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyes narrowed. He looked at Royal Prince An, who was shivering on the ground. Royal Prince An's lips curled up into a smile. He said weakly, This. Did grandfather expect this? When Grand Tutor Zhuang rushed to the study, the fire in the study was already out of control. The steward said anxiously, I don't know how the fire started. When I saw the fire and rushed over, the fire inside was already out of control. However, I still managed to snatch the seal and memorials on Sir's desk. That's right. When normal people encountered a fire like this, they would of course steal what they thought Grand Tutor Zhuang cared about first. They wouldn't pay attention to anything else. Grand Tutor Zhuang stood in front of the fire. He calmed down and carefully sorted out the situation. He roughly understood what had happened. First of all, Zhuang Yuheng came back with an ulterior motive. He had always trusted this grandson of his too much. Even if he ran away from home, he didn't think he could do anything worse. Secondly, he calculated that he wouldn't be able to take the imperial edict far away. He might as well hide the imperial edict in a corner of the study and burn it. When he came out of the tea room, the servant told him that Zhuang Yuheng came back once. Thus, he immediately went to the study to check the painting. When he found that the imperial edict was gone, He immediately thought that Zhuang Yuheng had stolen it. Zhuang Yuheng must have started the fire from the corner blocked by the bookshelf. He was in a hurry to get the imperial edict back. After he went in, he immediately came out. Thus, he didn't notice the small flame in the corner. Zhuang Yuheng, I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more capable. That imperial edict was not only Qin Fengyan's trump card, but it was also Grand Tutor Zhuang's biggest trump card to turn the tables. What was the former emperor's edict? It was a legitimate and orthodox edict. Its prestige was above that of the current emperor. As long as he took out the posthumous edict to appoint the other princes and princesses as emperors, there would definitely be ministers who would follow him loyally. At that time, with his many years of power, and the help of the Yin Kingdom's Nangong family, there would be nothing to worry about. But now, this posthumous edict was destroyed by his most valued grandson. The anger in Grand Tutor Zhuang's heart was enough to burn Royal Prince in 100 times. He angrily came to the entrance of the residence. Royal Prince's clothes were already torn. Now he was covered by a guard's outer robe. Grand Tutor Zhuang was not a person who would easily take action. However, he couldn't hold it in anymore. Zhuang Yuheng, you are very good. Very good. You don't want to live anymore? Good. I will fulfill your wish. Guards, drag him away. Flog him to death. He didn't want this traitorous grandson. Grandfather. Zhuang Yueshi suddenly rushed over and pounced on Royal Princeton. She turned to look at her grandfather. Grandfather, don't hit brother. Grand Tutor Zhuang was furious. Even you want to go against me? Zhuang Yueshi kneeled in front of him and hugged his leg. Grandfather, don't be angry with brother. I didn't do it on purpose. Please forgive brother. Grand Tutor Zhuang kicked Zhuang Yueshi away. Hurry up and do it. 2 guards held on to Royal Prince and let go of my brother. Zhuang Yueshi pounced again and bit one of the guards' wrist. What are you waiting for? Grand Tutor Zhuang yelled at Zhuang Yueshi's servant. The servant quickly went forward and pulled Zhuang Yueshi away. Zhuang Yueshi struggled with all her might. Her tears fell like rain. Grandfather, grandfather, big brother is your biological grandson. You can't beat him to death. If you want to beat him, beat Qi. Qi is willing to take the punishment for brother. Grandfather, grandfather, please beat Qi. Don't beat brother. Don't. Grand Tutor Zhuang ignored his granddaughter's cries and pleas. He ordered someone to gag her mouth and drag her away. He looked at Royal Princeton coldly. Execute. Dong dong dong. Suddenly, there was a loud banging on the door. Grand Tutor Zhuang frowned. Who is it? Open the door. The Ministry of Justice is investigating. Those who disobey will be put in jail. Grand Tutor Zhuang ordered one of the guards to open the door with a cold face. Assistant Minister Li walked in calmly with the arrest warrant from the Ministry of Justice. He glanced at Royal Prince and who was dragged away in time. Then, he cupped his hands formally at Grand Tutor Zhuang and handed over the document. Grand Tutor Zhuang, your grandson Zhuang Yuheng is suspected of a murder case. I was ordered to arrest the suspect Zhuang Yuheng and bring him to justice. I hope Grand Tutor Zhuang will not obstruct me from handling the case. Royal Princeton was handcuffed and put into the prison carriage. Assistant Minister Li was released by Royal Princeton halfway through the prison carriage. Royal Princeton sat in the carriage that had been waiting in the alley for a long time. As expected, he saw Xiaoheng. You are really, Royal Princeton wanted to say. You are really daring. You even impersonated the Ministry of Justice. When he was about to say it, he remembered that this fellow could even forge an imperial edict. What else did he not dare to do? Royal Princeton raised his eyebrows. I can get out myself without your help. No need to thank me, Xiaoheng said calmly. Royal Princeton looked away. The two returned to Jade Water Alley. When Royal Princeton came out after changing his clothes, Princess Xinyang also came over. It was the first time Royal Princeton saw her. He did not know Xiaoheng's true identity, so he was surprised by her sudden visit. He did not know and did not dare to ask. Where is the imperial edict? Did it really burn? Princess Xinyang asked. The three of them sat in Xiaoheng's study. No, I brought it out. Royal Princeton took out a blank imperial edict and placed it on the table. Princess Xinyang picked up the imperial edict and touched the texture and lines on the edict with her fingertips. As expected of the late emperor's imperial edict. The paper is different from today's. It is so smooth. It is said that it was made with a special kind of silk and bamboo. It has a faint bamboo fragrance. How did you bring it out? Weren't you searched? Royal Prince scratched his head. I was searched, but they did not expect me to sew the imperial edict there. Princess Xinyang put the imperial edict to her nose and sniffed it. She closed her eyes to feel its scent. Where is it? Royal Princein, in my pants. Thud. The imperial edict in Princess Xinyang's hand fell. Chapter 591. What did Royal Princein just say? This imperial edict was taken out from his pants. Princess Xinyang was in a bad mood. She was a woman, a princess of the imperial court. When she thought about how she had touched and smelled it in front of the two juniors, Princess Xinyang felt that she had lost 10 lifetimes worth of face. Why did you sew the imperial edict in that place for no reason? She slammed the table and shouted. Royal Princein was a junior and a subject. In addition, Princess Xinyang had a strong aura. Even the emperor was afraid of her, let alone a young Royal Princein. When Royal Princein spoke to her, he didn't dare to look at her to offend her. Naturally, he didn't see her intoxicated actions with the imperial edict. He was startled by Princess Xinyang's sudden anger, and finally gathered his courage to look at Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang was furious. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. Her cheeks and neck were red with anger. Royal Princein was confused and said blankly, If I didn't sew it in my underpants, I couldn't take it out. He never thought of destroying the imperial edict from the start. Such an important item was a life-saving talisman in his hands. Especially for people like him who dealt with imperial power all day long. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be a day when the monarch wouldn't be afraid of them. In the beginning, he did plan to take it out with him. But on second thought, if his grandfather found out in time, he would definitely search him. There was only one place where he wouldn't be searched, and that was his underpants. But if it was stuffed in his underpants, it would fall off easily and be touched easily. Thus, he went back to the study and sewed it on the fabric of his underpants. As for why he knew how to sew and mend, it was thanks to the difficult days in Baishui Alley. As a man, he actually learned how to sew clothes. Of course, his grandfather's thoughts were too deep. He didn't rule out the small possibility that he would really take off his underpants to check. Thus, he set the study on fire. He purposely showed flaws and covered it up to make his grandfather think that he had the imperial edict on him. Later, when the study was burned down, he showed a proud expression in front of his grandfather, making him think that he was trying to distract him so that he could set fire to the imperial edict. This way, no matter what, his grandfather would never take off his underwear again. However, he did not expect that his grandfather would be so angry that he would be beaten to death. This was beyond his expectations. He had overestimated his grandfather's affection for him. If it weren't for Xiao Heng secretly keeping an eye on him and promptly sending Assistant Minister Li to take him away, he probably would have gone to see the previous emperor with the imperial edict in his pants. However, he would not thank Xiao Lulang. Princess Xinyang was so angry that she almost died. She ferociously glared at Junwang. She was truly unable to control herself. Long Yi, castrate him. Long Yi entered in a flash and grabbed Dukan. Then, he threw him into the salt jar in the backyard. Princess Xinyang, I asked you to castrate people, not pickle vegetables. Princess Xinyang left with an ashen face. Dukan curled up at the mouth of the salt jar, with a dumbfounded expression. He looked at Xiao Heng, who was walking towards him. What did I say wrong? Why was Princess Xinyang angry? Could it be that she felt that I blasphemed the imperial edict? In all honesty, I really had no other choice at that time. Xiao Heng had witnessed the entire process. He held back his laughter and pulled Dukan up from the salt jar. No, you were able to bring the imperial edict out. You made a great contribution. Then why is she still angry? Dukan muttered and patted the salt off his body. He thought of something and said in a low voice, It seems that the rumor is true. What rumor? Xiao Heng asked. Royal Prince looked around and confirmed that Princess Xianyang wouldn't return. He then said to Xiao Heng in a small voice, Princess Xianyang is temperamental. She always abuses Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping turned against her husband because he couldn't stand her violence. The corner of Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. She can't beat Marquis Xianping, right? Dukin said. She is a princess. Marquis Xianping does not dare to fight back. Xiao Heng. As they spoke, the two returned to the study. Do you want to take a look at the Imperial Edict? Dukin picked up the Imperial Edict on the table and handed it to Xiao Heng. No need, Xiao Heng said. He calmly took out a brocade box and opened it, saying to Dukin, Here, put it inside. Oh. Dukin put the Imperial Edict into the brocade box. You don't even want to take a look? Aren't you afraid that it's fake? Xiao Heng said meaningfully. No, Princess Xinyang already tested it. Didn't she say that the silk paper is different and is especially smooth? Dukin nodded in realization. I think so. Xiao Heng could not take it anymore. If he held it in any longer, he would suffer internal injuries. He closed the box and said to Dukin sternly, Then, I will leave first. Xiao Luleng. Dukin looked at him fixedly. I used my life to exchange for this Imperial Edict. Can you spare my grandfather's life because I gave it to you? Xiao Heng paused and looked at him seriously. Aren't you afraid that he will suffer a fate worse than death? After all, for an ambitious person, losing everything was the greatest torture. Dukin only looked at Xiao Heng quietly and did not speak. Xiao Heng nodded. Okay, I understand. I promise you. Dukin said gratefully. Thank you. Xiao Heng took the Imperial Edict and went to the residence on Vermilion Bird Avenue. Princess Xinyang washed 18 basins of water in her room, scrubbing her hands and nose until they were rotten. Eugene did not know what happened and asked Princess Xinyang, but Princess Xinyang refused to say. Young Marquis, you've come. Eugene saw Xiao Heng walk in with a brocade box in his arms, and his heart relaxed. Xiao Heng looked at the angry Princess Xinyang. To be honest, he rarely saw his mother like this. Aunt Eugene, let me take care of my mother. He suppressed the smile on his face and said. Eugene looked at Xiao Heng strangely and said, Okay, you do it. She put down the basin and turned to leave. Princess Xinyang sat on the chair and rubbed her hands as she said unhappily, What? Are you here to laugh at me? Xiao Heng clicked his tongue and said innocently, Look at what you are saying. Am I your son, that kind of person? Besides, what kind of joke do you have to laugh at? Isn't it just an Imperial Edict that you took out from your pants? Xiao Luleng. Luleng was now Xiao Heng's courtesy name. She even called him by his surname, which showed how angry Princess Xinyang was. Xiao Heng obediently kept his mouth shut. Princess Xinyang saw the box in his hand and frowned. What is this? Xiao Heng said truthfully. An Imperial Edict. Princess Xinyang was startled, then realized it was the Imperial Edict from the previous emperor. Her face darkened. You still dare to bring this thing here? Xiao Heng said helplessly. This thing is too precious. It's not safe to leave it with me. This was the truth. The child at home was too naughty. It was hard to guarantee that one day he wouldn't take it out and destroy it. After thinking it over, he could only leave it with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang obviously understood this. She clenched her teeth. Take it for Eugene. Xiao Heng held the brocade box and bowed. As you command, mother. He turned and left. Princess Xinyang glared at him. Come back here. Xiao Heng obediently turned around and smiled. Mother, do you have any other orders? Princess Xinyang said with a sullen face. Change the way you address me. Xiao Heng bowed again and smiled from ear to ear. Yes, Honorable Regent Princess. Princess Xinyang. After Xiao Heng handed the Imperial Edict to Eugene for safekeeping, he went to the adjacent room to accompany Gu Jiao. Recently, the two of them had been busy with their own matters, and rarely had time to be alone. Eugene handled the Imperial Edict properly, and returned to Princess Xinyang's room. Princess Xinyang had finally finished bathing, and was sitting in front of the dressing table applying vanishing cream. A woman's hands also needed to be taken care of. Let me do it, Eugene said. Princess Xinyang handed her the vanishing cream. Eugene used her fingertips to scrape a bit, then lifted Princess Xinyang's left hand and gently smeared it on the back of her hand. Princess, I just heard from the young duke that the previous emperor left behind a blank imperial edict. Without that imperial edict, I'm afraid that Grand Tutor Zhuang won't be able to cause any more waves. Princess Xinyang pursed her lips. Humph. Eugene smiled gently. The young duke is really capable. Princess Xinyang chuckled. What can he do? The imperial edict was stolen by Zhuang Yuheng. He just sent someone to bring Zhuang Yuheng out. After applying the vanishing cream, Eugene gently massaged Princess Xinyang's hand. Why would Zhuang Yuheng be willing to steal the imperial edict for the young duke? Has the princess never thought of this question? Zhuang Yuheng and Grand Tutor Zhuang had a falling out, and no one in the capital dared to take him in. Only our young duke was bold enough. Princess Xinyang pursed her lips. Eugene continued. To do what ordinary people can't. To think what ordinary people can't. This is the young duke's talent. The young duke is a good child with foresight, strategy, courage, and breadth of mind. How could Princess Xinyang not know? She just wanted to hear others praise her son. Eugene smiled and placed her tender left hand on her thigh. Then she picked up her right hand and began to gently apply the vanishing cream. Grand Tutor Zhuang first lost the protection of Empress Dowager Zhuang. Then he lost Prince Ning as a bargaining chip. Now he doesn't even have a chance to turn the tables. I reckon that the Zhuang family's luck has run out, and there's nothing to fear. But the people of Yan are a bit of a headache. What does the princess plan to do? Princess Xinyang said thoughtfully. I want to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Eugene was slightly startled. Whose knife does the princess want to borrow? Princess Xinyang looked coldly at the setting sun outside the window. The people of Yan. Chapter 592. In the room next door, Xiaoheng peeled an orange for Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao had been resting for 4 days. The wounds on her arms and waist were healing well, and the wounds on her wrists were also recovering well. In another 2 or 3 days, the bandages would be completely removed. Gu Jiao had never rested for so long. She was about to grow mold in the room. She seemed to understand Mo Qinshua's frustration a little. I'm fine. I can go back now, Gu Jiao said as she sat on the bed. No. Xiaoheng refused. Dr. Song said that you have to rest for at least 7 days. In fact, it was reasonable to say that she should rest for 10 days to half a month. However, Dr. Song and Xiaoheng both understood that she wasn't someone who could stay cooped up in the room for so many days. In addition, her injuries did heal faster than ordinary people, so they reduced it to 7 days. Gu Jiao. Oh! Xiaoheng chuckled softly and handed her a few pieces of tangerine that had been peeled off. He also knew that she was bored and had gone to the yamen less these 2 days. He basically stayed here to accompany her. Imperial Tutor Zhuang's matter has been taken care of. Zhuang Yuheng went to get it. He talked to her to relieve her boredom. Who would have thought that old concubine Jing would have a blank imperial edict from the late emperor? Gu Jiao asked. Why didn't she take it out earlier? Xiaoheng continued to peel the remaining orange petals. I'm guessing that this imperial edict either fell into the hands of the people of Yin long ago, or it was hidden somewhere. Grand concubine Jing only found it before she died, but she didn't have the chance to get it herself. So she left a letter for Qin Fengyan to get it. However, the Yin kingdom found out that Qin Fengyan was on her way to get the imperial edict, so they snatched it in advance and used it to make a deal with Qin Fengyan. What you said makes a lot of sense. Gu Jiao ate a piece of orange. It was so sweet. Xiaoheng looked at her bulging cheeks. She looked like a little squirrel looking for food. He couldn't help but laugh. I'm just guessing, but that's not important. Eat slowly. Yes. Although he said so, his hands grabbed a few more pieces and stuffed them into his mouth. Why do you like eating oranges so much? Xiaoheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He handed her the other half of the tangerine. She took it and pointed at the oranges on the plate. His meaning was clear. He wanted more. Xiaoheng raised his eyebrows and said, You're getting better at ordering your husband around, Gu Jiao nodded and admitted generously. Xiaoheng smiled and peeled another orange for her. This time, Gu Jiao did not eat by herself. Instead she said to him, You eat too. Xiaoheng said. I don't like this. Gu Jiao asked. Then what do you like to eat? Xiaoheng looked at her deeply and said, Nothing. He lowered his eyes and continued peeling the orange. As he peeled the orange, he suddenly felt the light in front of him dim. Gu Jiao's body was leaning towards him. He held his breath and his eyelashes trembled. Gu Jiao tilted her head and reached out her hand to pinch his chin. His heart skipped a beat. Oh, there's something dirty. Gu Jiao looked left and right. She took away a bit of cotton wool that was stuck to his cheek. Xiaoheng's face turned red in embarrassment. So it was cotton wool? He thought that she was going to. Husband, what's wrong? Gu Jiao looked at him and asked. No, it's nothing. Xiaoheng lowered his eyes in disappointment. He placed the peeled orange on the table and began to peel the tangerine for her. Gu Jiao's lips curved. She looked at that handsome and resentful face. She leaned forward and gently kissed the corner of his lips. Xiaoheng was stunned. He stared at her dumbfounded. Gu Jiao did not pull back. She just stared at him so close. Gu Jiao blinked. Xiaoheng's heart was filled with heat. He was already at an age where he was full of vigor. How could he resist her teasing? Xiaoheng's throat moved. He looked at her with desire. A righteous villain in his heart was shouting no, no, no. Then another evil villain slapped the righteous villain to death. Xiaoheng reached out, grabbed the back of her head and leaned forward. Just as he was about to kiss her, there was a sudden cough at the door. Cough, cough. It was Princess Xinyang's voice. Xiaoheng stumbled and bumped into the bedpost next to Gu Jiao. There was a big bump on his head. Eugene and the servant girls covered their mouths and snickered. Princess Xinyang couldn't bear to watch. If she had come alone, she could have snuck away. But she had brought a group of people. So many pairs of eyes had seen them. She couldn't pretend to be blind even if she wanted to. Everyone leave. She frowned. Yes. Eugene snickered and left with the servant girls. Princess Xinyang looked at her silly 19-year-old son who was still a virgin. Good for you. It's broad daylight. Don't you know how to close the door? Gu Jiao said. You're not allowed to be fierce to my husband. Princess Xinyang said. So what if I'm fierce to him? Xiaoheng's face was flushed red. It was fine if he kissed his wife in broad daylight. But he was also seen by his mother and Eugene. The rules he had learned since elementary school did not allow him to do so. He had gone overboard just now. What was worse was that he had gone overboard. But he hadn't enjoyed the pleasure of going overboard. He'd almost kissed her. What a shame. Cough. Xiaoheng stood between Gu Jiao and Princess Xinyang. He said to Princess Xinyang seriously, Why did mother come? Princess Xinyang chuckled. I can't come, right? Did I disturb your good time? Xiaoheng, don't you know there's something called a door in this world? You can do whatever you want if you close the door. Gu Jiao poked her head out from behind Xiaoheng. That's not exciting. Xiaoheng. Wife, don't say any more. Xiaoheng broke out in a cold sweat and hurriedly supported Princess Xinyang's arm. He said embarrassedly, Jiao Jiao needs to recuperate. I'll help you out for a walk. Humph. Princess Xinyang flicked her sleeves and turned around. Gu Jiao turned her face and snorted. Humph. Princess Xinyang's eyes widened as she turned around. Hey, this girl is still. Xiaoheng blocked her with his body and helped her out. Aya, the flowers in the courtyard are blooming. They're blooming really well. As expected of my mother's flowers. Even the palace gardeners can't grow them as well as you. Princess Xinyang was pushed out of the room by her son. Xiaoheng supported her with one hand and closed Gu Jiao's door with the other. Princess Xinyang glared at him unhappily. You've forgotten about your mother when you have a wife. Xiaoheng said with a wronged expression. Look at what you're saying. Am I that kind of person? Princess Xinyang raised her eyebrows. Then let me ask you. Xiaoheng sighed and interrupted her. You and Jiao Jiao fell into the water at the same time. Who should I save first, right? I must save you. Jiao Jiao and I will save you together. Jiao Jiao knows how to swim. Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang didn't really come to pick a quarrel. She snorted a few times and talked about the proper business. She was going out and would return in a few days. She had already warned the crown prince about the matters of the imperial court, so there wouldn't be too big of an accident. Don't leave the capital if you have nothing to do. Wait for me to return. Okay. After warning her son, Princess Xinyang took Yujin and Long Yi and sat in the carriage. Yujin asked, "Princess, where are we going?" Princess Xinyang said, "We're going to find another force of Yin Empire." She had always suspected that the group of people who assassinated Xiao Heng didn't dare to make a move in the capital, because there was another force of Yin Empire in the capital. This force might not necessarily be there to protect Xiao Heng. It was very likely that they were the spies of Yin Empire in other countries. They didn't interfere with the affairs of other countries. They only monitored the intelligence of other countries. Nangong family should be acting without authorization. They couldn't be discovered by Yin Empire. Otherwise the consequences would be very serious. Princess Xinyang opened a corner of the curtain and said to Yujin, "Look at the people on the street. Each and every one of them is dressed like ordinary people. But maybe one of them is a spy from another country. A spy from Yin Empire, a spy from Jin Empire, a spy from Liang Empire." Yujin said, "So many spies." Princess Xinyang said, "We also have spies in other countries." Yujin was slightly surprised. Shang Empire also has spies? Princess Xinyang said indifferently, "Liang Empire, Yin Empire and Jin Empire still don't have spies." Yujin doubtfully said, "Then how do we know which one is a spy from Yin Empire?" "Guess." Princess Xinyang said. The carriage stopped outside a beautiful cloth store. The coachman got off and negotiated with the owner of the cloth store. Not long after, the owner personally got on the carriage and reported, replying to Princess, that pharmacist from Yin Empire wants to go out of the city to pick herbs today. I have already sent people to spread the news that there are herbs he wants in Songbei Mountain. Behind the cloth store was the underground martial arts field. No one knew that this inconspicuous cloth store was actually a spy set up by Princess Xinyang many years ago. Yujin frowned and said, "Princess, are you suspecting that the pharmacist from Yin Empire is a spy from Zhao Empire? Isn't this too blatant? Isn't he hiding his identity from Yin Empire?" Princess Xinyang said coldly, "Sometimes the more open you are, the less people suspect you. Besides, Zhao Empire is just a lower country. Yin Empire doesn't need to be too careful. Whether he is the one I am looking for, we will know after following him." Chapter 593. The pharmacist of the Yin state came to the underground martial arts arena more than 10 years ago. Princess Xinyang didn't pay much attention to this person. To be exact, she didn't pay much attention to the underground martial arts arena. There was fighting and killing there all day long. After going there once or twice, she lost interest. After the pharmacist of the Yin state came out of the underground martial arts arena, he sat in an ordinary carriage. Including the coachman, there were 4 accompanying guards. Princess Xinyang didn't know martial arts and couldn't see the depth of their skills. But according to the information she had, the pharmacist of the Yin state had been in the Zhao kingdom for a long time and had never been defeated by anyone. Almost no one in the underground martial arts arena dared to challenge his authority. "Follow from a distance. Don't let him find out." Princess Xinyang ordered the coachman. The coachman replied, "Yes." In broad daylight, there were many carriages heading towards the West City Gate. Even if they followed behind, it was not easy to tell that they were doing it on purpose. Once they left the West City Gate, they would have to pay more attention. However, Princess Xinyang was already prepared. Her carriage had the insignia of the relay station. The sky was dark. "It looks like it's going to rain." Eugene looked at the sky outside the window and said. Princess Xinyang said, "It's a bit stuffy in the morning. It's probably going to rain. It's okay. He can go to the village to hide from the rain." The carriage followed at a moderate speed. When it approached the official road of Songbei Mountain, the pharmacist of the Yin state stopped. The pharmacist of the Yin state left the coachman to look after the carriage. He took 3 guards, each with a basket of herbs, and went up the mountain to pick herbs. The pharmacist of the Yin state didn't go out of the city to pick herbs at a fixed frequency. Sometimes he didn't go out once a year. Sometimes he was out for half a month. It had been half a year since the pharmacist of the Yin state went out to pick herbs. If they missed this chance, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. After all, It wasn't always possible to find the herbs he needed and lure him out. Princess Xinyang's carriage also stopped. Eugene looked at the pharmacist of the Yin state through the gap in the curtain. Princess, they went into the mountain. Princess Xinyang also looked through the gap. It's good that they went into the mountain. She had already asked people to plant the herbs in the mountains. To be honest, the herbs were not very expensive, but they were not commonly seen in this season. She also spent a lot of effort to buy them from others. Long Yi. Princess Xinyang gestured. Long Yi flashed away. Princess Xinyang was not sure if the imperial advisor of the Yin Kingdom was from the Yin Kingdom, so she needed to test him. The first step was to lead him to the Nangong family. The herb was planted on the hillside, and the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist soon found it. He was overjoyed. This kind of herb had to be dug out along with its roots. Otherwise it would lose its medicinal efficacy. He took out a shovel, then squatting down, he dug out the medicinal herbs. And just when he was about to carefully put the medicinal herbs into a box and put it into the medicine basket, Long Yi suddenly came over. Long Yi snatched his box and ran away without hesitation. Medicine Master, are you all right? A guard hurried over. Long Yi's action was too fierce, and the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist fell on his butt. He stood up with the help of the guard, patted his trousers and said, I'm fine. After coming to the Zhao country for so many years, he was already used to speaking the Zhao country's language, and the guards were also the same. I'll chase after him, that guard said. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist waved his hand. It's just a stalk of herb. If he wants it, then give it to him. There's no need to chase. Princess Xinyang waited in the carriage for a long time, and as a result, she saw the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist continue to bury his head in picking herbs. Princess Xinyang. In any case, he's a pharmacist from the Yin Kingdom. His herbs were stolen, and he didn't even chase after them. Princess Xinyang was angry. Who is it? Eugene thought for a bit and said embarrassedly. Could it be that Long Yi's action was too fast? And no one saw that he was a person. A shadow flashed past. She probably thought that he was a monkey from the mountains. Princess Xinyang thought this was a possibility. Long Yi, go again. Don't be too fast. He couldn't be fast, he had to be slow. Long Yi was enlightened. He came to the side of the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist very, very slowly, and reached out his hand. It was as if he was in slow motion, and he snatched the herb from his hand. Then he turned around slower than a tortoise, moved his legs slower than a seahorse, and turned his head slower than a sloth. It was as if he was talking to the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist. Come, chase me. Yeah, Yin Kingdom's pharmacist. Pharmacist. The guard beside him said in a low voice. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist shook his head. I thought he was a monkey, but it turns out he's a fool. Forget it, ignore him. A fool was already pitiful enough. What was going on with chasing after him? Then Long Yi's seduction failed. Princess Xinyang held her forehead. Long Yi, can you be a bit more normal? I'll do it myself. Princess Xinyang said seriously. Eugene looked at her worriedly. Princess, how will you do it? Honey trap. Princess Xinyang said coldly. I'll go find him and say I'm lost. I'll have him give me a ride and send me to the relay station. Eugene looked up and down at Princess Xinyang. You don't look like someone who can get lost. Princess Xinyang glanced at her and said, I was robbed by a fool. Can't I? Eugene laughed hollowly. Okay, you're the princess. You have the final say. You're not allowed to follow me, she ordered Long Yi. Princess Xinyang elegantly got off the carriage. As a princess of a country, even in the depths of a mountainous area, she was calm. Princess Xinyang raised her chin and lifted her skirt. Like a proud peacock, she walked towards the mountainous area. The mountain road was rugged, and after walking a few steps, she stepped on her own skirt. With a cry, she rolled down the slope and fell flat on her face with her mouth full of mud. Eugene sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Long Yi covered his eyes, but because of this fall, the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist heard her scream. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist sent his subordinates to check what was going on. A guard found the dazed Princess Xinyang in a ravine. At this moment, her jewelry had been sent flying, and her hair was messed up. Her hair was a mess, and her body was covered in mud. She really did look like a madam who had fallen on hard times. Someone fell down at the foot of the mountain. The bodyguard reported. Let's go take a look. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist said. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist went to the foot of the mountain and let the bodyguard pull the person out of the gully. Princess Xinyang's face was covered in mud. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist naturally knew medical skills, but he didn't want to touch her body without her consent. He simply checked her pulse through her sleeve. The pulse doesn't look like a big problem. I don't know if there are any other internal injuries. Saying this, he looked all around. Eugene and Longyi hurriedly hid in the carriage. Their carriage was hidden behind a row of big trees. If they didn't walk over, they wouldn't find it. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist helplessly said, Go get a stretcher. First, carry her into the carriage. Yes. 2 bodyguards went to the carriage and took a stretcher. They carried Princess Xinyang in. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist had almost finished gathering the herbs. He also sat in the carriage. The bodyguard asked, Pharmacist, where are we going? The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist replied, There's a relay station in front. Let's go there. Princess Xinyang had never expected that her beauty scheme would fail. In the end, it became a scheme of injuring herself to gain sympathy. But it wasn't bad. It was fine as long as she could fool him. When the carriage arrived at the relay station, Princess Xinyang pretended to be in a daze and opened her eyes. Her acting skills were somewhat lacking compared to the old chancellor and Xiaoheng, but compared to Gu Jiao, she was still a lot better. At least she didn't give herself away. Plus, she was already in a daze from the fall. My home is in front, she said weakly. Since it was in front, then he might as well help her to the end. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist let them continue forward. In the end, after walking for a long time, the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist asked, Madam, which place is in front? The Princess Xinyang pretended to be unconscious. It sits in front. After walking for another long time, the Yin Kingdom's pharmacist asked, Are you sure you didn't remember the wrong way? The Princess Xinyang continued weakly, No, my home is really in front. It's a villa. Did you pass by it? No. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist looked out the window. At this moment, a guard on horseback suddenly pointed ahead and said, Pharmacist, there's a villa over there. Is that your home? The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist looked at the Princess Xinyang. The Princess Xinyang closed her eyes and fainted on the spot. The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist sighed. Forget it, let's go and ask first. The coachman drove the carriage over. As they got closer, the coachman muttered, Whose villa? Why is it built near a cemetery? The carriage stopped. A guard got off the horse and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? We're just passing by. Your madam is injured. Is it your madam? Hey, is anyone there? The guard turned back strangely. Pharmacist, there doesn't seem to be anyone. The Princess Xinyang's eyelids twitched. No one? Or was there someone who didn't dare to open the door? Maybe the villa is too big, and the people inside can't hear. Go in and take a look. Yes. Don't break other people's things. Yes, pharmacist. The guard pushed open the courtyard door. The door wasn't locked from the inside, so they weren't considered breaking in. Is anyone there? The guard asked loudly as he searched the villa. However, after strolling around, the guard was confused. Pharmacist, there's no one in the villa. The Princess Xinyang sat up. What do you mean there's no one? The Yin Kingdom's pharmacist looked at her in astonishment. You're awake? Is this your family's manor? The Princess Xinyang didn't care about her aching body. She gritted her teeth and got off the carriage. She entered the villa and found that it was empty, just as the guard said. There wasn't a single person in sight. How could this be? Where did everyone go? The Princess Xinyang frowned and stood in place. Her mind raced. She thought of something and her expression changed. Oh no, we've been tricked. Outside the capital, there was a moat where one could row a boat on it. From the west gate to the south gate, it would take less than 2 hours to reach the destination. Outside the south gate, dozens of cargo ships came ashore one after another. Who are you? The city's guards stopped the caravan. The leading merchant smiled, took out his travel permit and a heavy bag of gold, and handed it to him. This humble one is in the business of a cloth store. These are all silks that this humble one brought from the south. The guard took the gold and wandered around the long caravan for a while. He took out 2 of the boxes and checked them. They were indeed silk. All this silk is yours. Yes, it's all mine. Every car needs to be inspected. It's my duty, my duty. Go ahead and check. Every time a carriage passed, the guard would pick a box to check. Sometimes it was the top box, sometimes it was the bottom box. No matter how he checked, it was silk. All right, let's all pass. The guard said. Yes. The leader of the merchants smiled and led his caravan into the city. In a tea house near the city gate, an old man and a middle-aged man in a black robe sat facing each other in a room on the 2nd floor. The 2 of them looked at the caravan through the window. The leader of the merchants nodded to the old man without batting an eyelid. The old man smiled and took a sip of tea. Princess Xingyang didn't expect that we would play an empty fort strategy for her, right? The man in the black robe said with satisfaction. Grand Tutor Zhuang is wise and resourceful. Admirable. The old man, Grand Tutor Zhuang, waved his hand and smiled. General Nangong is exaggerating. If General Nangong didn't trust me and told me that Xiao Luleng was Xiao Heng, how could I have thought of keeping an eye on Princess Xingyang? General Nangong said. This Princess Xingyang is very powerful. She actually guessed why we couldn't make a move in the capital and let our Yin kingdom's Changfengshi out. If we hadn't left early, we would have been discovered by Changfengshi. Changfengshi served the Yin kingdom's royal family. Although the Nangong family was strong, they didn't dare to steal the royal family's edge. Grand Tutor Zhuang said without restraint. Now that she has led Changfengshi out, you can make a move in the capital. General Nangong said meaningfully. I didn't even tell Qin Fengyan about Xiao Liulong's identity, but I told Grand Tutor. It turns out that I made the right bet. Grand Tutor is indeed a more suitable ally than Qin Fengyan. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled. I've eaten more salt than they have rice. General Nangong won't be disappointed if you cooperate with me. They thought that I would obediently surrender without an imperial edict. If they make my life difficult, then no one will have a good life. I'd like to see what the Empress Dowager will do after Xiao Heng falls into my hands. Between the Emperor and Xiao Heng, she'll only protect one. I'd like to see who she'll protect. If she protects the Emperor, she'll betray herself, offend the Gu family, and also offend Princess Xingyang and Marquis Xianping. But if she protects Xiao Heng, she'll kill the Emperor, betray the royal family, and betray the whole world. Princess Xingyang is trapped outside the city, and Marquis Xianping hasn't returned from his campaign. General Nangong, this is a great opportunity for you to make a move. Even the heavens are helping you. Sure enough, cooperating with Grand Tutor Zhuang was the right choice, General Nangong said with satisfaction. After this is done, I want Xiao Heng's head and that girl's head. That girl killed one of my masters, and I want to avenge him. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled faintly. Don't worry, they'll all belong to General Nangong. Chapter 594. Vermilion Bird Avenue. Little Jing Kong didn't go back to Clearwater Alley after school. Instead, he pestered Lu Quan to come here to find Gu Jiao. Lu Quan knew that Gu Jiao was recuperating. He didn't want the little guy to know the truth, so he deliberately said that he didn't know the way. Little Jing Kong patted his chest and said, I've been here before. I remember the way. Little Jing Kong was the most difficult child to fool in the family. Lu Quan had no choice but to bring him here. Gu Jiao's injury had greatly improved, but her wrist and waist were still wrapped in gauze. The little guy could tell that Gu Jiao was injured at a glance. Little Jing Kong couldn't bear to blame Gu Jiao for hiding the truth from him. He went to the study to find his bad brother-in-law, who was writing a letter. He put his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, You're a bad brother-in-law who lies. How did I lie? Xiao Heng asked. Jiao Jiao is obviously injured. But you didn't tell me. Little Jing Kong said bitterly. Just because of this. Xiao Heng smiled faintly and said, I didn't lie to you. I just didn't tell you the whole truth. My mother does have an old problem of angina, and Jiao Jiao is here to accompany her. Little Jing Kong frowned and thought carefully. What he said seemed to make sense, but why did he feel that something was wrong? Well, have you finished your homework today? Xiao Heng decisively changed the topic. Have you memorized the poetry collection of the Yin Kingdom that Ming sent you last time? I'm almost done, but there are a few that I don't know, little Jing Kong said with his hands on his hips. But I've already made progress. Don't try to change the topic. I'm not a child anymore. You can't fool me anymore. Xiao Heng's mouth twitched. The little monk's ability had improved. He knew that he shouldn't be led by the nose. Also, you're only 5 years old. If you're not a child, then what are you? Little Jing Kong crossed his arms, stomped his feet and snorted. I don't care. You're wrong. Xiao Heng raised his eyebrows. Do you think that I'm wrong to hide it from you? Or are you jealous because I accompanied Jiao Jiao? Little Jing Kong was hit where it hurt. He was so angry that his little face turned red. Humph. Bad brother-in-law. Dr. Song couldn't stand it anymore. How old was he? How could he bully a child? He called out from the courtyard. Jing Kong, I'm going to brew medicine for Dr. Gu. Do you want to come with me? The sense of mission of boiling medicine for Gu Jiaojiao overcame the desire to win the argument with his bad brother-in-law. Little Jing Kong angrily glared at his bad brother-in-law and stomped his little feet to go out. In fact, Dr. Song boiled the water and opened the medicine bag. Little Jing Kong was only responsible for pouring the herbs into the jar. After that, he obediently squatted beside the jar and guarded it. Gu Jiaojiao didn't like to drink medicine. Because it was boiled by Little Jing Kong, she gave him face and drank it. They had dinner at Vermilion Bird Street. There were only a few of them. Little Jing Kong asked strangely, why don't I see the princess and Long Yi? And Aunt Yujin? They went out. Xiao Heng said. They might come back in a few days. Gu Jiaojiao looked at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng said in a low voice. Nothing. They went to deal with that group of people. After dinner, Little Jing Kong hugged a small pillow and went to Gu Jiaojiao's bed. He learned to be obedient. He didn't ask his bad brother-in-law whether he could stay here or not. Because if he did, his bad brother-in-law would definitely not agree. He simply climbed onto the bed and snuggled into the quilt like a little pig. Then, he lay down beside Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao was looking at the music score. This was the music score from Little Jing Kong's junk. She only looked at it when she had nothing to do. Little Jing Kong excitedly rolled around in the quilt. Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao looked at this soft little guy beside her. Little Jing Kong looked at the music score in her hand and asked, Jiaojiao, do you like to look at music scores? Just looking. She didn't say whether she liked it or not. As the top agent in the organization, she was actually a cold-blooded killer. How could she like art? Little Jing Kong said, I like to look at music scores. Gu Jiaojiao asked, why? Little Jing Kong rolled his eyes and said, well, it's beautiful. Even if it was beautiful, he hadn't seen it before. Gu Jiaojiao tucked in the quilt for him and said, go to sleep. Little Jing Kong obediently closed his eyes. He was just pretending to be strange. In fact, he wasn't sleepy at all. After a while, he quietly opened his eyes. His small body moved in the quilt and tightly clung to Gu Jiaojiao. Gu Jiaojiao saw through his little movements but didn't say anything. She laughed and flipped through the music score in her hand. Little Jing Kong suddenly shouted. What's wrong? Gu Jiaojiao asked. Little Jing Kong turned over and lay on his stomach on the bed. His small finger pointed at Gu Jiaojiao's waist and said, Jiaojiao, you also have a flower here. Gu Jiaojiao was wearing a short jacket and pajamas. She didn't care that the corner of her pajamas was sticking up, revealing her slender and snow-white waist. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't see the position of her waist. She said, oh, is it a very big flower? Yes, it's this big. Little Jing Kong gestured with his fingers. It was quite small, about the size of a knuckle. It should be a birthmark. Did she have so many birthmarks on her small body? Little Jing Kong pointed at her waist and asked curiously, but why isn't this flower red? It's green. He liked red flowers. But if it grew on Jiaojiao's body, then a green one was not bad either. Gu Jiaojiao couldn't see it herself. But even if she saw it, she wouldn't care. She even compromised with the birthmark on her face, not to mention the invisible one on her back. Gu Jiaojiao patted the little guy's head and said, your hair has grown a little longer. You can tie it into a ponytail soon. Go to sleep. Sleep early and wake up early, you'll grow taller. Okay. This time, little Jing Kong closed his eyes and really fell asleep after rolling on the bed a few times. Xiaoheng pushed the door open and entered. He glanced at Gu Jiaojiao's small bag under the quilt and said, "Is he asleep?" "Yes," Gu Jiaojia said. "Then I'll send him back," Xiaoheng said. He seemed to be afraid that Gu Jiaojia would misunderstand, so he explained, "There will be classes at the Imperial College tomorrow. This road is too congested in the morning. It's too late to go to the Imperial College from here." Gu Jiaojiao closed the music score and said, "Okay." Xiaoheng picked up the sleeping little guy from the quilt and put his clothes on him. The little guy didn't wake up no matter how hard he tried. Xiaoheng poked the little guy's chubby little face and turned to Gu Jiaojiao and said, "Remember to take the medicine later. I'll come back after sending him back." Gu Jiaojiao agreed again with a calm look. "Okay." Xiaoheng carried the little guy out of the yard and handed him to Lu Quan. "Take Jing Kong back." "Ah yes," Lu Quan thought. "Didn't you want to send Jing Kong back in person? Why don't you send him back?" Xiaoheng arranged a dragon shadow guard and Lu Quan to accompany him. With Gu Yan's shadow guard armor, they would be safe along the way. After Lu Quan got into the carriage with little Jing Kong, he found that Xiaoheng got into another carriage. He wondered, "It's so late. Is Luleng going out?" Xiaoheng said, "There's something going on in the Ministry of Justice. I have to go there." Oh, no wonder he couldn't send little Jing Kong back in person. It turned out that he was tied up with official business. Lu Quan left with little Jing Kong. Xiaoheng said to the coachman, "Let's go." Yes. The long street was silent. Xiaoheng's carriage didn't go in the direction of the Ministry of Justice. Instead, it went all the way to the east of the city. The coachman driving the carriage was a shadow guard of the princess residence. Shadow guards were much more alert than ordinary people. When they turned into another quiet street, the shadow guard's ears suddenly twitched. "Lord Xiao, someone is chasing after us," Xiaoheng said seriously. "Don't stop. Keep going. Speed up." "Yes." The shadow guard tightened the reins and whipped the horse. The horse felt the pain and sped up in the night. In the carriage, Xiaoheng's expression became vigilant. The shadow guard said again, "Lord, there are people coming from the north and south. There are a lot of them. We're going to be outflanked." Xiaoheng clenched his fists. "Charge." The shadow guard gritted his teeth. Yes. Now that there was no one in front of them, the shadow guard increased the speed of the carriage to the maximum. Fortunately, Princess Xinyang was using first-class Fergana horses, so there was no need to talk about their combat power. "Turn left," Xiaoheng said. The shadow guard tightened the reins and turned the carriage into the alley on the left. Almost as soon as they entered the alley, two groups of people came from both ends of the original street. If they hadn't entered the alley just now, they would have been blocked from the front and the back by now. "Turn right," Xiaoheng said. "Turn around." "Charge." "Turn left." Xiaoheng relied on his familiarity with the capital's terrain to forcefully avoid the pursuit of three groups of people. But in the end, this was just a coincidence. In the face of absolute encirclement, he had no choice but to admit defeat. Not long after entering the outskirts of the city, Xiaoheng's carriage was surrounded on a small path that was rarely visited by people. On both sides of this path were embankments. Ahead was a canyon, and behind was a large open space. The canyon and open space were already filled with pursuers. Xiaoheng could only run into the embankments, but even if he ran, he wouldn't be able to escape. The embankments couldn't move the carriage. He also couldn't outrun these experts on foot. The pursuers in the canyon had clearly come from another path. The person in the lead was the cloaked Imperial Tutor Zhuang. Now that things had progressed to this point, Imperial Tutor Zhuang didn't bother to hide his identity. He took off his bamboo hat and looked at Xiaoheng's carriage with a smile that wasn't a smile. "Xiaoheng, oh Xiaoheng, do you think that you are the only one familiar with the capital's terrain?" Since he could call out Xiaoheng's name, it was enough to show that he already knew Xiaoheng's identity. Xiaoheng coldly lifted the curtain and looked at Imperial Tutor Zhuang on his horse through the darkness of the night. "Imperial Tutor Zhuang, I trust you have been well since we last met. Between you and me, there is no need for pleasantries. This old man's goal today is very simple. Oh, let me guess. Are you going to kill me or capture me? Capture first, then kill. Xiao Heng turned his head and looked behind him through the back window of the carriage. Imperial tutor Zhuang sneered. No need to look. The people who should be here are all here. You can't escape. Behind them were hundreds of Yin Kingdom's dragon shadow guards. They didn't wear masks like the Zhao Kingdom's dragon shadow guards. Instead, they wore black cloaks. The hood of the cloak covered their faces. In front of this group of people, there was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man dressed in extraordinary clothing. It must be that General Nangong. Imperial tutor Zhuang sneered. I know what you are planning. From the beginning, you guessed that Princess Xinyang's plan had already been leaked. You knew that the Yin Kingdom would take the opportunity to enter the capital. You also guessed that this old man would help them. So you wanted to play the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is the only way to the Langshan barracks. You wanted to lure us into the Gu army sphere of influence. Gu Qingfeng is not here, and the old marquis is recuperating at home. Let me guess, the Gu family's second young master is currently in the barracks, resting on his spear. It's a pity that you didn't expect us to kidnap you on the way here. When you still don't appear at the appointed time, Gu Qingfeng will come out to find you. But do you think he will be able to find you? Xiao Heng cracked his knuckles. Imperial tutor Zhuang, repent and be saved. Imperial tutor Zhuang laughed arrogantly. This old man guessed correctly, didn't he? Then this old man will continue to guess for you. Are there mechanisms and formations set up in the canyon ahead? Even if the Gu army doesn't arrive in time, you can still kill most of us in the formations and mechanisms. Xiao Heng's expression changed. Imperial tutor Zhuang took in Xiao Heng's expression and understood that he had guessed correctly. He laughed loudly. Xiao Heng, oh Xiao Heng, I have to say that your plan is truly flawless. You are even more resourceful than this old man's grandson, Zhuang Yuheng. If it weren't for the fact that you have always opposed this old man really wanted to properly cultivate you. Unfortunately, you are the son of Marquis Xianping, so you are destined to be this old man's stumbling block. How about it? Does it feel good to be 1 foot tall while the devil is 10 feet tall? Xiao Heng clenched his fists tightly. General Nangong picked 10 powerful dragon shadow guards. You guys go take a look at the canyon. Yes. The 10 people urged their horses towards the canyon. The canyon didn't seem any different than usual. Of course, it was also possible that they weren't familiar with this canyon. The leader dismounted his horse and whipped the horses causing the horse to painfully rush over. Nothing happened. Thus he carefully followed. The other 9 people also planned to follow. At this time, he had already left the canyon. He saw something and raised his hand to signal for them to stop. Then, he took out a thin rope and tied it to a protruding rock. He passed through the canyon and returned to his companion's side. He pulled on the thin rope with his bare hands and the rock fell. Then, there were several loud rumbling sounds as giant rocks fell from the canyon. Arrows and spears flew out and hidden weapons and silver needles covered the sky. It was as if tigers and dragons were roaring. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled. After a terrifying commotion, the path to the canyon was completely blocked by giant rocks. Just now, if they hadn't stopped Xiao Heng in time and allowed Xiao Heng to pass through the canyon and trigger the mechanism, even if they weren't completely wiped out, at least half of them would have died. General Nangong shuddered. Grand Tutor Zhuang sneered. It's a good plan, but this old man still has the same words. Xiao Heng, you're not this old man's match. General Nangong coldly said. Don't waste words with him. Quickly capture him and get down to business. Grand Tutor Zhuang said. Xiao Heng, will you obediently allow yourself to be captured? Or will this old man send someone to capture you? Xiao Heng lifted the curtain and got off the carriage. Grand Tutor Zhuang made a hand gesture. 2 guards of the Zhuang family and a dragon shadow guard of the Yin Kingdom walked towards Xiao Heng's carriage. The dragon shadow guard of the Yin Kingdom didn't say anything and knocked out the hidden guard of the princess's residence. The Zhuang family's guards captured Xiao Heng and brought him in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang. At this time, General Nangong of the Yin Kingdom also rode his horse from behind. He tightened the reins and looked down at Xiao Heng. His gaze gradually deepened. It was as if he was looking at Xiao Heng, but also as if he was looking at someone else through Xiao Heng. You are General Nangong? Xiao Heng fearlessly met his gaze. A general of a kingdom, his aura was enough to crush the backbone ministers of the Zhao kingdom. However, this 19-year-old youth dared to stare directly at him. General Nangong faintly curved his lips. You have some guts. Chop off one of his fingers. Even when he heard that his finger was going to be chopped off, Xiao Heng still looked at him without any change in expression. A dragon shadow guard walked forward and casually grabbed Xiao Heng's left hand. Grand Tutor Zhuang calmly said, Wait. Chop off his right finger. Xiao Heng coldly looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang. The dragon shadow guard pulled out his dagger and was about to chop down when the sound of galloping horse hooves suddenly came from not far away. Have mercy. The dragon shadow guard's movements paused. Grand Tutor Zhuang and General Nangong both looked over and saw eunuch Qin, who served the Empress Dowager, quickly galloping over. He is. General Nangong frowned. Grand Tutor Zhuang smiled and said, The Empress Dowager's trusted aide eunuch Qin. When eunuch Qin's horse galloped into the open space, it was blocked by the Zhao Kingdom's dragon shadow guard and imperial bodyguards. General Nangong made a hand gesture, and everyone moved aside to make a path. Eunuch Qin dismounted and panted as he looked at Grand Tutor Zhuang. If you dare to touch a hair on Xiao Heng's head today, Aijia will bury all of you with him. General Nangong narrowed his eyes slightly, as if he was thinking about the possibility of this result. Empress Dowager Zhuang understood the principle of giving a sweet date after a slap. She continued to guide him patiently. This is a good deal. No matter who Xiao Heng is, he will no longer appear in the world with his current identity. He will also not go to the Yin Kingdom to interfere with any of your affairs. Aijia believes that General is only following orders. General's loyalty is valuable, but are the lives of General and so many of his men not valuable? This is a win-win situation for you and me. Why would General not consider it? If General is worried that Aijia will break her promise in the future, there is no need. Didn't Aijia agree to General's 3 conditions? I believe that General will always have a way to get hold of Aijia's weakness. General Nangong, don't believe her. She's my younger sister, and I know her character better than anyone else. She's never had any credibility. Grand Tutor Zhuang could not watch Empress Dowager Zhuang and General Nangong reach a deal. If that happened, he would lose his value. Empress Dowager Zhuang continued to poke at General Nangong's weak spot. General Nangong is still hesitating. Could it be that you are doubting Aijia's sincerity? Is Aijia going alone not enough to show Aijia's determination to negotiate with General Nangong? The Nangong family is ranked 11th in the Yin Kingdom. Although our Zhao country is a lower country, we still have the ability to help the Nangong family. General Nangong's gaze fell on Xiao Heng's face. Xiao Heng's hands had been tied up by Grand Tutor Zhuang's guards. He stood proudly under the blue dome of heaven, without the slightest trace of embarrassment or fear. His eyebrows were very similar to a person's. A pair of almost identical eyes flashed in General Nangong's mind. A bit of hesitation appeared on his face. Grand Tutor Zhuang saw that the situation was not good. He suddenly pulled out his horsewhip and whipped Xiao Heng. He was a civil official and did not have much strength. However, he could not withstand the force of the whip. It swept across Xiao Heng's delicate skin. An eye-catching whip mark instantly appeared on one side of his face. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes darkened. Zhuang Changda, you're crazy. Changda was Grand Tutor Zhuang's courtesy name. Empress Dowager Zhuang had never called Grand Tutor Zhuang that in her life. General Nangong was also somewhat displeased. However, it did not seem to be because Xiao Heng had been whipped. Instead, it seemed that this whip had caused his eyebrows to swell. It no longer reminded people of the proud and unruly eyes in their memories. General Nangong slowly said, Empress Dowager Zhuang, your conditions are very tempting. However, I am afraid that I cannot reach an agreement with you. Moreover, because you recognized me today, I cannot let you live in this world. General Nangong. Xiao Heng suddenly spoke. Do you really want to go against me? General Nangong arrogantly said. I am not going against you. I am going to kill you. You are not qualified to be this general's opponent. Xiao Hing's hands were tied. He looked at him seriously. General Nangong, don't bully a young man because he is poor. General Nangong was slightly startled. He raised his hand and gave the order. Do it. Leave no one alive. Grand Tutor Zhuang opened his mouth. General Nangong. A dragon shadow guard brandished his sword and ruthlessly chopped toward Xiao Hing's head. At this critical moment, there was a whoosh in the night sky. An arrow fiercely and domineeringly shot over and fiercely pierced through the dragon shadow guard's heart. After the arrow pierced through his body, it was nailed to the ground in front of General Nangong's horse. The tail of the arrow swayed, showing how fast and fierce it was. However, this was not an ordinary arrow. Its body was longer, and the arrowhead was larger. It had terrifying barbs and looked like a ferocious beast. General Nangong's heart sank. He had never seen an arrow like this before. An ominous premonition surged in his heart. In the next second, the ground under his feet began to tremble. The dust and sand began to rustle. The horse was frightened and began to circle in place uneasily. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of horse hooves coming from afar was like heavy black iron smashing into the cold stone floor. It also smashed into everyone's suddenly tightened heart. The sound was clearly still some distance away, but the powerful killing intent had already covered the sky like sand and stones. The entire world was covered in a terrifying killing intent. Thump, thump, thump. It was not the sound of the war drums. It was even more striking than the war drums. The sound of the armored horses became faster and faster. It was like a flood rushing over. It was a group of black armored cavalry wearing ghost masks. They held a spear in one hand and a shield in the other. Even the horses wore ghost masks on their heads. They were like Azuraine spirits from purgatory. They brought with them the aura of death, causing everyone to hold their breaths in shock. General Nangong's expression changed. Wasn't this the rumored ghost mask army? The ghost mask army was not truly dead people. It was said that they were as terrifying as the undead. Everywhere they went, no one was left alive. It was like they were pulling their opponents into the purgatory of the underworld. The ghost masked general holding a giant long blade flew over the heads of the 50 dragon shadow guards. He rode a ghost horse and brought with him an unstoppable killing intent as he charged at General Nangong and Grand Tutor Zhuang. He domineeringly blocked in front of Xiao Heng. Grand Tutor Zhuang looked and took in a cold breath. Marquis Xianping? He looked at Xiao Heng again and saw that Xiao Heng's eyes were calm. He was not surprised at Marquis Xianping's arrival. This is bad. They had fallen into a trap. After all this time, they had escaped and found a flaw in the mechanism. It had all been a smokescreen. The true trump card was Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping was not wearing a mask. At this moment, this beautiful face that was known as the #1 face of the Zhao country was releasing endless killing intent. You want to kill my son? Marquis Xianping pointed with his long blade and smiled evilly. He said arrogantly, Is it you who has become arrogant, or is it that I Xiao Ji can't lift my blade? Chapter 595. If Grand Tutor Zhuang had thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him for a moment, then when he heard the words, Are you too arrogant? Or is Xiao Ji too weak to lift a knife? Grand Tutor Zhuang instantly confirmed that the person was indeed Marquis Xianping. So his guess was right. Whether it was Xiao Heng's plan to lure the snake out of its hole, or Empress Dowager Zhuang's sudden appearance, their basic purpose was to delay time and wait for Marquis Xianping to appear. But this was very strange, wasn't it? A few days ago, he had received a memorial from the South Island, saying that a group of pirates had escaped on a ship, and Marquis Xianping had gone to pursue them. Could it be that those so-called memorials were all fake? Marquis Xianping was just trying to cover it up. In fact, he was already on his way back to the capital. Grand Tutor Zhuang gritted his teeth and looked at Marquis Xianping, then looked at Xiao Heng. His stomach was filled with anger. The father and son were the same. They were even more scheming than the old foxes in the court. Marquis Xianping glanced at the whip wound on Xiao Heng's face. and his dangerous eyes fell on Grand Tutor Zhuang's hand that was holding the reins. Which hand hurt my son? This was the second time that Marquis Xianping had admitted that Xiaoheng was his son. He didn't pretend in front of Grand Tutor Zhuang at all. This was not a good sign. Xiaoheng's identity was still a secret, but there was a kind of person in the world who could keep a secret forever. Grand Tutor Zhuang's eyelids suddenly twitched. He had never been so afraid of Marquis Xianping. After all, in terms of official status, he was no worse than Marquis Xianping. He even had a lot of experience. But now he was terrified. He subconsciously looked at General Nangong. No need to look. He can't escape. After Marquis Xianping said this, General Nangong frowned. Before he could react, Marquis Xianping had already stabbed the handle of his broadsword into the ground. Immediately after, his horse leaped forward. Grand Tutor Zhuang's horse was startled and jumped around in disarray, letting out a series of neigh. Grand Tutor Zhuang did his best to stabilize himself, but Marquis Xianping's hand had already reached towards him without any explanation. Marquis Xianping grabbed his collar and mercilessly pulled him down from the horse. Marquis Xianping! Grand Tutor Zhuang cried out in alarm. Ho your ass! Marquis Xianping roughly threw him to the ground. He was a military general. His usual noble and elegant demeanor in front of others was only a facade. Deep down, he was barbaric and wild. Most people wouldn't use violence against an old and weak civil official like Grand Tutor Zhuang. No matter what, they would still enforce the law in a civilized manner. But was Marquis Xianping a normal person? He wasn't even a human being. Marquis Xianping had no qualms about bullying this thin and weak old man. Not only did he throw him to the ground, he also tightened the reins in his hands. He raised the horse's hooves and stepped on Grand Tutor Zhuang's right hand and left hand. There were two crisp cracking sounds in the air, followed by Grand Tutor Zhuang's unbearable howls of pain. After Marquis Xianping finished stepping, he turned the horse around and looked at him innocently. I asked you which hand it was. You didn't answer, so I had no choice but to cripple it. Grand Tutor Zhuang was stunned. There was actually such a shameless and arrogant person in the world, taking advantage of others and still pretending to be innocent. This was probably referring to him. Grand Tutor Zhuang had spent most of his life in the bureaucracy. Thanks to selling a good younger sister to the palace, his life had been smooth sailing these past few years. Even if someone wanted to trip him up, they mostly used a roundabout and subtle method. Who would believe that his hand would be crippled in front of everyone? Grand Tutor Zhuang had never suffered physical pain before. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. He looked at Empress Dowager Zhuang, who was sitting in a carriage not far away and quietly watching this scene. Empress Dowager Zhuang's eyes were very calm. She had let go of this older brother, who had eaten her flesh and blood for her entire life. Zhuang Jince, you're so ruthless. Grand Tutor Zhuang spat out blood and fiercely gasped for breath. Was she the ruthless one? There was a type of person in the world that had become accustomed to eating other people's flesh and blood. Once they were no longer allowed to eat, they would become unforgivable, heartless people. But when they ate other people's flesh and blood, they never thought that perhaps they should not have eaten them in the first place. Forget it. What was the point of talking about righteousness and morality with this sort of person? What was the point of talking about fairness and grace? Deep down they were selfish. It was impossible for them to think for others. Otherwise they would not have done so many outrageous things. Empress Dowager Zhuang did not plead for leniency on his behalf. In fact, she did not even look at Grand Tutor Zhuang. Aheng, come over to Grandaunt. She was talking about Grandaunt, not my wife. Only at this moment did Grand Tutor Zhuang truly realize that Empress Dowager Zhuang was not acting in a fit of pique. She had truly given up on the Zhuang family. She had a new family. They were not related by blood, but they could rely on each other. In the past, Empress Dowager Zhuang had also treated the Zhuang family, right? It was just a pity that aside from Zhuang Yuheng, nobody else could see her efforts. They just felt that she was a daughter that had walked out of the Zhuang family, so she deserved to work hard for the Zhuang family. Xiaoheng turned around and walked towards Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage. General Nangong's gaze sank. Marquis Xianping pulled out his long sword and urged his horse to stand in front of him. I will slowly take care of that old thing later. Right now we should settle the debt between you and me. 5 years ago, he had not been able to protect his son. This time, he would not allow this group of bastards to succeed. General Nangong looked at Marquis Xianping with a serious expression. He had heard of Marquis Xianping's reputation. First, this person was extremely shameless. Second, this person was actually ranked among the beauties of the 6 countries. Who knew how a grown man managed to squeeze in? His elder sister, imperial daughter Nangong, was ranked behind him. He originally thought that he was a weak and sickly beauty. Who knew that he was an unyielding martial arts expert? Before coming to Zhao country, General Nangong had already gathered enough information. He squinted his eyes and looked at Marquis Xianping's waist. Zhao country's first-ranked Marquis, Xiaoji. I heard that you have an injury to your waist. You are not my opponent. Are you certain that you want to fight me alone? That's fine, I will allow you 3 moves. Marquis Xianping snorted. Who the fuck wants to fight you alone? Isn't it better to gang up on him? Chongjing. Marquis Xianping lazily lifted his eyelids. General Nangong saw a black-clothed youth leading 3 ghost-masked generals, flying out from the ranks of the ghost-masked army. Using his qinggong, he swept past the dragon shadow guards on the empty ground, and aggressively landed beside Marquis Xianping. Beat him up, Marquis Xianping said. General Nangong's eyes glared. Did he not care about martial arts? General against general, shouldn't it be a one-on-one duel? Wait, wrong. Marquis Xianping called out to Chongjing. Chop him up. Chop off his son's finger, hee. General Nangong. Chongjing pulled out his long sword. It was a black iron treasure sword. There was a bamboo leaf carved on the blade. General Nangong's expression changed. Dark Knight sect? Dark Knight sect, the #1 assassin sect in the 6 countries. But wasn't the Dark Knight sect in Zhao country? How could an expert appear here? And by Marquis Xianping's side? Chongjing followed him onto the battlefield. His martial arts had improved a lot, and his moves were filled with killing intent. He slashed his long sword at General Nangong. General Nangong quickly pulled out his sword to block. He managed to block it, but he was also forced off the horse. General Nangong was very surprised. Were all the experts of the Dark Knight sect so powerful? He was a member of the Nangong family. His martial arts were ranked among the top in the 6 countries. Soon, he understood why this black-clothed youth's martial arts were stronger than ordinary experts of the Dark Knight sect. He had seen that long sword before. The tassel on the hilt was bestowed by the king of Zhao country. He was there at the time. The owner of the long sword was the current leader of the Dark Knight sect, Chongkuan. Chongjing. When he looked at Chongjing again, he was in a bad mood. This was the young leader of the Dark Knight sect. Marquis Xianping. How much did you pay to hire the young leader of the Dark Knight sect? The Nangong family will pay double. General Nangong didn't know whether to be ruthless or not. If he didn't kill the young leader of the Dark Knight sect, he would die. But if he killed the young leader of the Dark Knight sect, he would still die when the Dark Knight sect came to the Nangong family for revenge. General Nangong wasn't a pervert like Marquis Xianping. He was a cultured soldier. But tonight he cursed in his heart. Marquis Xianping didn't care about General Nangong's complicated feelings. He rode his horse, held his long sword, and leisurely attacked the Shadow Dragon guards and guards of Zhao country. His ghost-faced army had 3,000 people. They might not be a match for the Shadow Dragon guards of Zhao country, but no one was stronger than them when it came to fighting together. General Nangong's men were divided into 2 groups. One group was on the open ground, and the other group was in front of the valley. Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage, and them were in the middle of the 2 groups. After Marquis Xianping entered the battle state, he seemed to have changed into a different person. He rode on a tall horse, and waved the flag in his hand with a dignified expression. The 3,000 troops dismounted, and divided into 3 groups. They held shields and spears, and surrounded the 2 groups of Zhao country's forces. The last group of troops protected Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage like an iron wall. When the flag was moved, the coiling dragon array rose, and the flying dragon array moved. They could retreat and attack. Every change of the array was invulnerable. On the other hand, Zhao Country's side wasn't so optimistic. Waves of shadow dragon guards fell down, and screams sounded everywhere. General Nangong could only watch as the formations he had never seen before mercilessly devoured his army, like the jaws of a giant beast. He was held back by the young master of the Dark Knight Gate, and the 3 ghost-faced generals, and couldn't even give out orders. While he was in a daze, Chang Jing's sword came over and pierced his waist. She then waved her hand and chopped off one of his arms. Chapter 596. Empress Dowager Zhuang sat in the carriage and personally witnessed this hunt. That's right, it was a hunt. She knew how strong the Dragon Shadow Guards were. Strictly speaking, the Dragon Shadow Guards that Nangong Jiang brought were a bit stronger than the Dragon Shadow Guards of Zhao Country. However, in front of Marquis Xianping's Ghostface army, this group of Dragon Shadow Guards had no place to use their martial arts. They became prey in the forest, allowing the Ghostface army to hunt them down. This was a tactical advantage, and also an overwhelming aura. Marquis Xianping seemed to have a natural aura. He just stood there and didn't do anything. His aura of being number 1 in the world was very well grasped. Of course, bluffing wasn't enough. He had to have a strong military force and strength. Reality proved that Marquis Xianping did all of this. Not long ago, Empress Dowager Zhuang thought that the most proficient military officer in Zhao Country was the old Marquis of Ding, Ngu Chao. Now that she saw how Marquis Xianping dealt with the Dragon Shadow Guards of Yan Country, she knew that Marquis Xianping's understanding of the battlefield and tactics had reached a level that no one could match. If this kind of person was born in a large family like the Nangong family, who knows what kind of achievements he would have. It didn't take long for the hunt to end, leaving only a few survivors. Take the captives back for interrogation. As for the rest, clean up what should be cleaned up, and bury what should be buried. Clean up meant taking the other side's weapons and belongings. On this point, Marquis Xianping and Gu Jiao's methods were the same. They couldn't waste any war resources. As for properly disposing of the corpses, it was mainly to prevent a plague. General Nangong saw that the situation was hopeless, and he had lost an arm. He didn't have time to fight with the young master of the Anya sect. He threw a black gunpowder and turned to run. Chang Jing held a long sword and chased after him with a cold expression. Marquis Xianping wasn't worried about Chang Jing's safety. In the capital, other than those old things in Long Yi, no one could touch Chang Jing. Moreover, Nangong Li had lost an arm. Marquis Xianping came to the front of Empress Dowager Zhuang's carriage and dismounted. He bowed to the closed curtain of the carriage and said, "I came late to save you and frightened you." Marquis Xianping did not really come to greet her. Empress Dowager Zhuang glanced at Xiao Heng beside her and said, "Go. Let your father send you back. I will return to the palace tonight." "Xiao Heng, you made an appointment with Auntie Lu to play Yezi cards. Let's go." Empress Dowager Zhuang said. Xiao Heng reluctantly got off the carriage. Marquis Xianping picked a docile horse for him. "I left in a hurry and didn't prepare a carriage. Come ride this." Xiao Heng expressionlessly walked up to the horse, grabbed the saddle, and was just about to step on the stirrups to get on. Marquis Xianping suddenly reached out and grabbed his waist, intending to lift him up like when he was a child. However, Xiao Heng indifferently turned his face. "I'm not a child anymore. I can ride a horse." Marquis Xianping angrily withdrew his hand. Xiao Heng really stepped on the stirrups, and nimbly flipped over to sit on it. Marquis Xianping was shocked. He really grew up. Marquis Xianping also mounted his horse. His horse was much wilder than Xiao Heng's horse. As soon as it got close to Xiao Heng's horse, it began to be fierce and bully it. Xiao Heng's horse was scared out of its wits. Marquis Xianping impatiently pulled the reins and threatened, "If you show off again, I'll stew you when we get back." Then his horse became obedient. Perhaps it was to curry favor with its smelly master who had no conscience, no morals, and did not cherish his mount. It even used its head to rub Xiao Heng's horse's head in a very flattering manner. Xiao Heng's horse was even more frightened. Marquis Xianping's horse. At this time on the other side, Grand Tutor Zhuang was captured by Marquis Xianping's men. This old fellow had caused a lot of trouble. According to Marquis Xianping's personality, he would not use the Yaman's methods. He had to be killed now. Xiao Heng opened his mouth. I promised Royal Prince and to spare his grandfather's life. Although Marquis Xianping really wanted to crush that old fellow to death, since his son had said so, it was not impossible to spare his dog life. After all, living was suffering. He would just let him live a life worse than death. Xiao Heng opened his mouth first. Although there was something, Marquis Xianping was still quite happy. He smiled. Son, why did you think of writing me a letter? Do you think that your father is still the most reliable? Xiao Heng glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. I just don't want Jiao Jiao to go to war again. If the Gu army was mobilized, Gu Jiao would definitely follow. Marquis Xianping sat on the horse and leaned to the side. He leaned closer to his son and said, the Gu army is not as strong as my Ghost Face army. They will have a lot of casualties when dealing with the Dragon Shadow Guards, but my Ghost Face army will not. The Ghost Face army was originally a high-end fighting force. They were few in number, but their fighting strength was very strong. They were very suitable to deal with the Yin country's death soldiers. Xiao Heng said seriously. The Gu army is large and their fighting strength is not bad. Marquis Xianping's face showed that he did not want to listen. Anyway, you came to me. In your heart, I am the strongest. He was already an adult, and he was still talking about this. Xiao Heng did not want to talk to him anymore. Xiao Heng wanted the horse to go faster, but he did not have a whip. He hesitated and said lightly, Can you make it go faster? Marquis Xianping shamelessly said, No. He just wanted to spend more time with his son. Xiao Heng took a deep breath and held the reins tightly. There is a shortcut nearby. Go there. Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched. Damn, I forgot about this. Xiao Heng led the way and got off the official road at a fork in the road. There was a village here. After walking over, they could cross a small stream and save half the distance. However, when Xiao Heng reached the stream, he discovered the stream had risen. Xiao Heng's face instantly darkened. Was he so unlucky? This was because the snow on the mountain top had melted, and the snow water had gathered into a stream. The originally shallow stream was now up to his thighs. The deepest part might be even deeper. The most important thing was that the stream was a little turbulent. Xiao Heng's horse did not want to move. Marquis Xianping's mount was eager to try. However, the water was deep, and it was not safe to ride on a horse. It was not easy to lead the way, but it ended up like this. It would be a lie to say that he was not embarrassed. Xiao Heng gritted his teeth and decided to turn back. If he lost face, then so be it. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Marquis Xianping spoke first. He dismounted and said to Xiao Heng, Come down. Walk over. Xiao Heng was a man. His bottom line was to turn back. But if he said that he could not swim over in front of his father, he would find it hard to say. He took a deep breath and dismounted. Steeling his heart, he strode toward the fast stream. Unexpectedly, just as his feet stepped on the water, he was grabbed by a pair of strong hands and thrown onto his back. Xiao Heng felt the world spin. By the time he reacted, Marquis Xianping had already carried him on his back and used 2 hands to support his legs. Without any hesitation, he swam into the cold stream. On the battlefield, he had encountered all kinds of terrible and dangerous terrains. For Marquis Xianping, this kind of stream could be crossed with his eyes closed. However, that was when he was alone. It did not matter if he fell or bumped into something. Now that he had his son on his back, he became especially careful. He did not dare to take a single step. He had to step in every circle and choose the most suitable place to step. When a person's heart had someone else's weight, their life would also have that person's weight. Marquis Xianping walked for a long time in a stream less than 2 zhang wide. He did not let Xiao Heng feel the slightest bit of stagger. After walking to the other side, Marquis Xianping's waist and abdomen were completely soaked. Xiao Heng's shoes were only slightly wet. Marquis Xianping had no intention of putting him down. He continued to carry him forward. Xiao Heng lay on his back and said with a serious expression, Put me down. I'll walk by myself. Marquis Xianping walked steadily, as if he was flying. His wet military boots creaked on the ground. This is a mountain path. It's not easy to walk. Behind the two, in a place Xiao Heng could not see, the blood in the stream was washed away by the waves. Marquis Xianping carried Xiao Heng up the mountain and down the mountain. The water droplets on his body dripped all the way. At first Xiao Heng really thought that they were all water droplets. But gradually, as the water droplets decreased, an increasingly strong smell of blood gradually spread from Marquis Xianping's body. Xiao Heng frowned and looked back at the ground. Under the thin moonlight, there were bloody footprints on the ground. You're injured? Xiao Heng asked in surprise. When fighting against the people of Yan, Marquis Xianping did not personally use force, so it should not be a new injury. Marquis Xianping carelessly grunted. Minor injury. There was no one who did not get injured on the battlefield. Over the years, there were countless large and small injuries on his body. The most serious one was a waist injury many years ago. He had been injured in the same place 3 times, leaving behind a permanent illness. This time, it was also because of the recurrence of the waist injury in the last battle. He was accidentally stabbed twice, once on the back and once on the thigh. When he received Xiao Heng's letter, he was getting stitches in the military camp. Xiao Heng suddenly became very angry. Why didn't you say you were injured? You even rode a horse. Dripping water. Walking. Carrying people on your back. Marquis Xianping suddenly stopped and slightly turned his head. Heng, are you worried about me? Xiao Heng choked and turned his face away. I'm not. Chapter 597. There are novels with connotations that can't be found online here. Marquis Xianping didn't put Xiao Heng down. It wasn't until Marquis Xianping's horse took Xiao Heng's horse back to the official road that the two of them rode back to the inner city of the capital. Not going back to Qishui Alley? Marquis Xianping saw that Xiao Heng was not leading the way. Xiao Heng said in a low voice, Yes, I'll stay with my mother for the next few days. Marquis Xianping didn't ask any more questions. Although he and Princess Xinyang have been husband and wife for many years, they didn't interfere with each other and didn't disturb each other. Therefore, this was the first time he came to the house in Juke Street. He watched Xiao Heng go in and planned to leave. However, Xiao Heng opened his mouth and stopped him. You deal with your injuries first. In order not to sound like he was concerned about him, he added, There's a doctor here. Your mother. She's not here. Marquis Xianping raised an eyebrow. I was wondering how you became so bold and dared to take your father back. He had been looking forward to it for so long. It was not easy for him to get a little bit of concern from his son. It was impossible for Marquis Xianping to miss the opportunity to get along with his son. No matter what, he had to wait until his son called him father again. Marquis Xianping dismounted from his horse. When he carried Xiao Heng over the mountains, he didn't even frown. Now that he was home, he acted. In order to show the seriousness of his injury, he limped into the house in an exaggerated manner. Xiao Heng looked at his left leg, and his face instantly darkened. You hurt your right leg. Marquis Xianping. At this time it was already the second half of the night. Gu Jiao was also injured and needed to rest. Xiao Heng didn't wake her up. But Dr. Song was here, and had just finished taking Gu Jiao's temperature. Xiao Heng placed Marquis Xianping in his room, and invited Dr. Song over. Dr. Song was a sensible person. After he came to Juke Avenue, he had already vaguely guessed Xiao Liulang's identity. But he didn't ask much. Seeing Xiao Liulang bring Marquis Xianping back, he still didn't ask anything. Xiao Heng took out a set of his own clothes for Marquis Xianping to change into. To be honest, there was still a difference in the stature of the father and son. Marquis Xianping practiced martial arts all year round, so he was naturally more burly than Xiao Heng. However, the two of them were actually about the same height. Marquis Xianping looked at the clothes that weren't too short, and couldn't help but sigh once again. His son had really grown up. Dr. Song began to deal with Marquis Xianping's injuries. Xiao Heng thought that there were only 2 knife wounds on his body. But who would have thought that when Dr. Song opened his coat, the old and new scars on his back almost made Xiao Heng stunned. Marquis Xianping had a handsome jade-like face, which made people subconsciously think that his body was the same as his face. Who would have thought that he was already covered with cuts and bruises? In Marquis Xianping's eyes, these small injuries were not injuries. What he remembered was the knife on his back, and the knife on his right leg. Marquis Xianping looked up, and saw his son looking at him in a daze. He forgot that his son hated these fighting and killing things the most. The toys he made for his son when he was a child. His son didn't like any of them. These scars must be very ugly. Marquis Xianping hurriedly pulled up his clothes and said to Xiaoheng, "You go out first." Xiaoheng's eyelashes trembled. He turned around and walked out with a complicated expression. "Howie, your wounds have been stitched more than once, right?" Dr. Song looked at Marquis Xianping's two important injuries and said, Marquis Xianping vaguely replied, "I've stitched them once or twice." Marquis Xianping's wound was stitched once when he came back from the battlefield. After that, he tore the wound when he was traveling nonstop. He stitched them once or twice when he changed horses at the station. Dr. Song earnestly said, "Howie, it's very dangerous for you to be like this. If you are injured, you should take a good rest. The most taboo is to tear the wound repeatedly. This is more serious than a direct stab." "Then, will I be crippled?" Marquis Xianping asked. Dr. Song sighed and said, "You are lucky. My family has special medicine. Otherwise, your legs will really be crippled." Marquis Xianping's wound was already red and inflamed. He soaked it with water just now. Dr. Song has never seen such a disobedient patient. If it weren't for the family's anti-inflammatory medicine, even the gods can't save him. Dr. Song cleaned Marquis Xianping's wound. He couldn't help but sigh at Marquis Xianping's special physique. In the case of repeated tearing, it can still grow. It's just a local infection. It will be a bit troublesome to treat and nurse it. "I'll remove the thread first," Dr. Song said. "Remove it." Marquis Xianping didn't care. "It may hurt a little," Dr. Song said while removing the thread. When he turned his head, Marquis Xianping had already fallen asleep. Marquis Xianping seemed to have sensed something. He tried to open his eyes and said in a daze, "What did you say?" Dr. Song said, "Nothing, I'm done. I'm going to give you an injection." Marquis Xianping looked at the infusion bottle and infusion needle that Dr. Song brought over. He tilted his head and continued to sleep. Dr. Song connected the pulse tube for him and muttered, "This is the first time you're doing this, but you're not afraid." There were too many injuries on Marquis Xianping's body that needed to be dealt with. It was already half an hour later when Dr. Song came out of the house. Xiaoheng was waiting for him in the corridor. Dr. Song walked forward with his medicine box and said, "Xiao Darren." Xiaoheng turned around and asked, "How is he?" Dr. Song said, "He fell asleep. The injuries on his body have been dealt with. To be honest, his injuries are a bit serious. The wound on his back is so long, and the wound on his leg is so deep." Xiaoheng looked at the length and depth of Dr. Song's hand. His handsome eyebrows suddenly wrinkled. Dr. Song sighed and said, "Does he not want to live anymore? If he was injured, he should recuperate in the barracks. Why did he rush back?" Dr. Song didn't know anything about the Yin country. Xiaoheng's throat moved a bit, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Then can it be cured?" Dr. Song said truthfully. "It can be cured, but it's hard to say whether there will be any sequelae. It seems that he still has to wait for Jiao to wake up and ask her if she has a cure." This was Princess Xinyang's house. Xiaoheng didn't intend to let Marquis Xianping stay overnight. However, Marquis Xianping was injured like this. He can't really wake him up and send him back. Xiaoheng entered the house. There was a dim oil lamp on the table. Marquis Xianping was sleeping soundly with an infusion bottle. Perhaps only at this time did he lose his arrogant and domineering posture in front of others. His eyebrows were haggard and tired. In fact, his injury was there from beginning to end. It's just that when he was awake, his aura was too strong, so people couldn't feel his weakness. Xiaoheng knew that he had never grown up to be what he had hoped for. He wanted a son that could inherit his legacy, a son that could follow him onto the battlefield, a son that he could be proud of. But regardless of whether it was him who had been gifted at a young age, or him who had become the chancellor of the Imperial College at a young age, or him who had climbed up step by step from a quagmire to gradually display his abilities in court. None of them could make him proud or satisfied. When the sky began to brighten, Princess Xingyang rushed back from outside the city. She could have arrived much earlier, but there was a heavy rain outside the city's western gate. Along the way, there was a small landslide, and they were blocked for most of the night. The first thing Princess Xingyang did after returning to the city was quickly go home to see her son. Just as she entered the yard, she saw a maidservant come out of Xiao Heng's room with a basin of blood. Her eyebrows jumped. The thing she was most worried about had happened. Aheng had been schemed against by the people of Yin country. Aheng. Chapter 598. This was very awkward. The awkward one was Princess Xingyang. Someone as thick-skinned as Marquis Xianping would not feel awkward. He was just very confused. Princess Xingyang's face still had 2 lines of undried tears. Marquis Xianping was even more confused. I haven't died yet. Is there a need for this? Crying like this? Is the important point that you haven't died yet? I, Princess Xingyang, Qin Fengwan, will not shed a single tear for you, Marquis Xianping. Also, what's with your tone of confusion when you said Qin Fengwan? You don't even know who I am, yet you dare to treat me so familiarly. Princess Xingyang could not continue her silent criticism. Why are you here? When did you return to the capital? Princess Xingyang did not know about last night's plan. My son brought me back, Marquis Xianping confidently said. When he mentioned Xiao Heng, his tone was very relaxed. This meant that Xiao Heng was fine. The medicine in the room, and the basin of bloody water that the maidservant had just brought out should be Marquis Xianping's. Princess Xingyang let out a sigh of relief. Her son being fine was fine. As for the man, it did not matter. Princess Xingyang wiped away the tears on her face, and raised her chin like a proud peacock. Once you've recovered, return to your manor. Marquis Xianping looked at her with a baffled expression. Qin Fengwan, the person who threw herself at me seemed to be you. Can you not act like you dislike me every time you take advantage of me? Princess Xingyang glared at him. I, Marquis Xianping earnestly said. If you were like this during the consummation, then forget it. You said you ate the wrong medicine, and I believed you for the time being. But you didn't eat the wrong medicine today, right? Princess Xingyang choked. Isn't that because you were lying in Aheng's bed? I thought you were him. Marquis Xianping put his arm behind his head and looked at her without blinking, as though he was considering the truth of her words. After a while he shook his head. Qin Fengwan, I don't believe you. Princess Xingyang. This person had been thick-skinned for a long time. Princess Xingyang felt that if she were to argue with him, the one who would be angered to death wouldn't be the thick-skinned one. Princess Xingyang ignored him and turned to leave the courtyard. Xiao Heng had just come out of Gu Jiao's room and was about to bring Gu Jiao to treat Marquis Xuanping's injury. Seeing that something was wrong, he hurriedly pulled his wife back into the room. Stop! Princess Xingyang shouted. Xiao Heng's body trembled. He pushed Gu Jiao into the room and closed the door with both hands. Gu Jiao poked her head out of the door. What's wrong? Xiao Heng hurriedly blocked her with his body and whispered. Go in quickly. Gu Jiao blinked strangely. Oh! Xiao Heng closed the door for Gu Jiao, then turned around and walked towards his mother with a smile. Mother, good morning. Princess Xingyang snapped. What do you mean by early? What's going on? Xiao Heng told her about what happened last night. My injury was too serious, so I brought him back to have Jiao Jiao take a look. Princess Xingyang coldly said. Why didn't you tell me about such an important plan earlier? You're still close to your father. Xiao Heng, why are you jealous? This was a trap. The fewer people who knew, the more realistic the situation would be, and the more likely it would be to lure Grand Tutor Zhuang and the people of Yan. Are you that angry with me? I'm not angry with you, I'm. Xiao Heng looked at her seriously, waiting for her to continue, but she didn't say anything. It was too hard to say, thinking of how she had hugged Xiao Ji and cried her heart out. Princess Xingyang wished she could find a brick and knock herself out. Really? Princess Xingyang blushed in embarrassment and walked away angrily. Xiao Heng strangely rubbed his chin. My mother, what kind of reaction is this? Last night's event was very big. The news that Marquis Xianping returned to the capital with a ghost army gradually spread in the capital. This was Marquis Xianping's secret army, which had never been used in the Battle of the South Island. Now that it suddenly appeared in the capital, it naturally caused a big sensation. The emperor summoned Marquis Xianping into the palace. Because Princess Xinyang was acting as regent and was Marquis Xianping's wife, she was also summoned into Pure Flower's palace. Marquis Xianping entered the palace in a wheelchair. This was Dr. Gu's medical advice and couldn't be disobeyed. The other carriage had gone out to purchase, so there was only one carriage. Marquis Xianping couldn't ride a horse right now, so he could only ride with Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang also had Yujin sit inside. Open the windows and lift the curtains. Marquis Xianping glanced at her, but didn't say anything. After getting off the carriage, Marquis Xianping said to Princess Xinyang, Chang Jing hasn't returned from capturing someone. Princess Xinyang didn't push him, and found a eunuch to push him in. Marquis Xianping first reported the situation on the South Island. All of the pirates had been cleared out. Not only that, Marquis Xianping had also fought on the sea and expanded Zhao country's sea by hundreds of li. Now Zhao country's banners were fluttering in the wind on Jadeite Island, the furthest South Island. This was a pleasant surprise. To be honest, the emperor had previously muttered to Eunuch Wei about why the South had started fighting first, but still hadn't ended it. Who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would act on his own initiative and turn all of the islands into Zhao countries? The emperor could imagine Marquis Xianping wielding a large saber, with one foot on the mast, and looking down arrogantly at the people on the islands. Those who surrender will be spared. Are your injuries okay? The emperor asked. Minor injuries, Marquis Xianping said. The emperor's gaze swept over Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang. Speaking of which, why did you two enter the palace together? Marquis Xianping said lightly. Oh, last night I rested with the princess. Everyone was shocked. You rested with the princess, you too. Princess Xinyang quickly changed the topic. Your Majesty, Imperial tutor Zhuang colluded with the people of Yan. There was such a thing. The emperor's attention was successfully diverted. Imperial tutor Zhuang's crimes were too numerous to list, and could not be explained in a few words. Fortunately, Xiao Heng had already written his crimes into a memorial that night. Princess Xinyang directly presented the memorial to the emperor. The emperor had already learned from Empress Xiao that Xiao Lulang was Xiao Heng, and that his birth mother was a female slave from Yan. But from the fact that the people of Yan had repeatedly chased after Xiao Heng, it was likely that the female slave from Yan had some other secrets. The emperor asked, That General Nangong is called Nangong Li? Where is he? Marquis Xianping said. Chang Jing went to give chase. His subordinates captured a few people alive. Will your Majesty personally interrogate them, or will this official interrogate them? You interrogate them, the emperor said. Marquis Xianping nodded, then thought of something and said, Aheng said to leave Imperial tutor Zhuang with his lowly life. Everything else is up to you. Imperial tutor Zhuang had committed so many crimes that even dying 100 times would not be enough. But since Marquis Xianping had personally made this request, the emperor would not refuse to give him face. It was just that Imperial tutor Zhuang's position as an official would be completely lost. The glory of the Zhuang clan would also be destroyed. Then let's confiscate the property and send him into exile. The emperor looked at the contents of Xiao Heng's memorial and said, The previous emperor's blank imperial edict was destroyed by Zhuang Yuheng. He can be considered to have performed a great service, so he will be exempt from punishment. Princess Xinyang said, Ever since that child met Aheng, he has become different from before. It's mainly because our son taught him well. This is called one is marked by the company one keeps. Marquis Xianping spoke a rare literary phrase. And Princess Xinyang did not argue with the hour, in a rare moment. The emperor was confused. Did you two really spare no effort in praising your son? The empress misses you very much. Go to Kuanning Palace in a bit to visit her. The emperor said to Marquis Xianping. Yes. Leaving Pure Flower's palace, Princess Xinyang planned to leave the palace. Marquis Xianping called her from his wheelchair. Are you not going to visit little Qi? Qin Chuyu had been poisoned. Although he had been cured, he was still in the process of recovering. Even if Empress Xiao did not like Princess Xinyang, she still doted on her son Xiaoheng. Princess Xinyang also doted on Qin Chuyu. Princess Xinyang pondered a bit. Going with Marquis Xianping was better than going alone. At the very least, she would not have to stare at Empress Xiao. The two brought Eugene and a eunuch pushing the wheelchair to Kunning Palace. Empress Xiao saw that her brother was sitting in a wheelchair and thought that he was disabled. Unable to hold back, she began to cry. Princess Xinyang thought of Empress Dowager Zhuang. They had both entered the palace as empresses, but Zhuang Jince was no longer Zhuang Jince. Xiao Shuyu, however, would always be the young girl that she was before she married. Was this what it was like to have someone supporting and protecting you? Empress Xiao cried until she was out of breath. Snot and tears flowed down her face. She was willful and straightforward. Marquis Xianping sat in his wheelchair and leaned back in disgust. Xiao Shuyu, you're so ugly. Marquis Xianping decided to ignore his sister. She had cried so much since she was young. He asked someone to push him to see Qin Chuyu. With her brother gone, Empress Xiao stopped crying. Why did you stop crying? Princess Xinyang asked. Empress Xiao said, why should I cry? My brother is no longer here. Why should I cry for you to see? Princess Xinyang thought for a bit and said, you two were very close. Empress Xiao said without restraint, of course. I only have one brother, and he only has one sister. If anyone dared to bully me when I was young, I would tell my brother, and he would beat him. Princess Xinyang asked, if the person who bullied you was very, very powerful, would your brother beat him? Empress Xiao said without hesitation, of course. When I was young, he might not be able to win every time, but he would still stand up for me. This was her brother. He would rather be covered in blood than let his sister suffer the slightest bit of grievance. Even if he could not defeat the other party, he would still bite off a piece of flesh from the other party. He wanted to warn everyone that no one could bully the person that he, Xiao Ji, wanted to protect. They ate lunch in the palace. Marquis Xianping couldn't eat the exquisite but tasteless imperial food in the palace. Empress Xiao had the small kitchen make a table of delicious home-cooked dishes. Thanks to Marquis Xianping, Qin Chuyu didn't have to eat porridge today. He sat at the table and looked at the sumptuous dishes on the table, drooling. In front of Princess Xinyang was a bright plate of braised pork tendons with scallions. After Marquis Xianping sat down and talked to Empress Xiao, he inadvertently moved the plate of braised pork tendons with scallions and placed a plate of vegetarian three delicacies in front of her. Empress Xiao suddenly remembered that Princess Xinyang seemed to have started eating vegetables in recent years. Right. When they finished eating, Empress Xiao said to Marquis Xianping, old Princess Consort Liang's family will be coming to the capital in a few days. Princess Xinyang's hand that was holding the bowl and chopsticks paused. Old Princess Consort Liang, Marquis Xianping said. The Emperor's 9th grand-aunt? Empress Xiao smiled. Brother, you still remember her? Marquis Xianping said. I don't have a deep impression of her, but old Prince Liang does. Old Prince Liang was the previous emperor's 9th uncle. He was 8 years older than the previous emperor, and the two grew up like brothers. When the previous emperor fought for the throne, old Prince Liang put in a lot of effort. The previous emperor was very grateful and thought highly of him. He even went to the Yin Kingdom to buy the Shadow Dragon guards. Is his body still healthy? Marquis Xianping asked. Empress Xiao shook her head with a grave expression. It's said that he's not very healthy. This time, he didn't come from his fief, and only had old Princess Consort Liang bring her own son. 9th granduncle is kind-hearted and loves the people like his own children. He did a lot of good things for the people in his fief. I hope he can live a long life. As she spoke, Empress Xiao looked at Princess Xinyang. Speaking of which, 9th granduncle and 9th grandaunt loved Princess Xinyang very much. They even brought Princess Xinyang to live with them for a while. 9th grandaunt praised Princess Xinyang for being sensible. She also said that it was a pity that Princess Xinyang wasn't her daughter. She dreamed of having such a beautiful daughter. Princess Xinyang's face turned pale. Marquis Xianping sensed her abnormality and turned to ask her, "What's wrong?" Princess Xinyang composed herself. "It's nothing. I'm full. I still have something to do, so I'll leave first." She put down her bowl and chopsticks, got up and walked out. Empress Xiao looked at her unhappy back, and was confused. "Did I say something wrong?" Marquis Xianping looked deeply at Princess Xinyang and said, "I'm also full. I'll come see you and little Qi another day." "Hey, you only ate a little." Empress Xiao frowned, puzzled. "What's wrong with you too?" "Qin Fengwan." At the palace entrance, Marquis Xianping called Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang stood in front of the carriage, her pale face half turned. "I can't sit in the same carriage as you. Have the Empress send you another carriage." Marquis Xianping looked at her. "Don't you just have to open the window and lift the curtain?" Princess Xinyang pinched her fingers, her eyes red. Her voice trembled as she said, "Not now." Marquis Xianping pushed the wheelchair toward her. She suddenly squatted on the ground, hugged her head and screamed, "Don't come over." Marquis Xianping stood up and walked over, looking at her with a frown. "Qin Fengwan, Qin Fengwan?" Princess Xinyang's eyes turned black, and she fainted. Chapter 599. Ignoring the doctor's advice, Marquis Xianping abandoned his wheelchair and walked forward. He picked up the unconscious Princess Xinyang and carried her into the carriage. This scene happened too suddenly. Even Eugene didn't immediately regain her senses. The princess's problem had clearly lessened, so why did it suddenly become like this? Because she had already fainted. She didn't care about her earlier words about not sharing a carriage with anyone. "Come up," Marquis Xianping said to Eugene. "Yes." Eugene sat in the carriage. "I'll do it, Marquis," Eugene said softly. Marquis Xianping looked at the pale Princess Xinyang in his arms. He considered the possibility of her waking up halfway and fainting from his fright. In the end, he nodded and handed Princess Xinyang to Eugene. Eugene hugged Princess Xinyang and gently held her hand. Marquis Xianping frowned. Although he and Princess Xinyang didn't interfere with each other, they were still husband and wife, and had done it before. Now, he could only watch as she lay in another woman's arms. What was going on? Marquis Xianping's face was filled with irritation. He suddenly stood up and lifted the curtain. Eugene froze and asked, "Marquis, what are you doing?" Marquis Xianping said coldly, "Get off the carriage and ride a horse. Otherwise, she'll faint from fright when she wakes up." "But your injury." Before Eugene could finish, Marquis Xianping had already gotten off the carriage and robbed a servant's horse to ride. Xiao Heng had gone to the Ministry of Justice to deal with official business. Gu Jiao had been lying in bed for several days. Today she could finally move freely. She first went to the courtyard to loosen her muscles and bones. Then, she picked up the red tasseled spear and practiced a set of spear techniques. Martial arts had to be practiced every day. Otherwise, it would be easy to become rusty. Halfway through her practice, Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang returned. Gu Jiao knew that they had entered the palace. When they left, they sat in the same carriage. When they came back, it was Marquis Xianping riding a horse and Princess Xinyang sitting in a carriage. Did they have a fight? Marquis Xianping calmly dismounted and threw the horsewhip to the maidservant guarding the door. Then, he said to Gu Jiao, who was in the courtyard, "The princess has fainted. Go and take a look." "Oh." Gu Jiao put away the red tasseled spear and looked around. "Give it to me." Marquis Xianping extended his hand towards Gu Jiao and took her red tasseled spear. Gu Jiao glanced at his waist and thighs. Without saying anything, she walked towards the door. Gu Jiao carried the unconscious Princess Xinyang back to her room and placed her on the soft bed. Eugene followed in and asked worriedly, "Jiao Jiao, will the princess be all right?" Gu Jiao first looked at her pupils, which were normal. Then he put 3 fingers on her wrist and began to feel her pulse. "What's the situation? How did she faint?" Eugene lowered her eyes and said, "She fainted at the palace gates. Before she fainted, she went to Pure Flower's palace and Palace of Earthly Tranquility. I didn't go with her, so I don't know what happened. When she came out of Palace of Earthly Tranquility, Her complexion didn't look good. When we arrived at the palace gates, the princess said to the marquis that she didn't want to ride in the same carriage as the marquis. The marquis? The marquis asked the princess a few questions, and then the princess fainted. She fainted when he asked her? Did he say something that made her angry? Gu Jiao undid Princess Xinyang's lapels and tightly bound belt so that she could breathe better. Princess Xinyang's angina had long been cured, so her fainting had nothing to do with angina. Instead, it seemed that she had fainted because she had been provoked. Yu Jin's words were clearly hiding something. After Gu Jiao undid Princess Xinyang's clothes, she pulled over a thin blanket and covered her. She turned to look at Eugene. Aunt Eugene, if you don't tell me the truth, it will be very difficult for me to make an accurate diagnosis for the princess. Eugene wanted to say something, but hesitated. After Marquis Xianping put away Gu Jiao's red tasseled spear, he walked in. It was even more difficult for Eugene to speak. Gu Jiao pointed to a chair on the side. Sit. Marquis Xianping was definitely the most disobedient patient. If she told him not to move, his wound would definitely swell again. The atmosphere in the room was very strange. Marquis Xianping looked at Eugene with a gaze that was so intense that Eugene couldn't breathe. Eugene looked at the unconscious Princess Xinyang and struggled internally. In the end, her desire to heal Princess Xinyang prevailed. She lowered her head and said slowly, Princess Xinyang can't come into contact with men. Whenever a man gets too close to her, she will feel uncomfortable. To what extent? How close? How uncomfortable? Gu Jiao asked seriously. That is, Eugene could be considered an orderly person. After a short period of nervousness and confusion, she sorted out Princess Xinyang's situation. If it's outside, the limit is 3 steps. If it's inside, Princess Xinyang can't be in the same room as a man. Marquis Xianping frowned. So that time in the attic she was really scared. She still refused to admit it. This happened a few months ago. At that time, Gu Jiao hadn't gone to the frontier fortress. Princess Xinyang fell down in the attic and was injured. Marquis Xianping went to save her, but she was scared out of her wits. Gu Jiao also arrived at the scene and saw Princess Xinyang's abnormality. But based on the situation at the time, Gu Jiao thought it was claustrophobia. How long has she been in this situation? Gu Jiao asked. Eugene shook her head. I don't know, the princess didn't tell me. I only served the princess after the princess got married. At that time, she was already in such a condition. I tried to ask the princess, but the princess refused to say anything. Gu Jiao pondered. After you came to the princess's side, has she always been like this? Or has her condition worsened or improved? Eugene said truthfully. In the past 2 years, she has improved a little. She can ride the same carriage with Marquis. In fact, Princess Xinyang had also ridden in the Yin State's pharmacist's carriage. But the Yin State's pharmacist's carriage didn't have curtains. The front and back were all open. It didn't look like a claustrophobic space. Marquis Xianping thought of the last few times he rode the same carriage with Princess Xinyang. But this Marquis doesn't see her as relaxed. So Marquis noticed? Eugene was surprised. Marquis Xianping coldly snorted. What? So in your eyes this Marquis is just a big uncouth man? You didn't notice any of these minor things? Eugene bowed. Eugene misspoke. Marquis Xianping sternly said, I don't blame you. As a military general, men are indeed not as meticulous as you women. But this Marquis is gifted. How can I be an ordinary person? Eugene. How can he stick gold on his face like this? Eugene could only pretend she didn't hear anything. She continued. It's not easy, but she can endure it. If she can't endure it, she will faint like today. Gu Jiao said. But husband and Long Yi seem to be fine. Eugene nodded slightly. Little Marquis and Long Yi are exceptions. Marquis Xianping was unhappy. Forget about Xiaoheng. He was her son. But why was Long Yi an exception? Eugene hurriedly explained. Long Yi wasn't able to get close to the princess from the start. It's just that little Marquis likes Long Yi too much and always pesters Long Yi. After Long Yi got along with the princess and little Marquis for a long time, the princess slowly started to see him as a child. So in Qin Fengwan's eyes, Xiao Ji was a serious and majestic man. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. Wait, there's still something wrong. Eugene looked at Marquis Xianping and said earnestly, Marquis, the princess doesn't mean to dislike you. She just can't get along with men. Please don't blame her. Marquis Xianping frowned and muttered. So that night, she really ate the wrong medicine. Marquis, what did you say? Eugene didn't hear clearly. Marquis Xianping said indifferently, nothing. So he was trying to make an antidote for a woman? Gu Jiao finished measuring Princess Xinyang's blood pressure and said, Aunt Eugene said that the princess's condition has improved in the past 2 years, but she suddenly fainted today. She must have suffered some trauma in the palace. Marquis, do you remember? Of course Marquis Xianping had an impression. It was only after Empress Xiao mentioned old Liang and his wife that Princess Xinyang started to feel strange. After leaving Vermilion Bird Avenue, Marquis Xianping returned to his estate. Steward Lu didn't go to war and hadn't seen his master for several months. He was so excited that his eyes shone. Marquis, you're finally back. Enough. Marquis Xianping waved his hand impatiently and sat on a chair. Do you know old Liang? Steward Lu said. I know. His Majesty and Princess Xinyang's 9th great-uncle. Why did Marquis suddenly ask about him? Marquis Xianping said. Investigate him and old Liang Wangfei. Steward Lu asked. Can this little one ask why? Marquis Xianping gave him a sharp look, and Steward Lu shrunk his neck resentfully. This little one can't. There's no need to investigate everything. That would take too much time. Investigating information was the same as going into battle to kill the enemy. Marquis Xianping thought for a moment and said, Investigate everything related to Princess Xinyang. Steward Lu had an extremely speechless expression. Marquis, you beat around the bush. If you want to investigate Princess Xinyang, just say it. Marquis Xianping said indifferently. What? This Marquis can't investigate? Steward Lu smiled embarrassedly. Of course you can. You're the Marquis. Who can't you investigate? However, you don't need to investigate. If you want to know anything, just ask me. I came from old Liang's estate. Marquis Xianping's mouth twitched as he looked at him. You have this kind of experience? Steward Lu coughed lightly. I'm not an important person. In old Liang's estate, I was just a handyman. Later, old Liang moved to his fief to build an estate. I didn't follow. He didn't bring you. Marquis Xianping exposed him. Steward Lu put on a fake smile. At the time, he was still young. He was just a lowly handyman. Naturally, he didn't have the right to follow him to his fief. Marquis Xianping continued. Then tell me about old Liang and his wife. They doted on Princess Xinyang. Is it true? Steward Lu said without hesitation. It's true. It's truer than real gold. Old Liang loved to listen to music. He had an opera troupe in his estate. I was young then, only 8 years old. I came in with the opera troupe. After the opera troupe dispersed, I didn't leave. I stayed behind to be a handyman. When I was in the estate, I heard that old Liang and old Liang's wife doted on the previous emperor's 7th princess. At the time, Princess Xinyang hadn't reached marriageable age and didn't have a title. She was ranked 7th, so the servants called her 7th princess. Steward Lu continued. Old Liang and his wife often visited Princess Xinyang in the palace. They didn't have a daughter or a granddaughter, so they always doted on Princess Xinyang. Marquis Xianping said, I know this. I heard that they even brought Princess Xinyang to their estate for a short stay. Steward Lu said excitedly, That's right. There was such a thing. The opera troupe dispersed because of Princess Xinyang. What do you mean? Marquis Xianping frowned. Steward Lu recalled for a while and said, I remember. Princess Xinyang was only 6 or 7 years old that year. She came to stay in the manor for a short while. Old Liang Wangfei specially ordered the opera troupe to put on a few plays that children liked to watch. The troupe leader arranged. I don't remember what he arranged. I only remember that I took a knife and walked around the stage. She liked to watch operas? Marquis Xianping had never seen her listen to operas in all these years. Steward Lu shook his head. Now that I think about it, I feel that the princess didn't like it at the time. She sat quietly between King Liang and the princess consort. The two of them each held one of her hands lovingly. The maidservants below the stage were all laughing, but she was the only one who was expressionless. Marquis Xianping's eyes darkened. How did the disbanding of the opera troupe have anything to do with her? Steward Lu said. One day, Princess Xinyang suddenly came to the opera troupe late at night. The troupe leader asked her why she was here, but she didn't say anything. The troupe leader thought that she wanted to watch operas, so he went on stage and performed a few operas for her. Then the troupe leader said to her, "Seventh princess, it's getting late. Can we sing again tomorrow?" These events had happened so long ago that Steward Lu couldn't remember them clearly. But for some reason, when he suddenly thought about it today, Princess Xinyang's expression at that time became incomparably clear in his mind. She seemed to be pleading. Steward Lu said in a daze. But she still left in the end. She left alone. The next day, news of Princess Xinyang breaking her leg came from the estate. It was said that she fell and injured herself on the way back from the opera troupe. Old Liang's wife blamed everything on the opera troupe and disbanded the opera troupe without any explanation. Marquis Xianping muttered to himself for a moment, then said, "Then let me ask you, did anyone in the estate bully her?" Steward Lu said without hesitation, "Of course not. King Liang and his wife doted on the princess very much. No one dared to bully her. I remember that once, for some reason, old Liang's heir got into an argument with the princess and pushed her to the ground. It was grass, so it didn't hurt. But when old Liang found out, he hung his own son up and beat him up." Marquis Xianping said thoughtfully, "Qin Fengwan's personality isn't very likable. Of all the princesses, she's the most boring and unlike a child." King Liang and his wife don't like the lively and cute Ning'an, and they don't like the educated and reasonable Duqing. But they like her? Steward Lu smiled. "Princesses are the prettiest." "That's true. Of all the princesses, Princess Xinyang was the prettiest since she was young." In the afternoon, Marquis Xianping still went to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Gu Jiao was brewing medicine in the small kitchen. Marquis Xianping walked over and asked Gu Jiao, "She hasn't woken up yet?" Gu Jiao threw a piece of ginger into the medicine pot. "She woke up once, drank the medicine, and went back to sleep." Marquis Xianping's eyes focused. "Can her illness be cured?" Gu Jiao said, "Mental illness needs mental medicine." "Mental medicine? Qin Fengwan, what's your mental medicine?" After Gu Jiao finished brewing the medicine, she warmed it on the stove and reminded Yujin to drink the medicine when the princess woke up. This medicine was to be taken before meals. "Are you going out?" Yujin asked. "I'm going back for a while," Gu Jiao said. Yujin smiled. "You've stayed here for a few days, so it's time to go back and take a look. I'll take care of the princess, so don't worry." Yujin prepared a carriage for Gu Jiao. On the way back to Jishui Alley, they would pass by Lu Yixing's house. When they passed by the alley, Gu Jiao said to the coachman, "Stop for a moment. I have something to do." "Yes, Dr. Gu." The coachman stopped the carriage at the entrance of the alley. Gu Jiao only wanted to see if Lu Yixing had returned, so she didn't have much hope. Who knew that before she could knock on the door, a white figure would rush over from the wall and rush into her arms? Little sure. Gu Jiao hugged the little fatty in her arms. The little fatty snuggled up to her in her arms. Gu Jiao curled her lips. "Who's here?" Lu Yixing pulled open the wooden door from the courtyard and saw Gu Jiao outside. Gu Jiao was dressed in green and still looked like a young girl, but there was a hint of killing spirit between her brows. Lu Yixing's gaze froze. Gu Jiao said, "You're back?" She said she was back. This meant she knew he had gone out earlier. Lu Yixing explained, "When Mama is old, so I sent her back to the countryside to return to her roots." When Mama was the old servant who used to serve in the courtyard. She was old and weak, so it was difficult for her to move around. Lu Yixing took her to live in the countryside for a period of time. Gu Jiao suddenly understood. "I see, then Lu Yixing said, "She passed away." Her children were all gone, and it was Lu Yixing who sent her off. She passed away in her sleep. She passed away peacefully. Lu Yixing stepped aside. "Come in and have a seat." Gu Jiao carried the little fatty into the courtyard. I was just passing by today. I didn't expect you to be at home. Yuan Tang asked me to bring you something. I'll bring it to you later. He looked in the direction of the sound of the guqin and hesitated, but he shook his head and said, "Slow down the carriage." Anu slowed down the carriage. The sound of the guqin faintly came, like the sound of the ninth heaven, like the sound of a mountain stream. He had never heard such a melodious sound of the guqin in his life. Even the palace musicians couldn't play a fraction of it. Lu Yixing slowly took out the bamboo flute in his hand, put it to his lips, and chased after the sound of the guqin. She was sending off a confidant with a song. She thanked him for burying her in his previous life, and he thanked her for recognizing his worth in this life. Chapter 600. The novel will be updated faster. There are all kinds of novels that can't be found on the internet. Jiao Jiao. On the carriage back, little Jing Kong excitedly swung his short legs beside Gu Jiao. You play the zither so well. You play better than my master. Gu Jiao asked. Does your master know how to play the zither? Little Jing Kong said with disdain. He knows how to play, but his playing is terrible. Gu Jiao imagined the scene of an old monk with a white beard playing the zither with slow movements. But the sound of the zither was out of tune. She said, Your master has a wide range of hobbies. Little Jing Kong waved his hand. It's nothing. My master loves to drink. A monk can drink. Is your master a monk? Gu Jiao wiped the zither case on her lap with a handkerchief and said, He's old. It's better not to drink. Little Jing Kong nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes, yes. The carriage arrived at the city gate, which was closed. However, Gu Jiao had a token in her hand, so the guards opened the gate for her. When they passed through the gate, little Jing Kong suddenly asked, Jiao Jiao, why did we come so far to play the zither? Gu Jiao said, I'm sending a friend here. He's going on a long journey. Little Jing Kong tilted his head and asked, Is it the friend who plays the flute? He plays the flute very well. Love me, love my dog. Gu Jiao smiled. Yes, I think it's good too. Children's focus was different from adults. If Xiao Heng was here, he would definitely ask who the friend was, a man or a woman. Little Jing Kong said seriously, It must be Jiao Jiao's very good friend. Will he come back? I don't know. Gu Jiao truly did not know that in the dream she had when she returned to the Marquis' estate, Lu Yixing had returned. But now, the trajectory of everything was not the same as in the dream. No one could guarantee that they would meet again in the future. The city gate slowly closed. Gu Jiao lifted the curtains and turned around to take one last look at the official road outside the city. Goodbye, Lu Xiang. Lu Yixing was a poor man. All he had was a suitcase and a basket of books given to him by Gu Jiao. He took little Sher away because he missed her. The house was left empty. No one was hired to take care of it, and it was not sold. The capital would not change because of Lu Yixing's disappearance. Few people in the capital cared about him, so no one would discover that he was gone. Perhaps many years later, on a sunny afternoon, in a bustling tea house, someone would mention it on a whim. Huh? I haven't seen Lu Yixing recently. He's not dead, is he? He's a descendant of the Lu family. If he's dead, he's dead. However, all these had nothing to do with Lu Yixing. He took her little Sher, her trust and expectations for him, and started the long voyage to fight against fate. Goodbye, Miss Gu. When Gu Jiao returned to Puaishui Alley, little Jing Kong had fallen asleep in her arms. It was already late when she went out. She did not plan to take the little guy out, but the little guy stuck to her, so she took him with her. The carriage stopped. Gu Jiao lifted the curtain and was about to carry little Jing Kong out of the carriage. A strong arm stretched over and took little Jing Kong from Gu Jiao's arms. Gu Jiao looked at the familiar deerskin gauntlet on the hand, blinked and said, Gu Chongqing. Call me big brother. Gu Chongqing said. Gu Jiao jumped out of the carriage. Gu Chongqing carried little Jing Kong, who was sleeping soundly, into the room with his sister. It was midnight. Everyone in the family had gone to bed, but Xiao Heng did not come back. Too many things had happened recently. First it was Qin Fengyan, then it was Grand Tutor Zhuang. There were too many official documents to write, so Xiao Heng had to stay in the Ministry of Justice tonight. After entering the central room, Gu Jiao took little Jing Kong and put him on the bed in the west room. Jiao Jiao, it sounds so good. Little Jing Kong probably dreamed of Gu Jiao's music, and his little mouth muttered. Gu Jiao pulled the quilt over and covered him. After tucking in the corner of the quilt, she returned to the central room and sat down with Gu Chongqing on the chair. When did you come back? She asked. I just arrived. I passed by here on my way back, so I came to have a look. Gu Chongqing said. Actually, I should have come back long ago, but I met some of your old friends on the way, so I stayed for a few more days. My old friends? Did she have any old friends in the north? Gu Chongqing went to the county in the north to visit the families of the martyrs, and he also investigated Qin Fengyan's background. She came from Yuzhou, which was in the opposite direction. Gu Chongqing looked at Gu Jiao with his sister's filter. Gu Jiao was expressionless, but he felt that his sister was cold and cute. He laughed and said, It should be your old friends with little Jing Kong. Why was it related to Jing Kong again? Gu Chongqing coaxed. Call me big brother, and I'll tell you. What kind of tone was this to tease a 3-year-old? Gu Jiao raised her eyebrows. Did you meet the monks in our temple? Gu Chongqing. His sister was too smart. It was not good. Gu Chongqing smiled helplessly. Since he had guessed it, he had to admit it. When I passed by Lihua town, I met the monks of the temple near your village. I was feeding the horses at the post station, and several young monks about the same age as Jing Kong came to beg for alms. I heard that their accent was quite similar to when you and Xiaoshan first came to the capital, so I asked them where they were from. They said that they were from Pingqing Prefecture in Yuzhou. When I heard that, I thought, isn't that the place where you grew up? So I asked them if they had heard of Qingchuan village. They said that Qingchuan village was at the foot of the mountain behind their temple, and a young monk in their temple, who fainted from meat, was adopted by a family in Qingchuan village. They also said that the person who adopted him was a little fairy with hair on her face. Hair on her face. Gu Jiao couldn't help laughing. It was indeed the accent of those young monks. Gu Jiao said one by one. They were Jingxin, Jingfan and Jingshan. Gu Chongqing was surprised. You remember them? Gu Jiao said. I talked to them. The 3 plastic playmates from Jing Kong looked forward to going down the mountain every day. They didn't even tell Jing Kong that they couldn't eat meat when they went down the mountain. They were afraid that Jing Kong wouldn't leave. However, Jing Kong didn't hold back. They snatched food from the 3 playmates every day. Gu Jiao asked curiously, How did you meet them? Gu Chongqing said, They followed the abbot of the temple to participate in the Dharma conference and traveled half of Zhao country. They were in Yi City during the war at the frontier fortress, but they didn't know that you were in the Gu army. Gu Jiao said, Oh, I really missed them. Gu Chongqing continued, They took me to see the abbot. The abbot asked a lot of things about little Jing Kong. He was surprised that you didn't send little Jing Kong back. Gu Jiao asked curiously, Why should I send Jing Kong back? Gu Chongqing thought. Probably because he's a little troublemaker. Gu Chongqing thought of something and said, The abbot said that he will go back to the temple soon. Please treat Jing Kong well. She must not send him back to the temple. Gu Jiao asked, Did you see an old monk? The kind with a white beard. His back is a little stooped, and his steps are a little staggered. Is he deaf? His hands are shaking, and his eyes are blurred? After all, he couldn't even play the zither. Gu Chongqing shook his head decisively. No. Oh right. The abbot asked me to bring you something. He said it's for Jing Kong. Oh. Gu Jiao looked at him. Gu Chongqing went outside and took a bundle from the saddle. He took out a small box and handed it to Gu Jiao. I haven't opened this. I don't know what's inside. The box was not locked. It was simply fastened. It was obvious that the abbot trusted the young master of the Gu family army, Gu Chongqing. Gu Jiao did not open it. Instead, she went into the room and put it on the bedside of little Jing Kong. If the little guy knew that the abbot had brought him a gift, he would be very happy. Gu Jiao came out of the west room. Gu Chongqing stood at the door and looked at her deeply. I came here today to tell you something. What is it? Gu Jiao asked. I may have to leave Zhao country for a while, Gu Changqing said. Why do you have to leave? Gu Jiao was confused. Did you make an appointment? Both of you had to leave. Gu Changqing raised his hand and stroked the hair on her temples. To find a way to cure you. You are my sister. I don't want to see you lose control in blood and killing intent. I also don't want to see you hurt yourself to restrain your desire to kill. So even if I have to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of fire, I must cure you. When I was talking to the abbot, I mentioned your situation by accident. Gu Changqing said. The abbot said that there may be a way to cure you in Yin Kingdom. Gu Jiao was slightly surprised. Yin Kingdom? Gu Changqing said. In fact, Qin Kingdom is also famous for its medical skills. But I think you are already the best doctor in the world. If you can't cure yourself, it may not be a problem of medical skills. There are many capable people in Yin Kingdom. I want to go there to try my luck. Gu Jiao looked at him. You can't go to Yin Kingdom. As the young master of the Gu family, he had to ask for permission to leave the capital, let alone go abroad. Obviously, the emperor would not agree to let him go to Yin Kingdom, because he couldn't go at all. Gu Changqing smiled. I can go. At worst, I won't be the young master of the Gu family. Gu Jiao retracted her gaze. Yin Kingdom is not a place you can go as you wish. Gu Changqing stroked the top of her head and smiled dotingly. Don't worry. I have my ways. Brother's style was very good. He treated Gu Jiao like Xiaoheng treated little Jing Kong. Gu Jiao's face darkened. He couldn't lie to her like this. Okay, I'm leaving. Call me big brother. He wanted to be the first brother she acknowledged. Gu Jiao looked at him with a serious face. Her whole face said, How can you talk to your little granduncle like that? Gu Changqing was speechless. Gu Changqing was serious about going to Yin Kingdom to treat his sister. With his current status, there was only one way to go to Yin Kingdom, to the underground martial arts arena. The underground martial arts arena was built by the people of Shang. They used the arena to recruit talents and collect information from other countries. Even the imperial court could not interfere. As long as he was in the top 3 of the master ranking, he would be qualified to enter Yin Kingdom. Gu Jiao slept late. When she woke up, it was already dawn. Little Jing Kong was already practicing boxing in the backyard. Kill! He punched out and a row of chickens fell down. They were quite cooperative. Gu Jiao dressed neatly and went to the backyard to wash up. Xiaoheng was also washing his face. This person was too good-looking. Everything he did was pleasing to the eye. He wrung a towel and made it look like an ink painting. Did you just come back from the yamen? Gu Jiao greeted him. He was still wearing the official uniform of the Ministry of Justice. Unexpectedly, Xiaoheng ignored her. Didn't he hear her? Gu Jiao's eyes moved, and she came to his left. Husband. Xiaoheng turned right to dry the towel. Gu Jiao blinked strangely and went to his right. Husband. Xiaoheng turned left to pour the water in the wooden basin. This time, if Gu Jiao still couldn't tell that he was throwing a tantrum, it wouldn't make sense. She thought about it and realized that she hadn't done anything. Xiaoheng just came back to change his clothes. He had to go to the Hanlin Academy later. Working in 2 departments was so tiring. After he left, Gu Jiao called little Jing Kong who was practicing boxing. What happened to your brother-in-law? Little Jing Kong scratched his head. Nothing. He's fine. Gu Jiao looked at the empty door. Didn't you notice that he was angry? Is he angry with you or with me? Angry? Little Jing Kong scratched his mushroom head, and his eyes lit up. Ah, I know. Bad brother-in-law must be jealous of me. Jealous of you. Gu Jiao looked at the little guy suspiciously. Little Jing Kong proudly shook his little head. That's right. I went out of the city with Jiao Jiao yesterday. I even heard Jiao Jiao play the guqin. Bad brother-in-law doesn't exist. He has never heard Jiao Jiao play the guqin. I was the first to hear it. Jiao Jiao likes me the most. Gu Jiao did not bother to correct him. What did you say to your brother-in-law? Little Jing Kong said seriously. I said, Jiao Jiao, and I went out of the city to see off Jiao Jiao's friends. Jiao Jiao played the guqin to see them off. Jiao Jiao and his friends played the guqin in harmony. It was unparalleled in the world. That was not how the guqin and the guqin should be played. Also, he played the flute. Gu Jiao closed her eyes and slapped her forehead. She screwed up. Chapter 601. The accident happened too quickly, like a tornado. Princeton had lived next door for so long without a fire in his backyard. He had only done it for Lu Yisheng, but the result was a fire burning his eyebrows. Jing Kong, oh Jing Kong, you really know how to trick me. On this side, Gu Jiao was thinking about how to coax her husband. On the other side, Xiao Heng was called into the palace by Empress Xiao. Aunt. Xiao Heng saluted to Empress Xiao. There are no outsiders here. Don't be so courteous. Come and sit. Empress Xiao said to Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng obeyed, and sat next to Empress Xiao. Empress Xiao looked at his slightly furrowed brows and asked, Heng, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Are you worried about your mother? My mother? Xiao Heng had been busy at the Board of Punishments all night, and did not know about Princess Xianyang. Empress Xiao asked, You don't know? Your mother fainted at the entrance of the palace yesterday. I called you over to ask how she is. Although she and Princess Xianyang did not like each other, she was still Xiao Heng's mother. Xiao Heng's eyes flashed with worry. I don't know. I was at the Board of Punishments yesterday, and did not go to my mother's side. I will go take a look in a bit. Empress Xiao grabbed his wrist. Don't worry. I still have something to tell you. Today, Marquis Xianping did not sleep in. He got up early and went to Zhuke Street. Unexpectedly, there were a few carriages parked in front of Princess Xianyang's residence. This was very strange. After all, aside from Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng, Princess Xianyang did not have many visitors. These luxurious carriages clearly did not belong to the young couple. The driver brought the wheelchair over. Marquis Xianping frowned. The driver quickly said, It was Dr. Gu's orders. She said that if you did not sit, to tell Lord Xiao. Marquis Xianping sat in the wheelchair with a dark expression. Just as he sat down, a clamor came from Princess Xinyang's courtyard. Soon after, Eugene and a few servant girls from the courtyard came out with bags of various sizes. As she walked, she looked back as if she was saying to someone, You should take these things back. We appreciate the old princess's kindness, but we won't accept the gift. A stout nanny followed them out, surrounded by a few maids. She used her hand to block the gifts that Eugene intended to return, and said with a smile, These are the old princess's kind intentions. She specially brought them over from Feng. How can I not accept it? Eugene smiled politely. Gui Momo, you really can't accept it. The princess has just taken up the position of regent, and Gui Momo also understands that with the princess's current status, she has to be more cautious in dealing with people. She had once instructed us that no matter who comes to give a gift, we must not accept it. Gui Momo glared at her and said, How can those people be compared to the old princess consort? The old princess consort watched the princess grow up, and has a deep friendship with the princess. She is family. Eugene maintained a decent smile. Gui Momo, please don't make things difficult for us. Gui Momo's smile faded. It's fine if I don't make things difficult for you. Go and report to the princess that the old princess's people have come to see her. Eugene said in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. The princess has not been feeling well recently. She did not sleep last night, and only rested when it was close to dawn. I'm afraid it would be inappropriate to wake the princess up. Gui Momo chuckled. I don't know when it was the turn of a servant to make decisions for Princess Xinyang. A servant girl at the side said, Lord Eugene is the deputy prefect of the princess's residence, and has an official title in the imperial court. Nanny, be careful with your words. Gui Momo looked coldly at Eugene and raised her chin. All right then, I will wait here for the princess to wake up. Who is so noisy? Marquis Xianping sat in a wheelchair, and was slowly pushed over by the coachman. Eugene heard his voice and her eyes lit up. She turned and bowed, Marquis. Marquis. Gui Momo looked at the handsome man in the wheelchair, and could not help but be stunned. This is Princess Xinyang's son-in-law? After so many years, why hasn't he changed at all? Gui Momo was an old servant of the old Liang Wangfei and had lived in the capital for many years. Naturally, she had seen Marquis Xianping. However, she never expected that time would not hasten him. Marquis, this servant is. Gui Momo was only halfway through her sentence when Marquis Xianping grabbed the bundle in Yu Jin's hands and threw it at Gui Momo's feet without any trace of politeness. Gui Momo was stunned again. The servant girls saw the Marquis take the lead and threw the gifts on the ground with their backs straightened. Humph! Gui Momo and the others were thrown back a few steps. This was a slap in the face. They had come a long way to deliver gifts to Princess Xinyang. Not only did she not want them, she even threw them out. Gui Momo immediately said angrily, "Marquis, we are people of the Liang Wangfei. This old servant came on the old Liang Wangfei's orders." Just how powerful was the old Liang Wangfei's and old Liang Wangfei's statuses? When the current Empress Dowager saw the two of them, she had to respectfully call them uncle and aunt. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang were of the same generation. How dare he? Marquis Xianping dared. When he heard Gui Momo's threat, he did not even lift his eyelids. He only lazily leaned back in his chair. Gui Momo was clearly standing and he was sitting, but he had the aura of being number one in the world. Marquis Xianping arrogantly said, "Still not leaving? Are you waiting for this Marquis to beat people up?" Gui Momo was furious. "You," a servant beside her said eccentrically. "Forget it, Nanny. Marquis Xianping has been arrogant for more than a day or two. At worst, we can go back and report to the old Liang Wangfei and let her judge before the emperor. Let's see if someone is bullying the old Liang Wangfei, because he is no longer working in the capital and doesn't put our Liang Wangfei in their eyes." This was naturally a threat to Marquis Xianping. They did not believe that Marquis Xianping was not afraid of the old Liang Wangfei or the emperor. Who would have thought that Marquis Xianping would not even use his pestle? Eugene pursed her lips and smiled. She said to Gui Momo and the others, "My Marquis has just made a military achievement. Do you think that the emperor will touch him at this critical juncture? Just drive out a few servants. It's not like he's driving out your Wangfei." "My Marquis." This was the first time Eugene had addressed Marquis Xianping this way. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. "Did you hear that? Hurry up and scram." Gui Momo gritted her teeth. "Don't," swish. Marquis Xianping pulled out the long knife behind his wheelchair. "Murder." Gui Momo was so scared that she covered her head and fled. The others also went straight to their carriages, forgetting to bring their gifts. Eugene instructed the servant girls to throw these eyesores back into their carriages, and the group left dejectedly. Marquis Xianping threw the long knife to the coachman and pushed the wheelchair into the courtyard. He went to Princess Xinyang's room. As expected, she was not asleep at all. She sat at the head of the bed with a pale face. The wheelchair could not get in. Marquis Xianping thought for a moment, stood up, moved the wheelchair over the threshold, and sat on it again. He came to the bed, and Princess Xinyang turned her back to him. This meant that she refused to communicate with him. Marquis Xianping thought of her illness and didn't dare to get too close. He looked around and made sure that the doors and windows were open before saying, "Qin Fengwan." "Don't ask," Princess Xinyang said softly. Marquis Xianping hesitated and swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. "Fine, I won't ask. I just came to tell you that you're my Xiao Ji's wife. No one can bully you." With that, he planned to push the wheelchair out. However, his wheelchair driving skills were not very good, and he couldn't turn it around after pushing for a long time. He simply stood up and used his hands to grab the wheelchair and turn it around. Just as he put the wheelchair on the ground, he heard Princess Xinyang mutter, "I'm still a princess." Marquis Xianping frowned. Marquis Xianping didn't stay here for long, afraid that it would cause her discomfort. However, Marquis Xianping didn't expect that as soon as he left, old Princess Consort Liang would come knocking. This time, she came to visit in person. Old Princess Consort Liang was old, and her body wasn't as strong as before. It was inconvenient for her to move around. Although she could still move around, she mostly sat in a wheelchair. The doors and windows in the room were tightly shut, and the light was dim. Only Princess Xinyang, and old Princess Consort Liang were in the room. Princess Xinyang sat on the bed with a pale face and a quilt covering her legs. Old Princess Consort Liang sat in the wheelchair in front of the bed. Her two old and skinny hands held Princess Xinyang's hands tightly as she called out in a choked voice. Nan Nan. Nan Nan was Princess Xinyang's pet name. Princess Xinyang listened with a pained expression. She didn't dare to go in, but she also didn't dare to openly eavesdrop. She could only sneak closer to the door and try to prick up her ears. She knew she shouldn't do this, but if she didn't do this, how could she understand the princess's illness? She heard Princess Xinyang say softly, "Don't call me that. It's disgusting." Disgusting? This reaction. Yujin heard old Princess Consort Liang say guiltily, "Nan Nan, are you still angry at granduncle and grandaunt? Do you blame granduncle and grandaunt for not taking good care of you? Back then, you broke your leg in the manor and were trapped in the well for a night before being found. It was granduncle and grandaunt's negligence. Granduncle and grandaunt should have put in more effort. Also your marriage with Marquis Xianping. He's an unreliable person. If I had known, granduncle and grandaunt would have stopped this marriage no matter what. Enough. Don't be angry. If granduncle and grandaunt did anything wrong, just say it. You can get angry at granduncle and grandaunt will accept it. Granduncle and grandaunt suddenly went to the fief because we had no choice. Originally, we wanted to take you with us, but you're a princess in the end. You can't stay with us forever. Don't think that granduncle and grandaunt abandoned you." Princess Xinyang was about to collapse. Some truths could never be spoken, but it wasn't that the other party didn't know. It was because she didn't dare to speak the truth. Old Princess Consort Liang used a handkerchief to wipe her tears. She cried sincerely and guiltily, "You can blame granduncle and grandaunt however you want, but your granduncle is old and about to die. Before he leaves, he wants to see you. Your granduncle loves you the most. Since he used to love you so much, you should go and see him for the last time." Princess Xinyang clutched her chest and retched. Retch. Her eyes were red as she glared fiercely at her. How could this person have the face? How could she have the face to say such things? Princess Xinyang was so angry that her entire body trembled. Old Princess Consort Liang did not give up. She pleaded with a sorrowful expression, but her eyes were filled with a woman's jealousy and disdain. Princess Xinyang could not hold on any longer. Her body trembled violently, and large drops of tears fell down. She wanted to escape, but she had nowhere to go, as if she was trapped by a demon. The world spun, and the sounds in her ears became slow and indistinct, until she heard old Princess Consort Liang scream, "Ah!" A tall and muscular figure strode in. His large, calloused hand grabbed old Princess Consort Liang's collar and dragged her out of the wheelchair. Like dragging a sack, he ignored old Princess Consort Liang's screams and dragged her all the way through the courtyard. Then he threw her out of the door without a trace of politeness. Old Princess Consort Liang was old. With this drag and fall, she almost lost half her life. Princess Consort, Gui Momo and the others scrambled over. Old Princess Consort Liang leaned weakly in Gui Momo's arms. She panted as she looked at the tyrannical man. "Xian! Xian! Marquis Ping!" Marquis Xianping looked down at her. "This marquis respects the old and loves the young, but I do not respect old beasts." Everyone turned pale with fright. Was Marquis Xianping crazy? He actually dared to speak like this. Gui Momo looked at him angrily. "Marquis Xianping, how dare you humiliate old Princess Consort Liang like this? Aren't you afraid of being beheaded?" Marquis Xianping chuckled and kicked over, causing old Liang Wangfei and Nanny Gui to be turned upside down. Old Princess Consort Liang spat out a mouthful of blood on the spot. Everyone was scared silly. They thought of the rumors in the capital. Marquis Xianping had always been the topic of conversation for the people in the capital. However, when they talked about him, they mostly talked about how dissolute he was and how shameless he was. As for his temper, no one criticized him. He rarely got angry with people. At most, he was shameless. He always laughed and pranked people. However, right now his entire person was covered in a layer of frost. He was like a long sword shining with cold light. Chapter 602. The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Old Liang Wangfei had brought guards with her when she came out, but everyone was intimidated by Marquis Xianping's presence. No one dared to charge forward and fight him. Marquis Xianping was a military general who had been on the battlefield. He had killed more than 1,000 enemies. How could these guards who had not seen the world compare to him? Old Liang Wangfei was momentarily stunned by Marquis Xianping's aura. Most people in the world bullied the weak and feared the strong. However, as the saying goes, the strong feared the unreasonable, and the unreasonable feared the reckless. Marquis Xianping was the reckless. Gui Mama's face paled. You are too much. If His Majesty knew you treated my Wangfei like this, he would definitely kill you. Kill you. Scram. Marquis Xianping shouted. Gui Mama, who had been clamoring earlier, rolled and crawled over to help her mistress up. She dragged her mistress onto the carriage and left with her tail between her legs. She had come to Vermilion Bird Avenue twice in one day and had been humiliated both times. She would probably have a knot in her heart for the rest of her life. After old Liang Wangfei and her entourage left, the carriage driver hurriedly pushed the wheelchair over. Marquis Xianping sat down in the wheelchair as though nothing had happened. Eugene walked forward with a complicated expression. Looking at the carriage that was leaving, she said worriedly, Marquis, you hit old Liang Wangfei. Marquis Xianping had suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, he had burst through the door and dragged old Liang Wangfei out. Eugene seriously suspected that he did not know who was inside. Unexpectedly, Marquis Xianping only lightly responded, Your Marquis knows. Eugene, your Marquis? Was there anyone who called themselves that? Marquis Xianping was a decisive person. He did things cleanly and efficiently, never dragging his feet. He rarely felt conflicted, but right now he was conflicted. Should he go or not? His brow furrowed, but in the end he still pushed the wheelchair in. Princess Xinyang was still sitting at the head of the bed, her hands clutching the quilt tightly, her eyes glazed over. Marquis Xianping knocked on the open door. Princess Xinyang's eyelashes fluttered as she came back to her senses. Only then did Marquis Xianping stand up and move the wheelchair in. He came to the front of the bed and realized that he had acted too quickly. He had only dragged the old woman out and hadn't thrown her wheelchair out. Eugene, he called out. Eugene entered the room and looked at the empty wheelchair at the side. She nodded knowingly and pushed old Princess Consort Liang's wheelchair out. Princess Xinyang raised her hand and calmly wiped away the tears on her face. She didn't look at Marquis Xianping. Instead, she looked at the other side of the bed and asked, What did you find? She was asking about what they had found, not what they had heard. Indeed, no one who had heard old Princess Consort Liang's well-meaning words would think that old Princess Consort Liang had done anything wrong. Marquis Xianping said frankly, I have a steward under me called Lu Zhao. He once worked in the capital's Liang household. He said that you didn't seem to be very happy in the Liang household, but everyone, including him, believed that you were doted on by the old Liang household and lived very well. Princess Xinyang was slightly surprised. That's all. Marquis Xianping shrugged. Yes, that's all. Princess Xinyang murmured in disbelief. Then why did you treat old Princess Consort Liang like that? Marquis Xianping looked at her baffled. Qin Fengwan, do you need cold evidence to see if you're living well? If even a single word she said could be trusted, would you have done that? Are you crazy or am I blind? I can't even tell if you're happy or not. Princess Xinyang looked at him in a daze. It's that simple? Marquis Xianping met her gaze. How difficult is it? Princess Xinyang laughed self-deprecatingly. Yes, how difficult is it? Mother, can I not see ninth granduncle later? What's wrong? Your ninth granduncle and ninth grandaunt came specially to see you. They bought your favorite snacks. Don't you like ninth granduncle and ninth grandaunt a lot? Alright, don't be willful. Mother knows you're still angry about me punishing you for copying. But Mother is doing this for your own good. Your imperial father has so many children, and Mother doesn't have a son. If you don't live up to expectations, we'll have a hard time moving forward. Your ninth granduncle comes to see you every time he enters the palace. Your imperial father thinks more highly of you, so he comes to mother's palace more often. Soon, mother will give you a younger brother. At that time, we'll have someone to rely on in the harem. Does consort you know? Marquis Xianping interrupted Princess Xinyang's thoughts. Princess Xinyang clutched the blanket tightly and said in a normal tone, "No what? Nothing at all." Marquis Xianping looked deeply at her and said, "Old Liang Wang was greatly respected by the previous emperor, but he suddenly resigned from all his positions in the capital. He took his family to his fief and became an idle prince without an official position. He didn't return to the capital until the previous emperor passed away to offer his condolences." "Little Qi, what nonsense are you talking about? You can't speak without evidence, understand? Father, Little Qi is the smartest princess in Zhao country. Your studies are the best of all the princesses. Unfortunately, you're not a man. Father has high hopes for you. Little Qi, don't disappoint father." "But father, Little Qi is really scared." Princess Xinyang's knuckles turned white. In this world, if even her father couldn't protect her, then who else could? She had already lost all her faith. She stood in the abyss where she couldn't shout. No one would ever hear her. Marquis Xianping said, "If the previous emperor can't kill him, I'll kill him." Princess Xinyang's eyes trembled, and she turned to look at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping stood up and stared at her. "Qin Fengwan, I'll kill this person." Princess Xinyang opened her mouth, and her eyes reddened. "Are you crazy?" Marquis Xianping didn't say anything and turned around with a dignified expression. Princess Xinyang stopped him. "You don't even like me. Why are you doing this?" There was no love between them. The only connection was probably their son Xiaoheng. How much feelings did Marquis Xianping have for Qin Fengwan? At first, he had indeed married her with great expectations. He once thought happily that he would love such a beautiful wife for the rest of his life. Who would have thought that Qin Fengwan wanted to marry him in name only? He didn't ask for it, so no matter how much he liked her, it faded. But fate made fools of people. He actually had a child with Qin Fengwan. "Whether I like you or not, you're Xiaoji's wife and my son's mother." After saying this, he strode out as if he wasn't injured at all. The coachman came to the door in a panic. He didn't dare to enter and could only say to Eugene outside, "My marquee wheelchair." Eugene pushed the wheelchair out. The coachman took it and ran out. Marquis, your wheelchair." Marquis Xianping whistled at the empty alley, and a proud, tall horse galloped over. It was Marquis Xianping's mount. Marquis Xianping mounted the horse. At this moment, Xiaoheng came over from the palace to visit Princess Xinyang. He had just gotten off the carriage and almost bumped into Marquis Xianping's horse. Marquis Xianping tightened the reins and turned the horse in another direction. Xiaoheng saw that he was in a hurry. Although he didn't pay much attention to him, he still said, "You haven't recovered from your injuries. You can't ride a horse." He had to listen to his son, but not now. Old Liang Wangfei said that the old thing didn't have long to live. He was afraid that if he didn't hurry, the old thing would die peacefully on the bed. He didn't deserve to die so happily. Marquis Xianping rode on horseback and said to his son, "You're a man now. Take good care of your mother. Don't let those dubious people bully your mother." Xiaoheng was taken aback. Of course he would take good care of his mother. He didn't need to be told. But why did he say this? Didn't he always treat him like a 3-year-old child? Your mother's mood isn't good. Be good. Don't make her angry in the next few days. This was what he would say. Marquis Xianping didn't care about the storm in his son's heart. Perhaps he himself didn't realize the change in his attitude towards his son. He treated him as a child, but in the face of important matters, his son had long since become indomitable. Marquis Xianping's horse left a trail of dust as he galloped toward the east of the city. The fief of the Liang household was 100 li east of the city. Inside the room, Eugene and Princess Xinyang could clearly hear the sound of horse hooves gradually fading away. Eugene didn't understand much, but she could roughly guess what Marquis Xianping was going to do. She looked worriedly in the direction of the door and said, "Princess, the Marquis, he." Princess Xinyang lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "Idiot." The newest chapter of this book is not finished. Chapter 603. Xiao Heng did not know about Princess Xinyang, but there seemed to be an indescribable tacit understanding between father and son. Old Liang Wangfei had come, and was driven out by Marquis Xianping. This information was enough. Marquis Xianping looked unruly, but he would never mess around in Princess Xinyang's territory, especially when she had such a noble status. In the past, it had always been Princess Xinyang protecting him. Now that he had grown up, it was his turn to protect Princess Xinyang. Father and son had the same thinking on this issue. No one could bully Princess Xinyang, not even Emperor Xian's granduncle and grandaunt. Old Liang Wangfei had been beaten, so she would definitely send someone to the palace to complain. Xiao Heng went all the way, and led people to surround the old Liang Wangfu. The reason was that someone intended to harm the imperial family, and the Ministry of Justice had been ordered to protect King Liang's family. Moreover, for their safety, it was best that no one left the Fu before the assassin was caught. You are putting them under house arrest. At the entrance of the Liang Wangfu, Nurse Gui angrily said to the Ministry of Justice. Assistant Minister Li clasped his hands and politely said, "Nurse, you are too serious. King Liang is His Majesty's granduncle. How could we dare put his family under house arrest?" The Ministry of Justice received a report saying that old Liang Wangfei was attacked and injured on the way. We are also thinking for the safety of old Liang Wangfei, Prince Consort, and the others. Nanny Gui angrily said, "What assassin? It was Marquis Xianping who did it. Why aren't you going to catch that thief?" Assistant Minister Li said strangely, "Marquis Xianping is a hero who helps when he sees injustice. He was the one who chased away the assassin. Nurse, are your eyes playing tricks on you?" "You." Nurse Gui was so angry that she was dumbfounded. The murderer was clearly Marquis Xianping. How did he become a hero? How could he reverse right and wrong like this? Old Liang Wangfei naturally would not let it go. After all, she had grown up in the capital. Even if she lost her official position, her foundation was still there. She would find a way to spread the news. Unfortunately, Xiao Heng had already gone to the Palace of Earthly Tranquility. Empress Xiao would not give those people a chance to send the news to the Imperial Palace. "Your Majesty," Empress Xiao made a trip to Pure Flower's palace. "I heard that old Liang Wangfei was attacked by an assassin on the streets. It was Chenxia's older brother who saved her. She suffered some light injuries, but it shouldn't be a problem." Chenxia's older brother has already gone to catch the assassin. The emperor frowned and said, "Why would there be an assassin trying to assassinate old Princess Liang?" Empress Xiao said calmly, "Who knows? The assassination happened outside Princess Xinyang's residence. Perhaps the assassin wanted to target Princess Xinyang. Does your Majesty still remember the people of Yin Kingdom? Could it be that the remnants of their party have not been eliminated yet, so they came to seek revenge on Big Brother? Unfortunately, old Liang Wangfei was present and was injured by mistake?" The emperor said thoughtfully, "That's possible." Empress Zhao's eyes flashed as she said with a smile, "It's better to be safe than sorry. The Board of Punishments has already protected the Liang Palace. Aheng will pay close attention to the Liang Palace's movements. Your Majesty, there is no need to worry." The emperor nodded. "With Aheng taking care of things, we are at ease." Empress Xiao pursed her lips and held back her laughter, saying, "This concubine sent an imperial physician and eunuch Su to the Liang Palace to take care of old Liang Wangfei." The emperor praised, "Sure enough, you are meticulous." Empress Zhao's smile was brilliant. "Was it not meticulous? Not only did they put you under house arrest, they also kept an eye on you." In truth, Empress Xiao was not clear on what had happened, but the trust between family members did not require any conditions. She would not allow anyone to have the opportunity to smear her brother's name in front of His Majesty. Wait a moment. It seemed that her brother had indeed taken action. Forget it, her brother could bully others, but others could not bully her brother. There were many patients today, so Gu Jiao remained in the medical clinic for the entire day. Only when it was close to evening did she finally have a bit of free time. She returned to her small courtyard and first examined Mo Qinshua's injuries. She then examined Hua Xiyao's. Mo Qinshu had been injured earlier than Hua Xiyao, but her injuries were also severe. Even now, she had not fully recovered. On the other hand, Hua Xiao's stitches had already been removed. The reason that she was still here was because she did not want to go to the Board of Punishment's prison. Why are you at a loss today? Is there something on your mind? Mo Qinxue sat on the bed and asked Gu Jiao. She was still in the same room as Hua Xiao, and Hua Xiao was sleeping on a small bed. Gu Jiao asked, "Am I?" Mo Qinxue looked at her and said, "You are. Since you came in, you have furrowed your brow 3 times." Gu Jiao herself did not notice. Hua Xiao laughed. Dr. Gu just saved the 7th prince and made a great contribution. What is there to be depressed about? It shouldn't be that you had a fight with husband, right? Gu Jiao looked at her in confusion. How did you know? Hua Xiao thought to herself, I was just randomly guessing. Who would have thought that I would be able to guess this? Mo Qinxue suddenly sat up straight, lightly coughed and asked, Aren't you two very close? What happened? Did you have a fight? After living here for so long, of course, she was completely aware of the relationship between Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang. She really did not expect that the guy who said that he would never marry in his life in the Yan Kingdom would pretend to be Xiao Lulang and marry a little girl from the Zhao Kingdom. She did not know what he was thinking. Didn't he say that he would not live long and could not harm the girl? Was he coveting Gu Jiao's medical skills, so he would rather sacrifice his body? No wonder she saw that his body was so much stronger than when he was in the Yan Kingdom. Mo Qinxue's train of thought was running wild. Gu Jiao shook her head. We didn't have a fight. He just ignored me. Puff. Hua Xiao laughed even more miserably. If you quarrel, at least he is willing to talk to you. If he ignores you, it shows how dangerous your relationship is. Is it? Gu Jiao did not understand this. Mo Qinxue hurriedly said. If he ignores you, then he ignores you. You also ignore him. But I want to talk to him, Gu Jiao said seriously. Mo Qinxue's face instantly darkened. Hua Xiao laughed so hard that she trembled. If Mo Qinxue was unhappy, she was happy. If Mo Qinxue was not happy that the two of them were stuck together, she would help them get back together. Hua Xiao sat on her small bamboo bed, waved the round fan in her hand, and smiled charmingly. Why don't you tell me what happened between you two? Gu Jiao was tidying up the small medicine box. Hearing this, she paused and told her that she went to see Lu Yixing off. Except that she did not mention Lu Yixing's name. Hua Xiao said, So you mean that your husband has never heard you play the zither, but you played it for another man? Humph. Mo Qinxue threw the pillow heavily on the bed in a fit of anger. Gu Jiao, why do I feel that the backyard is on fire again? Gu Jiao thought for a moment. It seems so. Hua Xiao laughed and said, Of course he is angry. I'm afraid that he has fallen into a vinegar jar now. 10 jars of old vinegar are not enough to drink. Gu Jiao said, Is it so exaggerated? Hua Xiao waved the cattail leaf fan and said, But it's okay. You two are a couple. When he comes back at night, you just have to coax him. How to coax him? Gu Jiao asked. Do I need to teach you this? You two are a couple. Hua Xiao glanced at Gu Jiao. Seeing that she was still confused, Hua Xiao covered her eyes with the cattail leaf fan and whispered, He usually likes. Hua Xiao, shut up. Mo Qinxue threw a pillow at her. Hua Xiao dodged sideways. Anyway, she had finished talking. But Dr. Gu's reaction was not right. Hua Xiao frowned and said, You don't even know what kind of he likes best? Have you two consummated your marriage? Gu Jiao rolled her eyes. Hua Xiao's eyes widened. You really haven't consummated your marriage? I heard that he used to be a cripple. Is it because his leg is also broken? He can't do it? Gu Jiao said seriously. He can do it. Hua Xiao's eyes were sharp. You didn't answer the first question. You two really haven't consummated your marriage. There is only one possibility for a man not to consummate his marriage with his wife. And that is him. No. Yes. Or, he thinks you are ugly. You are ugly. Mo Qinxue grabbed another pillow and threw it at Hua Xiao. This time, she used some internal force. Hua Xiao didn't dodge and was hit in the head. Hua Xiao touched her head and gasped. Mo Qinxue, are you crazy? Mo Qinxue showed her silver needles and said coldly. Hua Xiao, if you talk nonsense again, I will cut your tongue. Hua Xiao couldn't beat Mo Qianxue, so she could only roll her eyes back. However, just as Gu Jiao packed up her things and walked past her, she tugged at Gu Jiao's sleeve and used the fan to cover her face. She whispered to Gu Jiao, I'll teach you a way. I guarantee that you'll coax him well. After dealing with old Princess Liang's affairs, Xiao Heng went to the Hanlin Academy. Recently, he had spent too much time in the Ministry of Justice and neglected the official business of the Hanlin Academy. He buried himself in work and didn't come out until the next day. He was a little depressed today and wanted to go out for a walk. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a familiar voice calling him. Lu Lang. He turned around in surprise and saw Feng Lin jumping down from a carriage in high spirits. Feng Lin returned to Yuzhou with Lin Qingye before the new year. He was supposed to return to the Hanlin Academy at the beginning of the year, but it was said that there was an emergency at home, so he asked for an extra month's leave. Xiao Heng walked towards him, and Feng Lin also ran towards Xiao Heng. The two stopped on the bluestone path in front of the Hanlin Academy. Feng Lin patted Xiao Heng on the shoulder. Long time no see, you have grown taller. Have I? Xiao Heng said. You seem to be stronger too. Of course. Feng Lin was in high spirits. Xiao Heng planned to walk alone, but since a friend came, it would be good to go out with him. You came at the right time. Before he finished speaking, Feng Lin turned back and said to the carriage, Wife, get off and meet Lu Lang. He is the new top scorer I told you about. Xiao Heng's expression froze. Wife, Feng Lin is married? I asked for leave because of the marriage. I only found out why my parents wanted me to go back for the new year when I went back. They arranged a marriage for me. Feng Lin explained embarrassedly. A young woman came down from the carriage. Judging from her clothes, she seemed to be from a rich family, and her manners were decent. She is the daughter of one of our officials, Feng Lin whispered. Her surname is Hu. Feng Lin's family was poor, but he was a two-time jinshi and successfully stayed in the Hanlin Academy. The local officials saw his potential and did not hesitate to marry their daughter to him. Madame Hu and Xiao Heng greeted. Greetings, Lord Xiao. She was a woman with pure eyes. Xiao Heng cupped his hands and returned the greeting. Feng Lin saw that Madame Hu was tired and hurriedly said to Xiao Heng, We have been on the road for several days, and my wife is tired. I will take her back to the house to rest first. We will catch up later. Xiao Heng did not expect that Feng Lin would go alone and come back with Madame Hu. Judging from their intimate behavior, it was obvious that they were newlyweds who loved each other very much. After Feng Lin got into the carriage, he lifted the curtain and said to Xiao Heng, Oh right, Lin Qingye is also married. He will come back a month later. I think his father said that he is very smart and should leave a few more for the Lin family. I think he will come to the capital with 3 people next time. Lin Qingye was one, his wife was one, and his wife was pregnant with another one. Xiao Heng felt as if he had been shot in the knee by an arrow. Hey Lu Lang, you haven't gone back yet? Ning Ziyuan walked out of the Hanlin Academy and looked at the carriage in the distance. Who is it? Xiao Heng said. It's Feng Lin. He is back in the capital. Ning Ziyuan smiled. Oh, you are finally willing to come back. Where is Lin Qingye? You mean Lin Qingye? Xiao Heng said. He is coming back next month. Oh, Xiao Heng really wanted to find someone to have a drink with. His heart was flustered. Brother Ning, do you want to go out for a walk? Ning Ziyuan should be fine. He had been married to his wife for many years, and their children were all grown up. An old married couple would not be as clingy as a young couple. Unexpectedly, Ning Ziyuan scratched his head and chuckled. I am afraid I am not free today. My wife is pregnant. I have to go back and accompany her. Xiao Heng, who had eaten 3 bowls of dog food in a row. Xiao Heng's heart was really stifled. After Ning Ziyuan left, he took a deep breath for a long time and turned to go back. Suddenly, a carriage stopped in front of him. The masked coachman jumped out of the carriage and bowed to Xiao Heng. May I ask if you are Lord Xiao of the Hanlin Academy? My master would like to see you. Xiao Heng looked at him speechlessly. Do you think I can't recognize you as Xiao Sanzi just because you are wearing a mask? Change the carriage? Xiao Sanzi thought he had disguised himself well and said, "Would Lord Xiao do me the honor?" Xiao Heng looked at him indifferently. "Okay, I will do you the honor." Xiao Sanzi. Was it that easy? Shouldn't he ask who his master was? Did he memorize the rest of the lines for nothing? My family. Xiao Sanzi still decided to finish his lines. But Xiao Heng was too lazy to listen, and directly got into the carriage. Let's go. Xiao Sanzi. Xiao Sanzi drove to a pavilion on the outskirts of the city. Night fell, and the evening wind blew gently. The pavilion was covered with a hazy gauze, and the strips of gauze fluttered in the wind. The lanterns hanging in the four corners of the pavilion emitted faint candlelight, and under the illumination of the candlelight, a graceful figure sat behind a stone table. A pair of slender jade hands gently stroking the guqin on the table. Xiao Sanzi tactfully left. Xiao Heng stared blankly at the faintly discernible figure behind the gauze, and walked step by step toward the pavilion. It had to be said that this scene was too beautiful. The person was in the scenery, and the scenery was in the sound of the guqin. Every sound entered one's ears and tugged at one's heartstrings. Xiao Heng stood on the last step, and he would be able to enter the pavilion with one more step. His heartbeat suddenly sped up, but at this moment, a gentle breeze blew, and the gauze was blown to his feet, and he stepped on it. The gauze pulled on the ceiling, and the ceiling came crashing down on him. He was knocked unconscious on the spot. Gujiao. To be honest, the suspended ceiling was not heavy. The main material was the gauze, and a few poles that hung the gauze, and only one of these poles was solid. But it was this solid pole that hit Xiao Heng. Gujiao facepalmed. What kind of luck is this? Xiao Heng woke up 15 minutes later. He sat on the stone bench, and leaned on the stone table in the pavilion. The pavilion had been cleaned up, and even the fushi guqin was gone. Gujiao sat in front of him obediently. Xiao Heng touched his aching head, looked around, and then looked at Gujiao. You called me here just to kill me with a pole? Gujiao said seriously. I don't need a pole to kill you. I only need one hand. Xiao Heng. Gujiao picked up a box from the ground, and put it on the table. Let me show you something good. No one has seen this before. You are the first one. When Xiao Heng heard that he was the first one, his eyes flickered. But he still looked indifferent on the surface. I don't care. It's very fun. Gujiao said. She opened the box and took out a small bamboo tube. There was a strange thread at one end of the bamboo tube. She asked, Do you have a match? Xiao Heng took out a match and handed it to her. Gujiao took off the cap of the match and blew on it, igniting the thread at the end of the bamboo tube. Then she threw the bamboo tube, and there was a loud bang. The bamboo tube actually exploded. Xiao Heng was stunned. This is a firecracker? No, firecrackers were made of bamboo. The one just now clearly wasn't. The air was filled with the strong smell of black gunpowder. Gujiao's lips curved. This is a firecracker. It's made of black gunpowder, but the composition is different. It won't explode and has to be ignited. Do you want to try? Xiao Heng's face was cold. What's there to try? Gujiao raised her eyebrows. Are you afraid that it will explode? Xiao Heng said seriously. How could I be afraid? Here. Gujiao took out a small bamboo tube and handed it to him. Xiao Heng's fingertips trembled, but he braced himself and took it. There's also a match. Gujiao said. Xiao Heng held the firecracker in one hand and the match in the other, his throat moving. Gujiao said. The fuse I made is very long. There's enough time to throw the firecrackers out. Xiao Heng didn't point. Gujiao came behind him and grabbed his stiff hands. Like this, Gujiao guided him to light the firecrackers. Quick, throw it out. Xiao Heng threw it out fiercely. Bang! The firecrackers exploded. Xiao Heng's eyes widened in an instant. Men had absolutely no resistance to firecrackers. Gujiao handed him another one. One and one after another. A certain someone was having a lot of fun. When there was only one firecracker left, Xiao Heng was beside himself with joy. He lit the fuse and threw out the match. Chapter 604. Men really don't care about age when they are childish. He deliberately threw out the fuse at the last second before it burned out. Gu Jiao really didn't have time to stop him. With the last song of the firecrackers tonight, Xiao Hung was blown up into a little black chicken. Xiao Hung had an afro and black smoke coming out of his mouth, as if he had been struck by lightning. Gu Jiao covered her eyes. In the small courtyard of the medical center, Hua Xiao walked back and forth in the room, which made Mo Qinshua dizzy. Hua Xiao, what are you doing? Mo Qinshua said impatiently. Hua Xiao waved her fan, looked at the courtyard outside the door, and said, I'm waiting for Dr. Gu's news. I've given her so many advice, I don't know how they are now. Mo Qinshua said angrily, You're really nosy. Hua Xiao smiled. How is this meddling in other people's business? Young master is dead. Immortal Music House has been closed down, and I'm alone. The government is waiting for me to go to jail. Dr. Gu is my only thigh, so I have to hold on tight. Mo Qinshua said sarcastically. Oh, I wonder who was the one who swore to be loyal to young master and scolded me for having no conscience and biting the hand that feeds me. Hua Xiao was not angry and said with a smile, I'm not like you. I've never betrayed young master from beginning to end. It's just that he's gone, so I can't be buried with him. People still have to look forward. Mo Qinshua snorted coldly. You talk better than you sing. Hua Xiao rolled her eyes. I don't want to quarrel with you. I'm going to wait for Dr. Gu. However, Dr. Gu has prepared so many surprises for Lord Xiao. I think he must have been so happy with Lord Xiao that he forgot about home. Mo Qinshua wished she could find something to sew up Hua Xiao's mouth. Hey, I'm back. Hua Xiao saw a familiar figure flashing by the back door of the lobby from a distance. She lifted her skirt and trotted all the way with a round fan. Mo Qinshua couldn't help but stretch her neck to look outside. Hua Xiao entered the lobby, grabbed a medicine boy and asked, Where is Dr. Gu? I saw her just now. The medicine boy blushed when Hua Xiao grabbed his arm. Dr. Gu is in the consulting room in the east. Hua Xiao ignored him and walked into the consulting room where Gu Jiao was. Gu. She pushed open the door and choked on her words. This. Who is this little coal in a wheelchair? Hubby, bear with it. It'll be better soon. Gu Jiao squatted down and finished bandaging Xiao Heng's injuries. His injuries were mainly on his left arm and left foot. His left arm had been injured by the firecrackers, and Gu Jiao had wrapped his arm like a mummy from his hand to his shoulder. As for his left leg, it was injured when he was hit by a wooden pole. Gu Jiao helped him up and put him on the stone bench. He was not walking at that time, so he did not notice it immediately. When he was about to go back to the carriage, he found that his foot was actually sprained. Then there were some scratches and bruises, so Gu Jiao bandaged it and made it stop. It was also a mummy's leg. Hua Xiao's body trembled. Dr. Gu, people should be sincere when apologizing, but your apology is killing people. Gu Jiao pushed Xiao Heng back to Clearwater Alley in the wheelchair. It was late at night, and only the sound of footsteps and the creaking of the wheelchair could be heard in the noisy alley. Everyone in the family was asleep, and the bad brother-in-law was not there. Little Jing Kong decisively climbed into Huang Fuxian's bed with a small pillow. Because of Huang Fuxian, the threshold of their house had been changed, so the wheelchair was very easy to push. Gu Jiao pushed him to the door of the west room. Thinking of what happened tonight, she felt sorry. She promised to coax him, but how did it turn out like this? She thought for a while, bent down, and whispered in his ear, Actually, I have prepared a surprise. Before she finished the word surprise, Xiao Heng pushed the wheelchair into the room with his right hand. He turned the wheelchair, closed the door, and bolted it in one breath. Then he turned around again, leaned on the wheelchair, and covered his chest with his hand. He breathed a sigh of relief. Phew! He couldn't be surprised anymore, or he would die. Gu Jiao scratched her head. Did he manage to coax her or not? Then, good night, husband. She said good night to the door of the west room, and turned back to the east room. Gu Jiao fell asleep quickly. Since the dream of the Gu family, Gu Jiao hadn't had a dream for almost half a year. However, her dream came again tonight. She thought she would dream of someone around her again, but it turned out to be someone irrelevant. She didn't know any of them. Or to be exact, She didn't see the faces of those people at all. It was a terrible rainstorm that lasted for a whole day and night, causing landslides and mudslides. There happened to be a village at the foot of the mountain, and the whole village was submerged. Perhaps because it was a natural disaster, it wasn't delayed or brought forward by human influence. It happened at midnight the day after tomorrow. If it was during the day, there might be people who could be alert, but they all fell asleep in the middle of the night. No one in the village could escape. After Gu Jiao woke up, she went directly to Xiao Heng's west room. Xiao Heng had just woken up. Men would feel shy when they woke up early in the morning, especially young men who were full of vigor. Generally, in this case, Xiao Heng would calmly wait for it to subside before he lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Unexpectedly, Gu Jiao suddenly knocked on the door. "Husband, are you up? I have something to tell you." Xiao Heng looked at his swaggering self and panicked. Wait. Husband, it's a little urgent." Gu Jiao said, "I'm coming in." Xiao Heng was at a loss. In a panic, he grabbed a pillow to cover his legs and looked at the door latch seriously. Door latch. Did he have to open the door for her? Wouldn't that be? Xiao Heng looked at the door latch and the pillow covering it. If he got up, he would be exposed. If he didn't get up, he couldn't open the door for her. Click. The door latch fell off. Gu Jiao was confused. "I didn't do it on purpose." She really didn't. Xiao Heng coughed softly and secretly turned his face. He whispered, "I almost forgot how good she is. I was actually worried that she couldn't open the door." Gu Jiao stepped in and looked at him by the bed. "How's your injury? Do you feel any pain or discomfort anywhere?" Xiao Heng pressed down on the pillow on his lap without a trace and said seriously, No. By the way, what did you say was urgent?" Gu Jiao said bluntly, "It's going to rain heavily in Pingyue Prefecture City. It's very likely that it will cause landslides and mudslides. When that happens, the nearby villages will be in danger. Pingyue Prefecture City is 100 miles away. How do you know that it's going to rain heavily?" Xiao Heng knew that she knew how to observe the weather, but she couldn't observe it so far away. Gu Jiao thought for a while and said, "Would you believe me if I said that I saw it in a dream?" Xiao Heng was speechless. Gu Jiao took out a map of Zhao country and pointed at the place where the natural disaster happened. "It's here." Xiao Heng frowned. He thought for a while and nodded. "I know. I'll go to the palace and report to His Majesty. I'll ask him to send people to evacuate the villages as soon as possible." Gu Jiao said, "It'll start raining at noon. We have to get there before midnight tomorrow." That was the time when landslides and mudslides appeared. Gu Jiao added, "It's best to send a letter by pigeon. If they rushed there, they would encounter a rainstorm on the way." "Okay." Xiao Heng agreed. Although he didn't know how she saw it, Xiao Heng trusted her. Gu Jiao put away the map and prepared to leave. Before she left, she suddenly looked at the pillow on Xiao Heng's legs and said calmly, "It's just a physiological phenomenon. There's nothing to hide." Xiao Heng's eyes trembled. Gu Jiao said, "Don't crush it." Xiao Heng was speechless. During breakfast, the whole family knew about Xiao Heng's injury. Xiao Heng said that it was an accident, but no one in the family was surprised. After all, it wasn't the first time he was unlucky. Recently, they had been wondering why Xiao Heng hadn't been unlucky for a long time. Did his luck change? Everyone looked at him and nodded. That's right. He was still the familiar Lu Lang. After breakfast, Xiao Heng sat in Lu Quan's carriage and entered the palace. Halfway there, he met Eugene, who was going out to buy things. Eugene didn't know that Xiao Heng had an urgent matter to attend to. After she recognized Lu Quan, she called out to Xiao Heng's carriage. "Young Marquis." Two carriages stopped on the street in different directions. Eugene lifted the curtain and said to Xiao Heng, "Is it worth it to go to work so early? What happened to your arm? And your leg?" Xiao Heng's arm and leg were wrapped in thick cloth. Xiao Heng didn't care and said, "I'm fine. I just fell. I have something to report to His Majesty." Eugene's heart ached. "You're injured to this extent. It's better if you don't go. I'll report to the princess." It would be the same if Princess Xinyang went to see His Majesty. Xiao Heng said, "It's too late. There's going to be a storm in Pinghua Prefecture City. It's very likely that the mountain will collapse. We have to evacuate the villagers at the foot of the mountain as soon as possible. Eugene frowned. Pinghua Prefecture City? Isn't that King Liang's fief? Xiaoheng nodded. That's right. Eugene's expression changed. Oh no, Xiaoheng asked in confusion. What's wrong? Eugene tightened the carriage window. The Marquis is going to Pinghua Prefecture City. Xiaoheng knew that Marquis Xianping had left, but he didn't know where he was going. Why is he going to Pinghua Prefecture City? Eugene looked around and said softly, he's going to assassinate King Liang. Xiaoheng's expression changed as well. The landslide was on the path to King Liang's residence. Chapter 605. Princess. Bad news. Vermilion Bird Avenue. Eugene got off the carriage, lifted her skirt, and ran straight for Princess Xinyang's room. Princess Xinyang was sitting by the window, practicing her calligraphy. She had gotten over her emotions much faster this time. After just a day, she was already able to calmly do her own things. As she practiced, she asked softly, "It's so early in the morning. Why are you so flustered? This isn't like you." Eugene was suddenly hesitant. Should she tell the princess about this? She followed the princess, and the princess was her master. Marquis Xianping was just a stranger working with the princess. But no matter what, the Marquis had gone to assassinate King Liang for the princess' sake. If something happened to the Marquis, the princess would feel a bit guilty, right? Princess Xinyang asked. What happened? Did someone from your family come looking for you again? Eugene was a favorite of Princess Xinyang's. Her family wasn't very reliable, and would come looking for Eugene from time to time. Eugene steeled her heart and said, "It's not about Eugene's family. It's about the Marquis. Something happened to the Marquis." Princess Xinyang's hand paused. She asked calmly, "What happened to him?" Eugene said anxiously, "Didn't the Marquis go to King Liang's fief? I ran into the young Marquis just now. The young Marquis said that a natural disaster is about to befall King Liang's fief, and that it will happen on the Marquis's path." With a swoosh, Princess Xinyang's brush drew a long line on the paper. On the street, Lu Quan glanced at the curtain of the carriage. He had heard everything that Eugene and Xiaoheng had said just now. Marquis Xianping was an unruly person, but he was actually so daring as to even kill the previous emperor's granduncle. This surprised Lu Quan. To be honest, he was curious about the reason behind this, but now wasn't the time to satisfy his curiosity. "Lu Lang, what do we do now?" Even though he already knew his identity as the young Marquis, he was still used to calling him Lu Lang. What to do? This was a huge problem for Xiaoheng. The journey to King Liang's fief was 50 kilometers long, and Marquis Xianping had already set out last night. Judging by his speed, if he wasn't stopped as soon as possible, he would run into a landslide or a mudslide. Every minute of delay was dangerous. In particular, the messenger pigeons could not reach him at all. That was used to save the villagers. There were pigeons flying back and forth between the various relay stations. Although there was a certain error rate, such as the carrier pigeons being killed or eaten by birds of prey on the way, this seemed to be the fastest and most convenient method at the moment. It was also inconvenient for pigeons to fly in a rainstorm. Thus, they had to arrive at the relay station before the rainstorm. They also had to leave enough time to inform the magistrate, as well as let the magistrate lead the troops to the villagers. On one side was Marquis Xianping, and on the other side were the villagers. Lu Quan could not enter the palace. If Lu Quan turned back to look for Gu Jiao, and then had Gu Jiao enter the palace to inform the emperor, they would be delayed for at least an hour. Moreover, he wasn't sure if Gu Jiao was at home. Perhaps she had gone to the clinic, or perhaps she had gone to a house call. Entering the palace was the fastest way to save the villagers, but this would delay his search for Marquis Xianping. He had to make a choice between his own father and the hundreds of villagers he had no blood relatives with. "Lu Lang," Lu Quan called out. Xiaoheng clenched his fists so tightly that they were trembling slightly. "Enter the palace." There were less than 4 hours left before the rain. The carrier pigeons had to reach the relay station in Pinghua Prefecture City before then. In Pure Flower's palace, the emperor met with Xiaoheng. How did you know that it was going to rain in Pinghua Prefecture City? The emperor asked doubtfully. Xiaoheng didn't know how Gu Jiao was able to observe the weather from 100 li away, so he naturally wouldn't tell the emperor. Moreover, this wasn't the time to investigate Gu Jiao's abilities. The most important thing was to save the villagers who might be buried in the landslide. Xiaoheng said, I met a merchant who came from Pinghua Prefecture City. He said that Pinghua Prefecture City has been particularly stuffy these past 2 days. The sky is gloomy as if it's going to rain. He also said that when he passed by the official road near Creek Village, he was almost hit by a rock that slid down the slope. I read in the books of Hanlin Academy that this is a sign that the mountain is loosening. If it's really raining, it will definitely cause a landslide. When that happens, the villagers at the foot of the mountain will be in trouble. Fortunately, he had studied a lot of geography in Hanlin Academy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to come up with such a reasonable explanation. Seeing that the emperor was deep in thought, Xiaoheng said seriously, Your Majesty, it's better to believe that there are more than 100 lives in Creek Village than not. The emperor's expression turned serious. If your deduction is true, then the war and natural disasters that have plagued the Zhao nation for the past year, are these warnings from the heavens? Xiaoheng hurriedly said, Your Majesty, saving people is more important. The emperor sighed. I understand. We will send people to Pinghua Prefecture City right away. Xiaoheng said seriously. I'm afraid that they won't be able to make it in time. Your Majesty, why don't we prepare for both eventualities? We'll send a carrier pigeon first. The emperor accepted Xiaoheng's suggestion and called Yuniki over, ordering him to do it immediately. After leaving Pure Flower's palace, Xiaoheng sat in his family's carriage. He then asked Lu Quan, Uncle Lu, have you changed the horses that I asked you to? I've changed them. They're all the fastest war horses in the Imperial Guard, but... Lu Quan looked at Xiaoheng's arms and legs worriedly. You're injured like this, so it's inconvenient for you to travel. Let me go. If you think that I won't be able to catch up, you can send the officers from the Ministry of Justice. Otherwise, you can go find the Empress Dowager and Empress, and ask them to send a few imperial experts. Xiaoheng shook his head. You won't be able to stop him. Marquis Xianping had a stubborn temper. Once he made up his mind to do something, not even a landslide or a tsunami could stop him. Moreover, would he believe them if they told him that a mountain was about to collapse? He wouldn't believe them. He wasn't afraid either. If he did, he wouldn't be Marquis Xianping anymore. He wouldn't be able to fight so many wars, or assassinate the previous emperor's granduncle. But didn't the Marquis leave the capital yesterday? Can we catch up with him? Lu Quan wasn't looking for an excuse. He wanted to go alone, and let Xiaoheng stay behind. Xiaoheng took out the map with his right hand, and looked at the route on it. The mountain path is rugged. Even with his mount, he can only travel 60 li a day at most. He'll have covered half of the distance by noon today, and will enter Pinghua Prefecture's jurisdiction. However, there will be a rainstorm later, which will greatly slow him down. If we set off from the capital, we won't encounter a rainstorm. If we speed up, we can enter Pinghua Prefecture by tonight. That way, the distance between us won't be too far. Lu Quan exclaimed, It's true that you won't be too far away. However, once you enter Pinghua Prefecture, there will be a rainstorm. Even if you won't be too far away, you won't be able to catch up with him. The rainstorm and the fief won't only slow him down. Xiaoheng put away the map with one hand. What you said makes sense. However, he still had to go. Lu Quan was angry and distressed at the same time. Fine. I finally understand why no one can stop Marquis Xianping. No one can stop you either. You and your father are stubborn. Even though they knew it was impossible and dangerous, they still insisted on doing it. Xiaoheng's eyes turned cold. Let's go. After noon, Pinghua Prefecture was like an overturned basin. The heavy rainstorm came crashing down. The pedestrians on the official road began to take shelter from the rain. The small tea stall. which didn't have much business before, was instantly filled with people. Among all kinds of people, there was a tall and mighty figure that was particularly eye-catching. First of all, he had the most handsome face in Zhao Nation. No matter where he stood, he would be extremely handsome. Second of all, he exuded a noble and murderous aura. Even the horse next to him was more ferocious than the other horses. There was a strange phenomenon in the tea stall. In order to avoid the rain, everyone was squeezing shoulder to shoulder. However, there wasn't a single guest sitting at his table. In the past, when Marquis Xianping went to the battlefield, he didn't have such a murderous aura. He was good-looking and always had a smile on his face. He belonged to the romantic and amiable type. Today, it was because he had been suppressing the anger in his heart to chop King Liang into 8 pieces that he had suddenly become a person who did not want to come near. There was a group of robbers hiding among the guests who were taking shelter from the rain. However, the robbers were scared out of their wits. Marquis Xianping didn't come to take shelter from the rain. He came to feed the horse. After the horse was full, he opened the door and left. He reached into his pocket and took something out. He was dressed luxuriously and had an extraordinary aura. When the owner saw him take out money, his eyes lit up. In the end, he saw him take out a copper coin and put it on the table. The owner of the tea stall doubted his eyes. It wasn't a copper coin. It was a silver ingot, right? He could tell that he was a noble at first glance. Why was he so stingy? The owner of the tea stall walked over and carefully counted it 3 times. It was really a copper coin. Sir, the owner of the tea stall boldly called out to Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping led the horse and looked at him strangely. The owner of the tea stall used his eyes to indicate the copper coin on the table. It's too little. At least give me 2. Marquis Xianping grunted and walked over. The owner of the tea stall smiled knowingly. In the next second, Marquis Xianping picked up the lonely copper coin and put it back into his pocket. The villagers here were really polite. They didn't charge for tea. The owner of the tea stall. Chapter 606. Marquis Xianping left the tea shed and was still sighing. The villagers here were so enthusiastic that they didn't even charge for tea. The owner of the tea shed had been here for 7 or 8 years. But this was the first time he had seen such stingy customers. It was simply too much. The torrential rain showed no signs of abating. Traveling in this kind of rain was very dangerous and inconvenient. Of course, that was for other people. Marquis Xianping was a general. He had experienced much worse weather on the battlefield, so he wouldn't be easily stopped in the middle of the road. Marquis Xianping was wearing a thick straw raincoat and a bamboo hat as he rode on his tall horse. He patted the horse's head and looked at the torrential rain. That old thing is about to die. We can't let him die of old age, understand? The horse seemed to feel its master's determination and killing intent. It neighed, raised its front hooves, and charged into the torrential rain without a care for its own safety. On the other side, Xiaoheng finally arrived at the tea shed that Marquis Xianping had once led after a long day of traveling. The tea shed was supposed to close at night, but the rain was too heavy. The customers couldn't leave, and the owner of the tea shed couldn't go home. The tea shed was packed. The price of tea and food had skyrocketed. The price of 2 copper coins for a steamed bun had risen to 10 copper coins. The carriage rushed through the rain. Lu Quan was wearing a straw raincoat. He couldn't open his eyes as he said, "Lu Lang, there's a tea shed over there. Do you want to rest for a while?" Xiaoheng's eyes focused. "Uncle Lu, I'll have to trouble you to keep going." Lu Quan tightened his grip on the reins. "I'm fine. I'm just worried about you. We've been traveling for an entire day. How are your injuries?" Xiaoheng said, "I'm fine. Let's keep going." "Okay. Wait." Xiaoheng suddenly said, "Stop." Lu Quan stopped the carriage. "What's wrong?" Xiaoheng looked at the map in his hand, and then looked at the fork in the road ahead. "There are 2 roads ahead. I wonder which one he took." Both roads could lead to the official road near Shishui village, but the road conditions were different, so the time spent on the road would also be different. Xiaoheng was familiar with the geography of the Zhao kingdom. Marquis Xianping had never been to King Liang's fief, so he might not know which path was the shortest. Go to the tea shed and ask, Xiao Heng said. All right. Lu Quan drove the carriage to the tea shed. The owner of the tea stall was boiling water when he saw a carriage stop by his side. Without thinking, he said, It's full. There's no more space. You'd better go forward. There's a courier station 10 miles east. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain and looked in the direction of the tea house owner through the thick rain. Excuse me, I want to ask you about someone. Did a tall, handsome man in his early 30s come here today? Marquis Xianping wasn't in his early 30s, but he looked too young. Even if he was in his early 30s, he still had a mature temperament. The tea house owner added a handful of firewood to the stove and replied casually, Several came. Which one are you talking about? Xiao Heng wanted to say the best-looking one, but as a man, he couldn't bring himself to say that. Being handsome was already the limit of what he could say. Xiao Heng thought for a moment, then asked, The stingy one? Ah, you're talking about him. The tea house owner was instantly energized. His complaints flowed like the waters of the Yellow River. I've fucking run a tea stall my whole life, but I've never seen someone so stingy. A copper coin. Can you believe a copper coin? That beggar even gave us 2 coins. Xiao Heng endured the fire of complaints that he shouldn't have endured at his age. Then where did he go? Xiao Heng asked. Over there. The tea house owner angrily pointed. Thank you. Xiao Heng put down the curtain and lowered his head to spread out the map. Uncle Lu, let's go. The tea house owner was confused. No, did you ask for information for nothing? At least buy 2 steamed buns before leaving. Stop. The tea house owner called out to Xiao Heng's carriage. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain. Is there anything else? The tea house owner grabbed 2 steamed buns and handed them to him. Then he raised his palm and flipped it over. 2 5s meant 10. Xiao Heng wasn't in the mood to eat. He didn't really want them, but the owner insisted on giving them to him. He could only accept them. He took the steamed buns and waved at the tea house owner. Thank you. Goodbye. Then he left. The tea house owner was speechless again. He looked at his frozen hand, and then at the steamed buns that had been taken away. Was that what I meant? The rain was too heavy. The horses couldn't run at all. They could only move slowly. Uncle Lu, if the rain has been this heavy, then he should have just arrived here. Xiao Heng pointed at a small village on the map. Willow Village. Lu Quan didn't understand this. He had never been to Pingle Prefecture City before. Xiao Heng had been leading the way the entire time. He asked, Then is he far from the site of the incident? If he's too far away, he might not have caught up with the landslide. Xiao Heng said, If it were someone else, they definitely wouldn't have caught up. However, he was the Marquis of Xianping. No matter how dangerous the road ahead was, he would definitely find a way to reach the Liang estate. Lu Quan could hear Xiao Heng's worry. He pressed his head and sighed. Then can we catch up to him? It was very difficult. This was the conclusion Xiao Heng reached after analyzing every path on the map. Let's take the other path, Xiao Heng said. Okay. Lu Quan drove the carriage to the small path on the other side. This path seemed to be further than the one Marquis Xianping had chosen. However, it was flat and the road conditions were better. However, even so, they still spent an entire night walking a road that they could normally finish in 4 hours. Fortunately, Xiao Heng had Lu Quan change into the strongest warhorse in the Imperial Guard. Otherwise, they would have been fine, but the horse would have died from exhaustion. The sky was bright, but the torrential rain was pouring down. There was almost no light in the entire Pingle Prefecture City. Xiao Heng frowned. We haven't reached Willow Village yet. Marquis Xianping's speed was faster than theirs. At this rate, they wouldn't be able to reach the site of the incident even after midnight. Xiao Heng lifted the curtain and said to Lu Quan, Uncle Lu, let's go through the forest in the north. We can reach the vicinity of River Creek Village. Lu Quan was stunned. Go through the forest? That won't do. The carriage can't move. Xiao Heng said, We don't need a carriage. We'll ride a horse. Lu Quan disagreed. Can you ride a horse with your injuries? Xiao Heng took out a straw raincoat from the bottom of the carriage and put it on. Then he took out a bamboo hat and put it on. It's just a superficial wound. It didn't hurt my muscles or bones. It's fine. Even if it's a superficial wound, you can't get wet in the rain. Besides, even if you hurt your muscles and bones, will you stop? Lu Kuan couldn't persuade him otherwise. He could only abandon the carriage by the roadside. Fortunately, there were 2 horses in the carriage. The 2 of them sat on 1 horse each and walked into the forest. Marquis Xianping's journey wasn't smooth. He had chosen the shortcut according to the map, but he encountered many problems. Marquis Xianping looked at the wooden bridge that was destroyed by the torrential rain and felt a toothache. There wasn't a shallow stream below, but a surging river. Marquis Xianping patted the horse's head and looked at the broken bridge with a determined expression. He turned around and walked back. After about 50 steps, he stopped and turned around again. His eyes became sharp. Giddy up! The horse raised its hooves and began to gallop. As they approached the broken bridge, Marquis Xianping's legs clamped down on the horse's belly and fiercely pulled on the reins. Facing the surging torrent, the horse didn't retreat. Instead, it followed its master's orders and leaped over the broken bridge. Good. After landing, Marquis Xianping patted it. Let's go. After passing through the village, they would reach the official road that led directly to the Liang estate. Old Liang Wang, your time of death has come. Lulang. Slow down a bit. After falling down so many times, Lu Kuan was almost out of strength. In their current situation, even the horses weren't willing to move. They could only lead the horses forward with great difficulty. Look, we're here. Xiao Heng pointed at the village in the torrential rain. That's Creek Village. Is there? The sky was too dark, and the rain was too heavy. Lu Kuan's oil lamp couldn't illuminate much. They had been walking since morning, so he didn't know what time it was. He only knew that he really couldn't walk anymore. It should be almost midnight. Xiao Heng panted as he said, Don't go over. Just wait for me here. That won't do, that won't do. Lu Kuan sat on the ground. Xiao Heng took the oil lamp from his hand. He didn't lead the horse and walked towards the village. Lulang. Lu Kuan didn't even have the strength to call out. The villagers in the village had already been evacuated. All the poultry that could be taken away had also been taken away. The village was empty except for his lonely figure. He passed through the village. When he reached the village entrance, he heard the sound of horse hooves approaching on the official road. It's him. It's Marquis Xianping. Xiao Heng was too far from the official road. In the time it took to rush over, the horse was already far away. He had no choice but to walk forward in the rain while shouting, Stop! Stop! The sound of the torrential rain blocked out all other sounds. Even the sound of the horse hooves was weakened, let alone the sound of a distant person. But Marquis Xianping could still faintly hear a bit. It wasn't too clear. Was someone talking? Was someone calling him? It sounded like his son's voice. Then Marquis Xianping smiled. His son was in the capital, so how could he come here? He must have heard wrong. Jia! He shouted. Xiao Heng stared blankly as a man, and a horse passed by on the official road in front of him. He felt as if his breath was being choked. Marquis Xianping saw the oil lamp in his hand, but Marquis Xianping didn't stop. He wouldn't stop for a stranger on the side of the road. Xiao Heng looked at the crumbling mountain range. The mountain rocks were already falling down. He could almost hear the sound of the mountain collapsing. He looked at the tall figure that was recklessly rushing towards the mountain range. A voice in his heart broke through the heavy shackles. Father. Chapter 607. His voice was drowned out by the dense rainstorm. No matter how he called out, Marquis Xianping's figure disappeared into the curtain of rain. Xiao Heng's strength was finally exhausted at this moment. He fell into a puddle on the side of the official road. The torrential rain poured down, mercilessly hitting his back. He tightly gripped a stone on the side of the road. The rain was icy cold, but when it fell into his eyes, it became boiling hot. In the end, he couldn't stop him. He still left. It turned out that there were some people and some things that once missed would never have another chance. It wasn't that he didn't cherish his son, but rather that his son didn't cherish his father. He would never have another chance to call him father again. What did you just call me? A familiar voice suddenly sounded above his head. Xiao Heng's body trembled. He thought he had heard wrong, but he still raised his head in a daze. He saw Marquis Xianping, wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat, riding a tall steed that had once accompanied him on expeditions. Marquis Xianping looked at him from the horse and asked again, "What did you just call me?" Xiao Heng raised his hand that was tightly pressed into the puddle. His heart sunk, and his feelings of grief and regret suddenly stopped. He turned his face and snorted, "No, nothing. If it's nothing, then I'm leaving." Marquis Xianping said this, and pulled the reins to turn the horse around. "Fa father," Xiao Heng said through gritted teeth. Marquis Xianping's lips hooked. He turned the horse around naughtily, and looked smugly at his son. "You chased me for several hundred li just to call me father." "It's 113 li. It wasn't several hundred li," Xiao Heng corrected him strictly and angrily. Marquis Xianping's smile was a bit annoying. He leaned over, and reached out a hand to Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was so tired that he couldn't stand up at all. He still had the strength to raise his hand, but Xiao Heng didn't want to pay attention to him. Marquis Xianping was thick-skinned. Even if his son ignored him, he could still ignore his son. Moreover, his son had just called him father, and was very obedient. Xianping Ho directly grabbed Xiao Heng's arm, and pulled him onto the horse's back. With his martial arts, even if he was injured, it was more than enough to carry a grown man. The father and son rode on the same horse, with Xiao Heng sitting behind them. At this moment, the father and son finally recognized each other. Marquis Xianping was in a good mood, and did not suppress the smile on his lips. "I'm going to kill someone. Do you want to come with me, or do you want me to send you to the village below to hide?" Xiao Heng's body trembled. "You're going to die, but you're going to drag me down with you. Just how much hatred do you have for your own son?" "You can't go," Xiao Heng said seriously. "I won't let anyone know that I killed him." Marquis Xianping didn't mention who he was going to kill, but he guessed that his son already knew. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chased him all the way to King Liang's territory. Xiao Heng said, "That's not it. There's going to be a landslide up ahead, and it's going to cause a landslide. The entire road up ahead, including the village below, will be buried by the landslide." Marquis Xianping asked, "Where did you hear this from?" Xiao Heng's expression didn't change. "I'm a Hanlin official. I'm familiar with geography, and I also know how to observe the stars at night." Marquis Xianping said with a smile that wasn't quite a smile, "Observe the stars at night? Isn't that the job of the imperial astronomer?" "I know how to do that as well," Xiao Heng boasted shamelessly. Marquis Xianping laughed. "My son really is amazing." This was clearly a tone used to coax a child. Xiao Heng immediately understood that his father didn't take it to heart. It wasn't that he didn't believe in himself, but rather that he believed that he could make it through. The power of this natural disaster lay in the fact that it came without any warning. When the mountain began to slide, half of the mountain had already collapsed from the inside. Xiao Heng sternly said, "If I say you can't go, then you can't go." Marquis Xianping slightly turned his head and helplessly said, Heng, don't cause trouble." Xiao Heng began to cause trouble. "I'm injured. I can't ride a horse, and I can't get caught in the rain." Marquis Xianping looked down at the village, and Xiao Heng immediately said, "The people in the village have already evacuated. There are no doctors." In the end, Marquis Xianping was still defeated. "Fine, I'll send you to the relay station first." He remembered that there was a small relay station 10 li back. Xiao Heng secretly calculated the speed and distance. When he arrived there, he should be able to avoid the landslide by delaying for a bit. He did not object. Marquis Xianping rode his horseback with his son. It truly deserved to be called a first-rank martial marquis horse. Other horses were so scared that they didn't dare move. Yet it was still able to jump around happily. Carrying another person was not a problem. The last time Xiao Heng sat on Marquis Xianping's horse was when he was young. He sat in front, and his small body was held in Marquis Xianping's embrace. Marquis Xianping always believed that a tiger would not have a dog son. He was a tiger, so his son must also be a tiger. That horse was taller than a person. The pitiful Xiao Heng's first time riding a horse was so bumpy that he began to doubt life and began to cry loudly. It was Princess Yang who arrived in time to save Xiao Heng from the horse. From that moment on, Xiao Heng no longer dared to ride a horse. When did you learn to ride a horse? Those few years when you were a commoner? Marquis Xianping asked. This was the first time that father and son had seriously brought up the matters of those years. Marquis Xianping had asked before, but Xiao Heng had never given him a response. Tonight he responded. I learned from eldest brother. Marquis Xianping said. Your eldest brother? Speaking to this point he paused. Xiao Heng quietly said. His name is Xiaosu. Marquis Xianping frowned. Isn't his surname Cheng? His name is Cheng. Godan. Godan is his nickname. Xiao Heng said. Eldest brother changed his surname. Cheng Yun's mother changed it. After Cheng Su's father died, the Cheng family came to take Cheng Su to his eldest uncle's family to raise. His eldest uncle's family had no son. Cheng Yun's mother was reluctant, and Cheng Su was also unwilling to leave his mother, so the family broke off all ties. After the horse had traveled for a while, Marquis Xianping suddenly said, What happened that year? I'm sorry. Marquis Xianping was a thick-skinned ancestor, but that didn't mean that he could say anything casually. There was an awkward side to his temperament, but ordinary things couldn't trigger his awkwardness. Xiao Heng didn't ask him whether the year he spoke of referred to the year he was born or the year Xiao Lulang met with his accident. Some windows could be poked through, but there were some that didn't need to be poked through. It was fine as long as they both understood. Marquis Xianping said, Hold on tight. I'm going to speed up. Don't fall. I won't. Ah. Before Xiao Heng could finish his sentence, Marquis Xianping suddenly clamped down on the horse's belly. The horse understood and quickly rushed forward. Xiao Heng suddenly fell back and was almost thrown out. He almost instinctively hugged Marquis Xianping's waist. In a place where Xiao Heng couldn't see, Marquis Xianping raised an eyebrow and smiled. Wait. His smile suddenly disappeared. He pulled on the reins, and the horse smartly stopped. What's wrong? Xiao Heng asked. Did you hear that? Marquis Xianping asked with a frown. What did I hear? Xiao Heng's voice suddenly stopped. It seems like a baby is crying. Marquis Xianping turned his head to look. In that village? Hadn't the village been evacuated? He hadn't heard the crying when he had rushed over. There is a child. Marquis Xianping listened for a while and confirmed that he hadn't heard wrong. You go first. He turned and dismounted. When he went on the official road, he didn't care about natural disasters. But when it came to his son, he believed in the power of natural disasters. It's faster to ride a horse, Xiao Heng said. Is there still time? Marquis Xianping asked. If we find it quickly, there is. Xiao Heng said. Good, sit tight. Marquis Xianping's eyes turned cold. He pulled on the reins and changed direction, galloping towards the village below. Who would have thought that when the two entered the village, the crying would stop? Xiao Heng said with a serious expression. That child must be tired from crying. He cried for a while and then stopped. When I passed by the village, I didn't hear anything. Marquis Xianping dismounted. The father and son searched door to door. When Marquis Xianping found the bedroom of the 18th family, Xiao Heng loudly shouted from the well in the backyard. Here! Marquis Xianping quickly went to the backyard. This was a dry well. The well was covered with a manhole cover, but it wasn't sealed and could be moved. The child should have climbed up the manhole cover and stepped on it before falling down. The manhole cover blocked most of the rain, but a portion of it still flowed into the dry well. Xiao Heng went into the room and found an oil paper umbrella to cover the well. Marquis Xianping removed the manhole cover. He planned on going down to save the child, but he found that the well was too narrow. With his body he couldn't go down. Xiao Heng still had the body of a youth. He was tall and thin, so he could barely squeeze through. I'll go down, Xiao Heng said. Marquis Xianping took a rope from the saddle. He tied one end to his son's waist, and the other end to his own waist. Xiao Heng opened his mouth. Your waist injury. Go down. Marquis Xianping said. The child's crying and breathing were already very weak. No one knew how long he had been at the bottom of the well, not to mention that he had fallen from such a high place. Xiao Heng moved his gaze away from his waist and turned to sit at the mouth of the well. But as soon as his leg went in, a cat's cry came from the bottom of the well. Xiao Heng's hair stood on end. Marquis Xianping's expression became serious as he stared at his son. Aheng. Xiao Heng's legs began to tremble. He was clearly a person who did not even fear poisonous snakes. However, he was afraid of cats. If this was a few years ago, Marquis Xianping would definitely have said to him, "You are my Marquis Xianping's son. Do you not even have this much courage?" But tonight he did not say this. He said, "Come down. I will think of another way." There was no other way. There was not enough time. It was now. They had to immediately save the child. Otherwise, they would either have to give up on the child or die with the child. Xiao Heng grabbed the rope in front of him. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely jumped down. It was this seemingly normal jump that caused Marquis Xianping's heart to heat up. His son had grown up. He had truly grown up. It was not his height, nor was it his age. Instead, he had truly grown into a man of indomitable spirit. He was a young and promising Han Lin official. He did not go into battle to kill the enemy, but he used his hot blood to protect the citizens of Zhao country. "I found him. We can go up now." Xiao Heng's trembling voice came from the bottom of the well. He was afraid, but he was not defeated by his own fear. Sure enough, it was my Xiaoji's son. Marquis Xianping quickly pulled on the rope, pulling Xiao Heng and the child out of the well. Xiao Heng's movements were very careful. After all, the mouth of the well was so narrow. If he was not careful, he could hurt the child. He raised the child high above his head. Marquis Xianping received the child with one hand and placed him on the umbrella that had fallen to the ground. With the other hand, he pulled his son up. At this time, he noticed that there was a cat in his son's embrace. Xiao Heng's entire body was stiff, and his face was pale white. He looked like a small statue that could not move. "Can you quickly take it away?" Marquis Xianping laughed out loud. He grabbed the cat and threw it into the bag hanging on the saddle. The child's situation was not very good. There were many injuries on his body. He needed to quickly find a doctor. Xiao Heng found a piece of cloth from the house and wrapped the child in his arms. Marquis Xianping was quite surprised. "Oh, you know quite well. Are you ready to be a father at any time?" Xiao Heng rolled his eyes. "There is Gu Xiaobao at home." This child was older than Gu Xiaobao, but he should not be more than a year old. The method of wrapping Gu Xiaobao was also suitable for him. The father and son brought the child, the horse, and the cat in the direction of the official road. Just as they were about to walk out of the village, a mountain in front of them suddenly collapsed. The huge sound was like muffled thunder in the dark night. The ground at the village entrance seemed to feel the tremor. The landslide would not slide into the village, but the mudslide caused by the landslide would be a disaster for the village. "Hiya!" Marquis Xianping shouted. The horse quickly stepped on the official road. At this moment, the old banyan tree at the village entrance broke with a snap, and the huge tree trunk pressed down on them. At the critical moment, Marquis Xianping stepped on the stirrups and jumped into the air. He hugged the thick tree trunk with both hands and forcefully knocked it away. The tree trunk was successfully knocked away, but because of this, he was also pressed under the tree. The injury on his waist instantly flared up, and the wounds on his thigh and back were also on the verge of reopening. His face was instantly pale. Xiao Heng tightened the reins and stopped the horse. He flipped off the horse and rushed towards him, ignoring his sprained right leg. Marquis Xianping endured the pain and said to Xiao Heng, "Quickly go. Let's go together. I'll move the tree away." Xiao Heng bent down and tried to move the tree that was thicker than him. However, no matter how hard he tried, the tree that was pressing down on Marquis Xianping did not move at all. He took out a rope from the bag hanging on the saddle and tied one end to the tree and the other end to the horse. The man and horse used all their strength to pull. However, this tree was too heavy and thick. Xiao Heng's palms were scraped, and mottled blood dripped down the rope. The mountain in front of them continued to collapse. Marquis Xianping looked into the distance and said with his remaining strength, "You guys go first. I'll take a break and I'll be able to push it away myself. Xiao Heng's eyes turned red and hot liquid flowed out. You're lying. Marquis Xianping smiled weakly. Don't doubt your father. Your father is a first-grade martial marquis. Just this tree. I can lift it with one hand. Xiao Heng tugged at the rope with all his might, choking with sobs as he roared. Then lift it. Lift it. Marquis Xianping laughed carelessly. I said I wanted to rest for a while. You go first. Don't let this child get wet. It wasn't easy to save him from the bottom of the well. I'm not going. The rope sank deeply into the flesh of Xiao Heng's palm, but he was still unable to move it. I regret it. I should have gone to practice martial arts. I shouldn't have gone to school. I should have grown up in the military camp. You're right. You're a useless scholar. I'm useless, he cried in despair, large drops of tears rolling down his face. Marquis Xianping's smile disappeared from his face. He looked at Xiao Heng through the heavy rain. I said it on purpose. I am your father. I don't know as many words as you do. I can't get over my face. So I wanted you to come practice martial arts. I'm good at practicing martial arts. You will definitely admire me. These words, Xiao Heng had never heard them before. He had never even thought about them. Someone as proud as Xiao Ji actually had such an inferior side. Perhaps it was because he felt that his life was coming to an end. If some words were not said today, there might not be a chance to say them in the future. Marquis Xianping slightly tilted his head, so that he could look at his son one last time. Aheng, I never told you, but I was actually very smug. To have a son like you. Those uncouth old men always boast that their sons are capable. Tizke, are they as capable as my son? My son could go to the throne room and recite poems at the age of 3. Can their sons do it? My son entered the Imperial College at the age of 4. Can their sons do it? My son is a 13-year-old youth chancellor. Are those small soldiers? My son is an 18-year-old top scholar. Can their sons do it? My greatest pride in this life is not military achievements, nor is it the title of nobility. It is you. You are the son that I am most proud of. You have always been. Xiao Heng's heart was about to be torn apart. Marquis Xianping's eyes became hot, as he smiled. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. Don't let my sacrifice be in vain. After he finished speaking, he used the last of his strength to send a palm strike at Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng was sent onto the back of a horse by his internal strength. Marquis Xianping said to his horse, "Take him away." With a loud boom, the last part of the mountain slope collapsed, and a mudslide came from behind. The horse raised its front hooves and galloped away. Marquis Xianping looked at his son with a smile. The mudslide rushed down. Xiao Heng turned his head and screamed, "Don't." With a loud boom, the mudslide entered the village. And it was at this time that a tall black shadow came out of the torrential rain. Chapter 608. He was as fast as lightning, and as fierce as a dragon. He grabbed the big tree that was pressing down on Marquis Xianping, and threw it out. Marquis Xianping had already prepared to die. He wondered if this was the feeling of death. His whole body was light as a feather. Where was the promised big tree? Where was the rushing mudslide? He heard the sound. Why wasn't he crushed and suffocated to death? Just as Marquis Xianping was puzzled, he felt a powerful aura rush towards him. Marquis Xianping had lived to this age, but he had never admitted that anyone other than himself was strong. To be able to make him feel this way, it was enough to show how deep the other party's skills were. Moreover, this aura was a little familiar. But thinking about it, it was impossible. Before Marquis Xianping could think about what was going on, whether it was reality or an illusion after death, he was picked up from the ground. Marquis Xianping, who was completely unaware of the situation. Xiao Heng's heart almost jumped out of his throat. In the end, he saw a scene that made his heart surge. He let out a long sigh of relief. Long Yi. The moment Long Yi picked up Marquis Xianping and flew away, the mudslide rolled over and almost drowned the entire village in the blink of an eye. The mudslide chased behind Long Yi. Long Yi's qinggong was outstanding. Every time he was about to be submerged, he could tap the tip of his foot on the big tree, He flew away and the big tree was swallowed. He stopped on the roof again. He soared into the sky again, and the roof was also swallowed. This was a contest with the King of Hell and King of Hell. Xiao Heng couldn't see their figures, but he believed that Long Yi's skills would definitely be able to win this mudslide. The mudslide didn't just swallow a village. Even the official road where Xiao Heng was located became its prey. It was like a 1,000-year-old beast that had been awakened, opening its bloody mouth behind Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng hugged the baby in his arms and held the reins tightly with both hands. Along the way, rocks kept falling down. If it were any other horse, it would have been scared out of its wits. However, Marquis Xianping's mount did not. It was the king of war horses that had walked out of the golden spear iron horse. It was well-trained, agile. It accurately avoided every rock. There was no need for Xiao Heng to whip it. Out of its instinct to avoid natural disasters, it had already increased its speed to the extreme. The mudslide chased after them relentlessly. Just as it was about to swallow them whole, the mudslide's eyes were as sharp as knives. With a kick of its hind hooves, it suddenly soared into the air. Xiao Heng looked at the broken bridge and flowing water under his feet, his heart once again in his throat. If he couldn't cross it, it had successfully crossed over. The mudslide rushed into the turbulent river. Xiao Heng turned around and looked at the mudslide that was about to catch up with him in shock. His entire body was drenched in cold sweat. The horse carried Xiao Heng all the way back in the rain. On the other side, Marquis Xianping and Long Yi's situation was more dangerous than Xiao Heng's. After all, the village's terrain was lower, and the mudslide was mainly rushing in the direction. They could not get close to the official road, and could only run to the mountain on the other side of the village. At this time, Lu Quan was at one of the mountain tops. Xiao Heng had originally left him at the top of the mountain, and told him to wait there, and not wander around. However, after he recovered his strength, he was worried about Xiao Heng, so he went down the mountain to find Xiao Heng. As soon as he reached the foot of the mountain, he heard the sound of a landslide. He secretly thought that things were bad, and quickly turned to run up the mountain. However, he had only run halfway up the mountain when the mudslide surged over. Just as he was about to be swept away and buried, a whip lashed out and firmly wrapped around Lu Quan's waist. Lu Quan looked up, and his eyes lit up. It was Gu Jiao. Gu Jiao pulled the rope with one hand, and wrapped the whip around Lu Quan with the other. She looked up at the people above and said, "Go up." Gu Jiao pulled the rope with a whoosh, and pulled Gu Jiao and Lu Quan up to the top of the mountain. Gu Jiao looked at Lu Quan, who was pulled up by her, and her eyes were very satisfied. She finally experienced the experience of Gu Qingfeng, using a whip to save Tang Yuashan, an ancient moon city. She thought it was very fun at that time. Lu Quan, who was hanging upside down on the tree branch, thought, "Well, next time, can you let me come up upside down?" Gu Jiao had only learned how to use a whip for a few days, and was a little unfamiliar with it. Lu Quan was rolled up upside down by her, and his head was filled with blood. Gu Qingfeng's face darkened. "I said I'll go down. I'll go down. I have to go myself." Of course, he also understood that Gu Jiao was not doing it for fun. After all, the one who went down was in danger of being swallowed by the mudslide at any time. This girl was always like this, doing all the dangerous things herself. Even this time, she did not plan to bring him along. He just happened to see her go out, so he followed her. "Who are you looking down on, stupid girl?" Gu Qingfeng pouted and snorted. "Give me back the whip." "No." Gu Jiao decisively took the whip for herself. "Gu Qingfeng, a red tasseled spear is no longer enough to satisfy you? You even took my whip." Gu Qingfeng secretly glared at her. "I'll take it back when we get back." Although the terrain here was high enough, there was no guarantee that there would not be a second wave of mudslide. They still had to leave as soon as possible. Gu Qingfeng grabbed one in each hand, and used his qinggong to rush to the top of the mountain. "Wait, what's wrong?" Gu Qingfeng clenched his teeth with difficulty. "You little girl, what have you been eating recently? Why are you so heavy?" Gu Jiao played with the newly snatched whip. "I don't have it. If you can't do it, just say it." "Gu Qingfeng, men can't do it without it." Gu Qingfeng pulled his hair with all his might. It's you, who has grown heavier. No, enough, he can't move anymore. Seeing 3 people about to fall down, Long Yi flew over and caught Gu Jiao from the hand of Gu Qingfeng. Gu Jiao, who was caught off guard, was speechless. Long Yi, didn't you go to save Marquis Xianping? Why are you trying to catch me again? I only agreed to bring Gu Qingfeng along because I didn't want to be sandwiched by you. Long Yi picked one up from each side. Marquis Xianping glanced to the side and took a closer look. He waved at Gu Jiao. Daughter-in-law, how are you? Gu Jiao also waved. Hello. Wow. Before they could finish greeting each other, the 2 of them were blown into sad frogs by the wind and rain. Gu Qingfeng was left far behind. He was completely lost. Damn it. How could he run so fast while carrying 2 people? Do you belong to the wind? A man like the wind. Long Yi passed through the forest. The journey was relatively long, so by the time he brought Gu Jiao and Marquis Xianping to the nearest relay station, Xiao Heng was already changing clothes in the room. Marquis Xianping saw Princess Xinyang in the corridor instructing the servants to boil water and decoct medicine. He was stunned for a moment, but when he turned to look at Long Yi, he seemed relieved. Yujin came out of the room next door with a basin of hot water. Princess, I gave the child a bath. I didn't have any baby clothes, so I used adult clothes to wrap him in swaddling clothes. Princess Xinyang nodded. Marquis. Yujin went to pour water. When she turned around, she saw Marquis Xianping at the door. Princess Xinyang also looked at him. Marquis Xianping's current appearance was as pathetic as it could be. He himself didn't know and still thought he was as handsome as before. He raised his eyebrows and smiled carelessly. Qin Fengwan? Princess Xinyang looked at his lame eyebrows and her eyelids twitched. She answered vaguely. Where are Jiao Jiao and the others? Gu Jiao walked out from behind Marquis Xianping and spat out a mouthful of rainwater expressionlessly. Not long after, Gu Qingfeng and Lu Quan also arrived. Princess Xinyang said indifferently, Go and change your clothes. Princess Xinyang was worthy of being a mother. Wherever she went, she would bring her child's clothes. But now she had more than one child. Gu Jiao was also the same. She had Yujin take Gu Jiao to the room prepared in advance. The charcoal inside had already been heated. Yujin took out the dry clothes Princess Xinyang had prepared for Gu Jiao and had Gu Jiao change into them. She had brought a few more sets of Xiaoheng's clothes. One set was given to Gu Qingfeng, and the other was given to Marquis Xianping. Their figures were quite suitable. Lu Quan had a bit of a middle-aged man's belly, so he couldn't wear Xiaoheng's clothes. He went to find a guard to get a set. Marquis Xianping looked at his son's clothes in his hand and said to Princess Xinyang at the door, That's true. You don't have my clothes. Princess Xinyang's face darkened. You speak as if I would bring your clothes for you if I had them. Marquis Xianping looked at Princess Xinyang with a faint smile. Qin Fengwan, did you especially come to save me? Princess Xinyang could still tolerate him if he didn't speak, but the moment he did, she really wanted to beat him up. Princess Xinyang said in annoyance, I came to save my son. Could he not think so highly of himself? Oh! Marquis Xianping raised his brows and put the clothes on the table. I don't believe you. Princess Xinyang. How did this person become more and more shameless after so many years? In order to not get a heart attack from anger, Princess Xinyang decided to ignore him. Princess Xinyang went to Gu Jiao's room, where the rescued baby was also placed. Gu Jiao had already changed her clothes and was treating the baby. How is he? Princess Xinyang asked as she entered the room. Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box and took out a stethoscope. The bones are fine. There are some scratches and abrasions, slight dehydration, and high fever. That's all I can see for now. I heard that the dry well is quite deep. This child is lucky. I'm asking how you are, Princess Xinyang said. Gu Jiao put the stethoscope on her ear and listened to the baby's heart and lungs. She paused. Princess Xinyang took in her expression. She sighed and asked, Are you hurt? I'm fine, Gu Jiao said before Princess Xinyang could ask. My old injuries have long healed. Princess Xinyang nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the child on the table. He's fine, right? After Gu Jiao finished listening to his heart and lungs, She took out the stethoscope and said, "Pneumonia. He must have been infected before he fell into the well. After soaking in ice water for so long, his condition worsened." Princess Xinyang's expression changed when she heard pneumonia. Xiao Heng had this disease when he was young. He coughed and had a high fever, and almost died. Princess Xinyang still had lingering fears. "What should we do?" Gu Jiao said. "Give him medicine first. If he can't take it, give him an infusion." This was a serious illness in ancient times, but it wasn't difficult for the small medicine box. Sure enough, when Gu Jiao opened the small medicine box again, there were already fruit-flavored antibiotic powder and antiviral oral solution inside. "The rice soup is ready." Eugene came in with a bowl of steaming rice soup. "This is the only thing in the kitchen." She was referring to the food for the child. Gu Jiao gave the medicine to Eugene and told her how to use it and the dosage. "Okay, I'll feed it to him in a bit." Eugene looked at the weak child. "He's quite obedient. He doesn't make a fuss." Princess Xinyang also looked at the baby and said, "He cried for so long. He doesn't have the strength to make a fuss." With Eugene here, Gu Jiao went next door to see Xiao Heng. Compared to the baby, Xiao Heng's condition was much worse. He was originally half a mummy, but now his whole body was wrapped in gauze. He was practically a fat white man. Marquis Xianping's condition was not much better. However, Gu Jiao was Xiao Heng's wife. Gu Jiao could tie him up wherever she wanted. But Gu Jiao was not Marquis Xianping's wife. He didn't want to tie him up. Gu Jiao called his wife over. When Princess Xinyang entered the room, Gu Jiao had already gone out. Marquis Xianping was paralyzed in his wheelchair, his back facing the door. He thought that it was Gu Jiao who had come. He snorted. "I'm not going to tie that thing up." "What do you want if you don't tie it up?" Princess Xinyang's voice rang out. Marquis Xianping choked. He wanted to turn around, but the pain in his neck made him gasp. "Why is it you?" Princess Xinyang came in front of him and looked at him. "Why aren't you receiving treatment?" Marquis Xianping said carelessly. "It's just a small injury." He still had to kill old Liang Wang. If he didn't go now, that old thing would die of old age. Marquis Xianping thought that she was going to say that the road was blocked. He had already thought of a way to go around the neighboring county. Perhaps he wouldn't make it in time, but he had to try. He was someone who would not give up until all hope was gone. But Princess Xinyang did not say that. After a moment of terrifying silence, she faintly said, "I've thought about killing him countless times. At first, I used the dragon shadow guards, but they didn't move." Marquis Xianping muttered to himself for a moment, then frowned and analyzed. "They are death warriors that old Liang Wang bought from the Yin Kingdom. The master who trained them also came from the Yin Kingdom. Old Liang Wang participated in the entire training process, so he secretly ordered them to never kill him." Princess Xinyang nodded in agreement. "I ordered all of them from Long Er to Long Wu, but they didn't listen to me. I only left out Long Yi. Long Yi just happened to go out. When he first came to my side, he was a little restless. He always didn't follow the rules at home. At that time, I didn't know that he had randomly entered. I only thought that he would be the same as the other 4 dragon shadow guards, and not carry out the mission to kill that person. After he returned, I was too lazy to give him any more orders." Marquis Xianping caught a key point. "Wait, what do you mean by Long Yi was randomly entered?" Princess Xinyang said. "A few days before the death of the late emperor, he summoned me to the palace and said that he would give me 4 dragon shadow guards. In the end, there were only 5. I thought that the late emperor changed his mind after I left and gave me 1 more." Marquis Xianping was puzzled. "You didn't ask." Princess Xinyang said as a matter of course. "Why should I ask? What if I don't ask?" Marquis Xianping's brain crashed for a second. Clearly, he didn't expect that Princess Xinyang would also like to take advantage of others. That's true. He accepted her advice. Perhaps because she was tired of standing, Princess Xinyang sat down on a stool diagonally opposite Marquis Xianping. "Later, I secretly cultivated some forces. Even if I didn't use the dragon shadow guards, I could still kill him, but I didn't do so." "Why?" Marquis Xianping tilted his head and looked at her. Princess Xinyang didn't look at Marquis Xianping. Instead, she looked at the pouring rain outside. I found out that he was sick. A very serious illness. His whole body was in constant pain. From the imperial physicians to the traveling doctors, none of them could cure him. They couldn't even alleviate his pain. The imperial physicians said that his organs were deteriorating and that he wouldn't live for more than a year. But a year has passed, and he still hasn't died. If it was a normal person who contracted such a serious illness, they would have died long ago. Yet he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Sometimes, I wonder if the heavens have grown eyes and his retribution has come. It's not that he didn't seek death. It's just that when the Liang estate was in his hands, it didn't have any real power. It was only because of His Majesty's respect for him that he managed to survive until today. If he were to die, the Liang estate would completely decline. How could his family be willing to let go of the glory and wealth in front of them? They spared no expense to preserve his life. He was used by his family and suffered the torment of his illness. His life was worse than death. Tell me, if this isn't his retribution, then what is? Marquis Xianping looked at her with a frown. Qin Fengwan, Princess Xinyang said indifferently, so you don't need to kill him. He already got the retribution he deserves. There's no need to dirty your hands. Then she turned and left the room. Marquis Xianping turned his wheelchair around and looked at her back. Qin Fengwan. What? Princess Xinyang turned around and looked at him strangely. Marquis Xianping patted the armrest and smiled. 2 wheelchairs. If he had only come to save Xiao Heng, only 1 wheelchair would have been enough. Princess Xinyang faintly looked away. Yujin brought it. In the middle of the night, Marquis Xianping disappeared. His mount was also gone. He still took a detour and rushed to the Liang estate. Old King Liang still hadn't breathed his last, but he would die soon. His family had all gone to the capital. Old King Liang could finally die of old age. Who would have thought that on his deathbed, he would see Yama with a butcher's knife in his hand? On a sunny afternoon, the redbud flowers in Jishui Alley bloomed. Large patches of purple color were newly planted in Little Jingkong. In fact, the so-called newly planted flowers were nothing more than moving the flower pots from Princess Xinyang's courtyard to the courtyard in Jishui Alley. Even the moving was done by Long Yi. However, he was the one who placed them on the ground, so he was the one who planted them. In the front courtyard, Gu Jiao was currently guiding Huang Fuxian in his rehabilitation. Huang Fuxian successfully stood up with the help of the artificial limbs. Now he was practicing walking with crutches. Gu Jiao made the artificial limbs according to his physique. Although he was young, he was actually taller than Gu Xiaoshan and Gu Yan. On the other side of the courtyard, the 2 big whites were obediently sitting in the wheelchair and basking in the sun. Marquis Xianping's 4 limbs were in plaster. His neck and waist were also in plaster. He couldn't move anything below his chin. He could only move his eyes and try to look at his son. My back is a little itchy. Scratch it for me. Although Xiao Heng wasn't in plaster, his whole body was tightly bound with gauze. He wasn't much more flexible than him. I can't scratch it. Old King Liang was brutally murdered. The scene of the crime was too horrible to look at. The emperor flew into a rage and ordered the local government to thoroughly investigate this matter. In order to find the murderer as soon as possible, the emperor also sent out the expert Minister Xing. Minister Xing couldn't bring Xiao Heng with him this time, because Xiao Heng was injured. He personally investigated, but the scene was clean and didn't leave a single trace. It was as if the murderer had a very strong anti-reconnaissance ability. Minister Xing returned to the capital to report to the emperor. Your Majesty, from the wounds of the deceased, this was a vendetta. The murderer vented his terrible anger on the deceased. The deceased suffered terrible torture when he was alive. The emperor was furious. That was the previous emperor's most respected uncle. How could he be brutally murdered when he was dying of old age? Who was so bold? Just as Minister Xing was reporting the case to the emperor, a eunuch rushed in and reported loudly outside the imperial study. Your Majesty, old King Liang's consort requests an audience. She says she knows who the murderer of old King Liang is. Eunuch Wei was so scared that he almost threw away the horsetail whisk in his hand. The eunuch who was shouting outside the imperial study was obviously not one of their own. It was obvious that old King Liang's consort had bribed someone. Old King Liang's consort was originally imprisoned by Empress Xiao. However, news of old King Liang's death came from Pinghua Prefecture City. The emperor sent someone to the old King Liang's residence in the capital to deliver the news. The person who delivered the news was probably bribed by old King Liang's consort, who then went to the palace. Announce it, the emperor said. Old King Liang's consort didn't return to Pinghua Prefecture City because she fainted on the spot after hearing the news of old King Liang's death. She fainted for a few days and nights and only woke up now. Your Majesty. Old King Liang staggered to the emperor's desk and knelt down. The emperor quickly got up and went around the desk to help her up. Ninth Grandaunt, please get up. Old King Liang's consort held the emperor's arm tightly and cried, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must seek justice for your ninth granduncle. The emperor said seriously. Ninth Grandaunt said she has information about the murderer. May I ask who the murderer is? Old King Liang's consort gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Princess Xingyang. The emperor was stunned and said, Ninth Grandaunt, you must be joking. How could the murderer be Xingyang? She wouldn't kill anyone, especially ninth granduncle. He knew Xingyang's personality very well. She wouldn't commit murder and arson. Moreover, she didn't have the motive to kill old King Liang. Old King Liang's consort seemed to have used up all the strength in her body. She trembled violently and said, Your Majesty, please believe me. The murderer is her. It really is her. How could the emperor believe that Xingyang was the murderer? The emperor said earnestly, Ninth Grandaunt, you must be tired. I'll have Eunuch Wei send you back to rest. Old King Liang's consort didn't want to leave. Old King Liang was dead. Liang household was going to decline. All of this was caused by that *tch Xingyang. If she didn't let them have a good time, then she wouldn't let her have a good time either. At worst, they would die together. Either the fish dies or the net splits. Old King Liang's consort raised 3 fingers and said seriously, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, you must believe me. I swear to the heavens that if the murderer isn't Princess Xingyang, then I'll be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Just as she finished speaking, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. A bolt of lightning struck the imperial study and struck old King Liang's consort directly. Old King Liang's consort, Minister Xing. The emperor. When the emperor had Eunuch Wei call Gu Jiao to the palace, old King Liang's consort had already breathed her last. Empress Xiao also came. She looked at old King Liang's consort in the imperial study and used a handkerchief to cover her nose. She said in disdain, How unlucky. She actually died in your Majesty's imperial study. The emperor also felt unlucky, so he didn't refute Empress Xiao's words. However, he still called for Princess Xingyang to come to the palace. Ninth Grandaunt said that you were the murderer. I find it very strange. Did you do something that caused her to misunderstand? No. Perhaps she was traumatized and became delirious. The emperor thought about it and didn't rule out this possibility. However, for some reason he still felt that something was wrong. He stared at Princess Xingyang. On the day of the incident, where were you? I heard that you left the city. Princess Xingyang's expression didn't change. I went to visit ninth granduncle. Ninth Grandaunt came to find me that day and said that ninth granduncle's health was not good and wanted to see me before he passed away. I quickly went, but who knew that I would encounter a natural disaster along the way? I was stopped at the relay station. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can send someone to ask. Princess Xingyang stayed at the relay station for a night before returning to the capital the next day. The people at the relay station could testify. Where is Marquis Xianping? The emperor asked. It had to be said that the matter between imperial concubine Jing and Qin Fengyan had allowed the emperor to grow up. If it was in the past, he definitely wouldn't have suspected Princess Xingyang. But now, he was much more cautious. But Princess Xingyang was not someone to be trifled with. She seamlessly said, I didn't know about the storm. Ahing heard that I left the city and was worried that I would encounter a landslide or mudslide. Thus she quickly chased after me. Her father was worried about her and also followed her. Aheng was worried about the village and wanted to see if everyone had been evacuated. As a result, she found an infant that had fallen into a dry well. Risking her life, she rescued the infant. Both were heavily injured because of this. The matter of Marquis Xianping leaving the relay station in the middle of the night was only known to Gu Jiao's group. Gu Qingfeng had disguised himself as Marquis Xianping and returned to the capital. He had even spoken a few words with the guards at the city gates. This was something that could be investigated. Marquis Xianping also had a perfect alibi. Princess Xinyang continued. After that, the two stayed in by Shui Alley to recover. They never left. The one recovering a few days ago was Gu Qingfeng, but his face was covered in bandages. Who could recognize him? They called him Lord Marquis, so everyone in the neighborhood knew that it was Lord Marquis. The emperor could go ahead and investigate. Everyone in the alley would say that Marquis Xianping had been there for a few days. The emperor nodded. The second day after Aheng returned to the capital, she went to the palace. We saw her at Rinshou Palace, but we did not speak much. She was too tired and fell asleep. This was also to provide an alibi for Marquis Xianping ahead of time. Both of them were recovering in by Shui Alley. As long as Xiao Heng was real, no one would suspect that the Marquis Xianping everyone was talking about was fake. Leaving the imperial palace, Princess Xinyang went to Bai Shui Alley. Marquis Xianping was sunbathing alone in the courtyard. He looked meaningfully at Princess Xinyang, who hated that she could not appear 8 times a day. Qin Fengwan, you've been coming a little too often recently. You shouldn't have taken a fancy to this Marquis, right? It's best if you give up. This Marquis is protecting you because you are this Marquis wife in name, and the mother of this Marquis son. It's not that this Marquis has any feelings for you. Princess Xinyang coldly said, I came to see my son. Marquis Xianping looked at her a few times without blinking. Shaking his head, he said, I don't believe you. Princess Xinyang. Chapter 609. Novels with connotations that cannot be found online can be found here. Princess Xinyang gritted her teeth and said, These 3 words again. Other than saying that I don't believe you, what else can you say? Marquis Xianping thought seriously and said, You're stubborn. Princess Xinyang again. Princess Xinyang felt that she could not stay here any longer. Otherwise, if she was not angered to death by him, she would vomit to death. It seemed that there was no difference between the two. Princess Xinyang angrily walked away. She had indeed come to see her son, but she had been so angered by Marquis Xianping that she had forgotten what she had come here for. She only wanted to get as far away from this guy as possible. She turned around and boarded the carriage heading back to Vermilion Bird Avenue. Marquis Xianping watched her receding figure and clicked his tongue. And you say you're not here to see me? The deaths of the old King Liang and the old princess consort had caused quite a stir in the capital city and Pingle Prefecture City. It was said that the old King Liang had been murdered for revenge. Thinking about it, the old King Liang had a good reputation when he was alive. He was gentle and kind, so how could he have enemies? As for Princess Consort Liang's death, it was even more strange. She had been struck to death by lightning. The ancients were superstitious. How much sin must a person have committed to be struck by lightning? Could it be that Princess Consort Liang hired someone to kill King Liang? In the tea house, people were discussing this matter. A young man said, Princess Consort Liang? Where did this come from? A middle-aged uncle said, Have you never been married? How many couples appear to love each other on the surface, but secretly become enemies? If you ask me, who in this world wants me to die the most? It's definitely my wife. Many people in the tea house could empathize with these words, especially the women who had come to buy tea for their husbands. Every day, they wished they could beat their husbands to death. But then again, it was one thing to be angry, and another to actually do it. If old Liang Wang really forced old Liang Wang Fei to kill him, at the very least, old Liang Wang must have done something that she could not tolerate. A destitute scholar in his 30s walked over with a jug of wine in his hand. He was half drunk and half sober. He sat down at their table and said, I heard that King Liang dotes on the son of a concubine. He wants to remove his eldest son from the throne and make the son of a concubine King Liang. Is that so? The young man from before asked. The scholar took a sip of wine and took out a folding fan to fan himself. He said in a serious tone, King Liang and his first wife were not on good terms. For the sake of an outsider, he could even beat up his eldest son. Princess consort. When she was young, she had lived in the Liang King estate. Because of a quarrel between her and the eldest son, the old King Liang had turned around and beaten the eldest son half to death. Princess consort. Was he standing up for Princess Xinjiang? No. He is slapping old Liang Wangfei's face. Really? The middle-aged man asked. The scholar closed his fan and said seriously, It's absolutely true. All these years, if it wasn't for old Liang princess consort guarding against him, both mother and son would have died countless times. The young man asked, Is King Liang still a good person? The scholar said, He's a good person, but he's not a good man. He wants to spoil his concubine and destroy his wife. He had been seriously ill for 10 years and was beyond cure, yet he was still wondering how to pass the throne to his bastard son. I also heard that he took advantage of the time when old princess consort Liang was bringing her eldest son, King Liang, to the capital to secretly summon the steward of the estate. He had the steward write a letter on his behalf, requesting that his eldest son be removed from the throne, and that his bastard son be King Liang. Old Liang princess consort accidentally found out about this matter, and became angry out of humiliation. So she hired someone to kill him. Another middle-aged merchant said, That seems to make sense. If it wasn't done by someone familiar with the Liang household, how could we not find any clues? The others immediately agreed. That's right. There was a hubbub of voices below the tea house. Old Liang Wang's story was getting more and more ridiculous. The old chancellor, who was about to pass a story to the storyteller upstairs, was stunned. You guys have rich imaginations and can make up stories better than me. I instantly felt that my story was too weak, okay? The storyteller grabbed the other end of the story and couldn't pull it over after a long time. He smiled embarrassedly and said, Sir, are you selling this story or not? The old chancellor pulled back the story of old Liang Wang in his hands. No, I'm not selling it. This bunch of people with wild imaginations had already lost their livelihood. Because there was no evidence, old Liang Wang's case was left unsettled. To put it bluntly, the emperor had also believed the groundless rumors of the people. How could a person who didn't do anything wrong be struck to death by lightning? Could it really have been done by old Liang princess consort? As a result, the emperor ordered a thorough investigation of the Liang household. It didn't matter if they didn't investigate, but once they did, old Liang Wang's scandals of accepting bribes, colluding with local officials, privately opening mines, and forcefully kidnapping women were all dug up. This was great. He went down in infamy for 10,000 years. The emperor confiscated the Liang household, and old Liang Wang's children were all demoted to commoners. From then on, they had nothing to do with the imperial family. On this day, Gu Jiao was drying medicinal herbs in the courtyard when a few soldiers brought a couple in their 20s to her door. The soldiers came from the yamen of Pingyue Prefecture. The leader bowed to Gu Jiao and asked, Is this Dr. Gu's house? Yes, is there anything you need from me? Gu Jiao stopped drying the medicinal herbs. The leader hurriedly said, Dr. Gu, my surname is Lu. Dr. Gu can just call me Lu Quan. Another person called Lu Quan came. Who called me? Lu Quan walked over from the newly opened door next door with a spatula in his hand. Gu Jiao turned around and said, No, Uncle Lu. His name is the same. He's also called Lu Quan. Oh. Lu Quan wasn't surprised. This name was very common. Over the years, he had encountered many people with the same name. He went back to cooking. Perhaps it was because of the name, but Lu Quan actually felt closer to the name. He smiled and led the couple behind him over. They are from Shishui village. They went to the yamen to report that their child was missing. We asked about their child's situation. He looked very similar to the child that Marquis Xianping, an official Xiao, rescued from the ancient well. According to the yamen, The child was brought back to Jadewater Alley and handed over to Dr. Gu for treatment. Gu Jiao nodded. I was the one treating him. However, we didn't have enough manpower. After he recovered, he was brought to Princess Xinyang. Please wait for a moment. I will send someone to deliver a letter to Princess Xinyang. Hearing this, the couple almost knelt down. Their son was brought to the princess to raise? Princess? Princess? Heavens! Was there smoke coming out of their ancestral graves? The couple was young, but they married early in ancient times. Thus they already had 5 children. That infant was the youngest. As for why they left the child in the village, it wasn't because they were heartless. It was because they made a mistake. The woman blamed herself and explained the cause and effect to Gu Jiao. That day, the people from the yamen came in a hurry. They said that there was going to be a rainstorm and that it might destroy the hillside. There was also some kind of flood. It was a mudslide. But forget it. There was no need to bother explaining this. Gu Jiao patiently listened to her. They said to evacuate quickly, the sooner the better. The carrier pigeon arrived at the relay station at noon. The relay station reported to the local yamen that there would be a natural disaster the next night. They told the villagers to evacuate quickly. The people from the yamen didn't really believe in the possibility of a natural disaster. However, because it was an order from the emperor, they didn't dare to neglect it. The yamen went to the village in the afternoon to persuade the villagers to leave. At that time, the rainstorm had already begun. At first, the villagers refused to leave, especially the elderly. They said that they would rather die here than move. The yamen used both the carrot and the stick. In the middle of the night, they finally convinced the villagers to evacuate. When the sky darkened and the rain poured down, the yamen escorted the villagers to evacuate overnight. At that time, their son was lying together with a big winter melon. They took the winter melon away and left their son behind. It's too chaotic. We put him in the basket and thought he was our son. Our family has old people and young children. There are a total of 3 rooms. When we arrived at the settlement, the rooms separated. The child's grandparents took the basket away. We thought the child was with them, and they thought the child was with us. Later on, I said to bring the child over. His grandparents were old. We didn't know until we got there. When the woman said this, she was already choking with sobs. Gu Jiao didn't know what to say. To have such muddle-headed parents, it was really lucky that he had such good luck. The child must have found that his family was gone after he woke up. He crawled around to look for them, and accidentally climbed onto the cover of the well. A 1-year-old child could stand up and walk a few steps. The well wasn't very high, so it wasn't difficult for him to climb up. The secret guard was very fast. It didn't take long for him to inform Princess Xinyang. What was surprising was that Princess Xinyang had personally brought Yujin and the child over. The child was in Yujin's arms. This is Princess Xinyang, Gu Jiao introduced. The group hurriedly bowed to Princess Xinyang. The husband and wife looked at the child in Yujin's arms. They were so excited that they couldn't immediately throw themselves at her. Princess Xinyang asked the two about what had happened. Her expression was somewhat indifferent. Are you sure it's your child? What does your child look like? The husband and wife described a few of the child's characteristics, including that his toes were curled up tighter than normal babies. Yujin nodded at Princess Xinyang. She didn't say anything wrong. Princess Xinyang had looked after the child for many days. Of course, she knew that everything they said was accurate. She didn't even need to ask. The way a mother looked at her child couldn't be faked. Princess Xinyang looked indifferently at the husband and wife whose eyes were red. She said sternly, "Don't be so careless in the future. You can even carry your own child by mistake. He fell down the well, and now he has pneumonia. What if no one went to your village? No one heard his cries. No one could cure his illness. You." Halfway through, Princess Xinyang seemed to realize that her words carried emotions. She stopped in time and looked at the child one last time. She restrained herself from reaching out to hold him. She only said to Yujin, "Carry him over." Yes, Yujin complied. She walked over and carried the child to the woman. The child was asleep at the moment and didn't react. Princess Xinyang glanced at the child a few times. It wasn't clear if she was hoping that he would wake up. The lost child was recovered. The husband and wife were moved to tears. After expressing their thanks again and again, they left with the child under the guidance of the officials. Gu Jiao continued to dry the herbs. Yujin helped her. Princess Xinyang went to see her son. In reality, the child was saved by Marquis Xianping and Xiaoheng. The husband and wife also wanted to thank them. However, they didn't like this kind of scene and stayed in the room the whole time. Princess Xinyang had just entered the room when she saw Marquis Xianping's wheelchair blocking her way. Princess Xinyang was angry at the sight of this person. She didn't want to face him. Marquis Xianping raised his eyebrows. What? You can't bear to part with the child? Princess Xinyang didn't bother to pay attention to him and walked forward. Marquis Xianping's eyes followed her. If you want children, you can have another one. Princess Xinyang chuckled. With whom? You. Marquis Xianping boasted shamelessly. I'm not very interested in you right now. I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to have children with me. Who wants to have children with you? I'm being sarcastic. Do you understand sarcasm? Princess Xinyang took a deep breath. She was a princess. She couldn't lose her composure. She had to be calm. He was a pumpkin. He was farting. Princess Xinyang walked forward without looking back. Marquis Xianping sneakily stretched out his plaster leg. I'll block. Princess Xinyang. Princess Xinyang's temper flared up. Coincidentally, Gu Jiao's medicine box was on the table next to Marquis Xianping. She grabbed the medicine box and threw it at Marquis Xianping. Marquis Xianping raised his plaster arm and firmly caught the medicine box. I'll block again. Princess Xinyang wanted to take out the medicine chest, but after a few tries she failed. Marquis Xianping was smug. Princess Xinyang was so angry that she wanted to kick him. Marquis Xianping's entire body, including his neck, was in a plaster cast, so she couldn't find a suitable place to kick him. Suddenly, her gaze landed on an unspeakable part of him. Marquis Xianping's eyebrows twitched, and he hurriedly blocked the medicine box. Princess Xinyang's kick directly overturned the medicine box, and the medicine inside poured out. Princess Xinyang didn't expect this to happen. Her expression changed, and she hurriedly squatted down to pick it up. These herbs were very precious. She couldn't spoil them. The herbs spilled all over Marquis Xianping's body, so Princess Xinyang could only pick them up one by one. Marquis Xianping looked deeply at her and said righteously, "Qin Fengwan, can you not use this method to take advantage of me? Princess Xinyang, give me a knife. I can really kill you right now." After she put away the medicine box, she stood up and looked down at Marquis Xianping. In the end, she decided not to lower herself and squabble with this kind of person. After Gu Jiao finished drying the herbs, she returned to the main room. Marquis Xianping and Princess Xinyang weren't there, so she took the medicine box back to the east room to count the herbs. Then she realized that something was wrong. What kind of medicine are these blue bottles? It looked like the calcium gluconate oral liquid she gave little Jing Kong. But when she picked it up to take a look, she almost smashed the medicine box. Psychedelic number 1. This was the kind of medicine developed by the Research Institute. It was commonly known as an aphrodisiac. The entire psychedelic series was like this. But number 1 was a top-notch medicine. Who needs this kind of thing? Do I need this when I pounce on my husband? If you continue to be so indecent, I'll really burn you. A gust of evening wind blew past, and the medicine box was as quiet as a chicken. Today's questions were a little difficult, and he couldn't solve one of them. He thought for a while, jumped down from the chair, and went to the study to find his bad brother-in-law. The door was half closed. He pushed the door open, and there was someone in the study. It wasn't his bad brother-in-law, but his mother, Princess Xinyang. "Princess." Little Jing Kong went forward and greeted her politely. Princess Xinyang was standing in front of a row of bookshelves, with her back facing the door. Hearing this, she raised her hand and wiped her eyes. She turned around and said gently, "Oh, it's Jing Kong. Why are you here? Are you looking for your brother-in-law?" Little Jing Kong looked at her and nodded honestly. Yes, I don't know how to solve one question. Princess Xingyang reached out her hand and said gently, your brother-in-law isn't here. Let me take a look. Okay. Little Jing Kong handed her the paper in his hand. Princess Xingyang took it, read it carefully and said, this is a sentence from the Book of Songs. You haven't learned this part yet, right? Little Jing Kong nodded again. Yes. Come, I'll teach you. Princess Xingyang reached out her hand to him. Little Jing Kong came to Princess Xingyang's side, climbed onto the chair and sat down. Princess Xingyang read the sentence for him, but he kept staring at Princess Xingyang. Princess Xingyang noticed his gaze and asked, what's wrong? Have you cried? Little Jing Kong asked. No. Princess Xingyang subconsciously denied. Oh. Children were easy to believe in certain things, especially Princess Xingyang, who had a good reputation. Little Jing Kong thought for a while and said, you don't look very happy. Is there something bothering you? Princess Xingyang paused for a while and said, it's not a big problem. Little Jing Kong said, then it's just a small problem. Are you worried about my bad brother-in-law? Alas, don't worry. Although my bad brother-in-law is a little clumsy, his cooking is terrible, and he's not very smart. He always comes in last place, but at least he's an official. Look at Master Zhao's grandson next door. He's about the same age as my bad brother-in-law, but he's always idling around. He's so worried that his hair has turned white. He said earnestly, which amused Princess Xingyang. Why did a 5-year-old seem to be worried about a 50-year-old? Little Jing Kong always said that he disliked Xiao Heng, but he respected Xiao Heng's mother very much, just like how he respected Gu Jiao's mother. He thought for a while, and reluctantly took out a small bottle from his pocket. Princess, this is for you. After thinking for a while, he took out another bottle. Forget it, I'll give you both. What is it? Princess Xingyang asked. Little Jing Kong said, it's something very delicious. Adults can drink it too. I saw Jiao Jiao give it to Great Aunt last time. Princess Xingyang looked at the small blue bottle in her hand and asked, is it medicine? Little Jing Kong said seriously, yes, I don't know. Great Aunt had a cramp in her leg last time, so Jiao Jiao gave it to her. But I didn't have a cramp, so Jiao Jiao gave it to me too. Princess Xingyang returned it to him. Then you can keep it for yourself. Little Jing Kong stuffed the small blue bottle back. No need, I'm not sad. Princess Xingyang was indeed sad. But it wasn't because she was worried about Xiao Heng. Xiao Heng had grown up, and had the ability to take care of himself. She didn't need to worry about him day and night. She was thinking about Xiao Qing, who died young, because of the child today. She held the small bottle in her hand, endured the pain in her heart, and asked, will you really not be sad after drinking it? Little Jing Kong nodded like he was pounding garlic. Yes, yes. I'm very happy every time I drink it. Princess Xingyang choked with sobs and smiled. Then I'll accept it. Thank you. Little Jing Kong took the questions back to the West Room, and continued to do his homework. Princess Xingyang went next door to say goodbye to Gu Jiao and Xiao Heng, then returned to Vermilion Bird Avenue. During dinner, Eugène's leg was limping. Princess Xingyang asked strangely, what's wrong with your leg? Eugène said in pain, I just had a cramp. Let me take a look, Princess Xingyang said. Eugène smiled. No need, it's not a big deal. I'll be fine tomorrow. Princess Xingyang was silent for a moment, then took out 2 small bottles from her purse, and handed them to her. Take these and drink them. They can cure your leg cramps. On the other side, Gu Jiao and Gu Xiaoshen were busy for the whole afternoon. They finally finished building a full set of rehabilitation facilities. Starting tomorrow, Huang Fuxian could start systematic rehabilitation training. This was going to be a long and painful process. During this time, Huang Fuxian needed to have strong endurance and willpower. Walking was not as easy as he thought. After throwing away his crutches, the pain caused by every step was like 1,000 arrows piercing his heart. Are you scared? Gu Jiao asked Huang Fuxian. If I'm scared, is there any medicine that can stop the pain? Huang Fuxian asked back. No, Gu Jiao said. Painkillers all had side effects. It was best not to use them if possible. Huang Fuxian took a deep breath. Then I'm not scared. He could only be scared. Gu Jiao handed him the crutches. Get used to it first. Okay. Huang Fuxian took the crutches and slowly stood up with Gu Xiaoshuan's help. Half of his weight was on the crutches, and the other half was on Gu Xiaoshuan's arm that was supporting him from behind. In fact, he could already feel the pain in his stump. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to throw away the crutches. Gu Jiao began to clean the courtyard. Yu Yer suddenly walked over with an unfinished bowl. "Eldest young miss, what's wrong?" Gu Jiao asked. Yu Yer did not speak. She only looked awkwardly in the direction of her courtyard's front door. Gu Jiao had heard the sound of a carriage just now. She did not pay much attention to it, but seeing Yu Yer's movements, it seemed that an uninvited guest had come. "Okay, I'll go take a look." Gu Jiao put down the broom. Yu Yer said, "I'll clean later. I'm almost done washing." Gu Jiao made a sound of acknowledgement and went to the main room. Then she saw Gu Jinyu, who had not been married for a long time. Gu Jinyu had been peacefully waiting for the marriage in the past few days, and had not left the house. Not long ago, the Zhuang family's property was confiscated. Other than Royal Prince An's entire family being exiled, Gu Jinyu and Royal Prince An's marriage was also affected. "You're here to find Zhuang Yuheng?" Gu Jiao asked. "Zhuang?" Gu Jinyu was surprised by how Gu Jiao addressed Royal Prince An, but she did not say anything. She said in a low voice, "I'm here to find elder sister." She looked much more haggard. Her cheeks were thinner. This was not strange. This marriage was not glorious. After that, there were many wars in Zhao country, and the wedding date was pushed back again and again. Now that her fiancé had such an incident, it would be strange if she did not look haggard. "Why are you looking for me?" Gu Jiao asked mildly. "Can I come in to talk to elder sister?" Gu Jinyu stood awkwardly at the door and asked. Gu Jiao turned around and found a chair in the main room to sit down. Gu Jinyu and Gu Jiao were separated by a table and sat down on another chair. The moment she opened her mouth, tears welled up. "Elder sister, I really know I was wrong. Please forgive me." Gu Jiao glanced at her mildly. "What should I forgive you for?" Gu Jinyu gripped her handkerchief tightly and sobbed. "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have overestimated myself and always opposed elder sister. I shouldn't have pretended to be arrogant just because father doted on me. Elder sister, please give me one last chance to change for the sake of father and mother of the Gu family's third branch." Gu Jiao frowned in annoyance. "Speak human," Gu Jinyu said with tears in her eyes. "Father wants to break off my marriage with Royal Prince An. I'm sure elder sister knows father's character. He also opposed your marriage with brother-in-law. Elder sister, help me. I don't want to break off the marriage. My chastity is Zhuang Yuheng's. I can't marry anyone else." Gu Jiao asked. "Zhuang Yuheng has nothing now. Do you still insist on marrying him?" Gu Jinyu said firmly, "Yes. I don't know where he is now, but brother-in-law used to be his colleague. I'm sure he has a way to contact him. I hope elder sister can help me pass a message. If father comes to find him, please don't agree to father's request to break off the marriage." Gu Jiao glanced at her and said, "Zhuang Yuheng is next door. You can tell him this yourself." Gu Jinyu went next door with a face full of surprise. Royal Prince An was packing his luggage. When he heard that Gu Jinyu was looking for him, he hesitated for a moment before going to the main room to see her. "Royal Prince." When Gu Jinyu saw him, the pain of longing filled her heart. Her eyes turned red again. Royal Prince An adhered to etiquette and kept a suitable distance from her. He said politely, "Miss Gu, why are you looking for me?" Gu Jinyu repeated what she said to Gu Jiao just now. Royal Prince An looked down and sighed. "I'm grateful that Miss Gu doesn't abandon me. However, does Miss Gu really want to marry me?" Gu Jinyu looked at him with hurt. "Are you suspecting me? If I don't really want to marry you, why would I ask you not to agree to my father's request to break off the marriage?" Royal Prince An explained, "I'm not suspecting you. I'm just worried that Miss Gu will be wronged. I'm leaving the capital. The place I'm going to is thousands of miles away. I may not be able to come back in this lifetime." Gu Jinyu asked in confusion, "Where are you going?" Royal Prince An said truthfully, "The frontier fortress. My family has been exiled there." Gu Jinyu's expression changed. "But you haven't been exiled." Royal Prince An said calmly, "I'm worried about them. Many of them deserved it, But there were also innocent people. For example, his two younger sisters had never participated in his grandfather's ambitions. Royal Princeton continued, I've already submitted my resignation to the cabinet and asked His Majesty to remove me from the position of Royal Prince. So, if you really want to marry me, you can only follow me to the frontier fortress in the future and become a commoner. As he spoke, he looked steadily at Gu Jinyu. Miss Gu, are you still willing to accept this marriage? Gu Jinyu was stunned. Chapter 6:11. Royal Princeton said, You don't need to immediately give me an answer. This is a big matter. Why don't you go back and think it over? Don't be impulsive, and do something that you will regret in the future. After he finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the room. He still had to pack his luggage. Gu Jinyu also stood up. Looking at his back, she said in a trembling voice, I'm willing. I'm willing to marry you. As long as you don't dislike my birth, I'm willing to go to the frontier with you. Royal Princeton slowly turned around. When I was a royal prince, I never disliked your birth. Now I definitely won't. Gu Jinyu smiled with relief. Then that's good. Royal Princeton looked deeply at her and said, However, your father might not agree. If you insist on marrying me, you can only choose to elope. I'm not afraid, Gu Jinyu said. Royal Princeton said, Good. Tomorrow morning, I will wait for you at the city gates. After Gu Jinyu left, Lu Quan walked over and looked at Royal Princeton. His expression was hard to describe. You really want to bring her along? Gu Jinyu had once stolen Gu Jiao's credit and always caused trouble for Gu Jiao and Yao Shi. Lu Quan felt that she was a big problem. Royal Princeton bitterly said, After all, we have an engagement. If she is willing to elope, I have no reason to disappoint her. After Gu Jinyu returned to Marquis Ding'an Manor, she immediately chased out the maidservants in the room. The maidservants were dumbfounded. Young miss, what's wrong? A senior maidservant asked. Gu Jinyu pulled open the cabinet door and turned to look at the door, ordering, No one is allowed to come in. Young miss, what exactly happened? The senior maidservant came to the door and asked. I said no one is allowed to come in. Gu Jinyu took out all the clothes in the cabinet. The senior maidservant had never seen Gu Jinyu lose her composure like this. How could she really ignore it? She pushed open the door and saw the bed covered in clothes. She was stunned and did not care about Gu Jinyu's orders. She walked into the room. Young miss, what are you doing? Why did you take out all the clothes? You. She then saw Gu Jinyu take a box and stuff all the clothes into it. The head maidservant hurriedly asked, Miss, are you moving out? Gu Jinyu said seriously, No one is allowed to control me. Also, no one is allowed to tell anyone about my return. The maidservants at the door looked at each other. The head maidservant had a bad premonition. She quietly gave them a look and said, Go invite the Marquis. A nimble-footed servant girl went over. Marquis Gu happened to be at the manor today. The manor that Empress Dowager Zhuang had requested was finally completed after a series of renovations and expansions. Now there was only a handover ceremony left. He had invited the imperial astronomer to calculate the date. Right now, he was waiting for the results in his residence. A young maidservant reported at the door. Marquis, please go and take a look. Something had happened to Miss. When you return to the residence, you immediately pack up the clothes and don't let the servants leak the news. Marquis Gu frowned and went to Gu Jinyu's courtyard without another word. Gu Jinyu finished packing up the box of clothes and started to pack up her jewelry. She had just opened the dressing table drawer when Marquis Gu strode in with his hands behind his back. Jinyu, what are you doing? He asked in a low voice. Gu Jinyu's body trembled. A high-quality pearl hairpin slipped from her palm and fell to the ground with a thud. The pearl flowers fell off. She turned around frantically and blocked the dressing table behind her. Father! Marquis Gu looked at the box on the ground that had not been closed, and then looked at the pearl hairpin that Gu Jinyu had accidentally broken. His gaze turned cold. Jinyu, you want to sneak out? I. Gu Jinyu stuttered. Marquis Gu looked coldly at the head maidservant. Where did Miss go today? The head maidservant said in a low voice. She went to Jade Water Alley. Marquis Gu's gaze turned cold. Did that girl bully you again? Gu Jinyu hurriedly said, No, father. It has nothing to do with sister. It was me. I saw Royal Princeton. I wanted to go to the frontier fortress with him. Marquis Gu frowned. Frontier fortress? He's also been exiled. You. Gu Jinyu took a step forward and grabbed Marquis Gu's arm. Father. He's not exiled. He asked to go to the frontier fortress. He even resigned from the throne because of this. He's a good man who values relationships. I'm willing to follow him. Please grant me my wish. Marquis Gu said without hesitation. I don't agree. Gu Jinyu pleaded bitterly. I've already had physical contact with Royal Princeton. How can I marry someone else in this lifetime? Marquis Gu said angrily. If you don't say anything about physical contact, I won't say anything, and he won't tell anyone. Who will know? Gu Jiao was already married, but Marquis Gu was unwilling to acknowledge that marriage. What more Gu Jinyu, who was not married yet? Gu Jinyu's eyes reddened. She knelt on the ground and said, Father, I'm sincere to Royal Princeton. Please grant my wish, father. Marquis Gu was furious. If this was a son, he would beat him up. He gritted his teeth and looked at her. Jinyu, you're too young. Do you know what sincerity is? Back then, Princess Ning'an wasn't sincere to the prince consort. Guess what happened in the end? She died at the frontier fortress. I will never agree to you marrying a down and out. He used to think highly of Royal Princeton. Now he looked down on Royal Princeton. He was no longer the legitimate grandson of the #1 aristocratic family. What right did he have to be his son-in-law? She was his daughter after all. Marquis Gu could not bear to be too fierce. He softened his tone and said, Jinyu, you're my most beloved daughter. I won't let you go to the frontier fortress to suffer. But father. Jinyu, don't disappoint father. Marquis Gu unconsciously became more stern. Gu Jinyu had never angered Marquis Gu in her life. The maids were also shocked. Marquis Gu said coldly, You must have been led astray by that girl. She's disobedient and caused you to learn from her. Gu Jinyu choked. Father. Marquis Gu's gaze sharpened. Someone come. Marquis. The senior maid walked over. Marquis Gu ordered. From today onwards, guard the door day and night. Keep an eye on Miss and don't let her out. Otherwise, all of you can wait to be sold off. The senior maid looked at Gu Jinyu and bowed. Yes, Marquis. Marquis Gu strode away. Gu Jinyu chased after him. Father. Father. The maid stopped her in time. The senior maid consoled her. Miss, quickly enter the house. Don't make things difficult for us. Gu Jinyu's tears fell. Let me see father again, okay? I'll beg him again. The senior maid said earnestly. Miss, Marquis Gu is doing this for your own good. In prefecture, Zhuang. Master Zhuang has nothing now. He's just a commoner. If you marry him, you won't have a good life. I understand that you're kind-hearted and can't bear to abandon your fiancé at this time. But don't you think for Marquis Gu? He dotes on you so much. What if he misses his daughter when you're not by his side? Gu Jinyu fell to the ground. She covered her face and sobbed. Second Miss is just too kind-hearted. Who can be like eldest Miss? She only has her own husband in her heart and doesn't have Marquis Gu as her father. Isn't that because her husband is capable? Her husband was the best student in the academy in the countryside. Eldest Miss forced him to marry her because she fancied him as the top scholar. If Lord Xiao had been useless or exiled, do you think eldest Miss would still have been willing to follow him? Our second Miss is still the most sincere. It's a pity that they are not fated to be together. They are destined to never be husband and wife. In the dead of the night, the maids' discussion in the corridor gradually died down. Gu Jinyu sat quietly in the room. There was no light or food brought in by the maids. All of a sudden, the commotion outside stopped completely. She looked up and saw a black shadow flash past the window. The next moment, the door was pushed open and the black shadow darted in. Gu Jinyu jumped in fright and stood up from the stool. She looked at the other party in horror. Who are you? The other party didn't say anything. Instead, he stepped to the side, and a thin young man walked in casually. It's me, the youth said. Gu Jinyu was taken aback. Yena, it's so late. Why did you bring someone to my room? Gu Yan's body was much better than before. Not only had he lived past 15, he was full of energy, and was no different from a normal person. Gu Yan raised his brows, and looked at the chests and jewelry boxes in the room. He said, since we are siblings, I'm here to help you one last time. Otherwise, you'll say that my younger brother is biased, and only knows how to pamper Gu Jiao. Gu Jinyu looked at him in confusion. Gu Yan hooked his finger at Secret Guard A and Secret Guard B, who were guarding the door. He said, come in and send my second sister out of the city tonight. Use the Rensho Palace token that the Empress Dowager gave me. Gu Jinyu was so shocked by the first sentence that she forgot to be shocked that he had the Rensho Palace token in his hand. You, what? So happy that you can't speak? Don't be like this. I always bullied you in the past. It's my fault. I'm here today to make it up to you. I've prepared some travel expenses for you. If you live frugally, it should be enough to support you until you reach the border. As he spoke, he took out a 50 taels banknote and handed it to Secret Guard A. Secret Guard A tactfully stuffed the banknote into Gu Jinyu's jewelry box. 50 taels. Gu Jinyu bought a bolt of cloth for more than this in the capital. Gu Jinyu gaped and looked at Gu Yan in panic. Yen are you? Gu Yan said impatiently. Hurry up. Those knockout drugs won't last long. They will wake up soon. If my father finds out, my second sister won't be able to leave. Yes. Secret Guard A came to Gu Jinyu's side. Second miss, sorry to offend you. Gu Jinyu's face turned pale. What are you doing? Secret Guard A carried Gu Jinyu over his shoulder. Secret Guard B grabbed the chests with one hand and the jewelry box with the other, and quickly followed. Gu Jinyu was flustered. Yener, Gu Yan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. My Secret Guard's martial arts are very good. The guards in the residence won't find out. You can leave the city in peace and elope with my second brother-in-law. Gu Jinyu, Yener, Gu Yan, don't shout. You'll draw father here. Or do you want to draw father here so that father will stop you? Then it looks like you don't have much sincerity towards my second brother-in-law. Gu Jinyu choked. If father finds out, father will punish you. I'll be fine after I leave. What about you? I don't want to implicate you. Put me down. I'll think of something myself. In the entire residence, the person father will not punish the least is me. Even if he hits Gu Xiaobao, he won't hit me. Gu Yan raised his brows and said, I'm sick. Gu Jinyu. Who's there? A familiar voice suddenly sounded from a small path not far away. Gu Jinyu was delighted and shouted, Yen, leave quickly. Second brother is here. His voice almost reached the old madam's courtyard. Gu Qingfeng walked over quickly, and Gu Qinglin was with him. The two brothers looked at the swaggering Gu Yan, and then at Gu Jinyu, who was being carried on the Secret Guard's shoulders. They were both shocked. Gu Qingfeng asked, What are you doing? Without waiting for Gu Yan's reply, Gu Jinyu sobbed and said, Second brother, please persuade Yan. He wants to help me escape from the residence, but I don't want to implicate him. Escape from the residence? What are you talking about? Gu Qingfeng looked at Gu Yan in confusion. Gu Yan sighed. Isn't my second brother-in-law going to the frontier fortress on his own? Second sister has deep feelings for him, and doesn't want to betray him when he's down and out. So, she decided to elope with him, and continue to fulfill their marriage agreement at the frontier. Ordinary families could not do something like eloping. It was a disgrace to the family, and it would greatly affect the marriage of other children. Gu Qingfeng frowned and thought for a while. Gu Yan, what you're doing is indeed inappropriate. Gu Jinyu was delighted. Second brother was going to stop her. All right, put her down, Gu Qingfeng said to the Secret Guard. The Secret Guard looked at his young master. The young master nodded, and the Secret Guard placed Gu Jinyu back on the ground. Gu Qingfeng said to Gu Jinyu with a complicated expression, We're siblings. I'll still help you with this small matter. I'll take you out of the city. Gu Jinyu. Gu Qinglin said, Second brother, I want to leave the city too. Gu Qingfeng said unhappily, What are you going to do? Has your hair grown out? Feeling wronged, Gu Qinglin touched his half-grown hair on his head. Gu Jinyu felt a lump in her throat. Second brother, I. Gu Qingfeng waved his hand. Alright, don't say anything else. Let's go. Gu Jinyu's eyes flashed. Second brother, I'll implicate you. I can't be so selfish. I'll go by myself. I can think of a way. Gu Qingfeng looked sideways at her. You're still thinking of us at a time like this. It looks like I've wronged you in the past. You're not a heartless person. Don't worry, my Qinggong is better than Gu Yan's secret guard. No one will discover that I've taken you away. These were Gu Qingfeng's heartfelt words. Gu Qingfeng grabbed Gu Jinyu's wrist. No. Second brother. Gu Jinyu was really about to cry now. Second brother. Second brother. Eldest brother. She saw Gu Chongqing, who had returned to the residence on horseback. Eldest brother, why are you here? Gu Qingfeng frowned. Gu Chongqing rode up to them and looked down at them. His gaze landed on the crying Gu Jinyu. What's wrong? Gu Yan told Gu Chongqing what he had said to Gu Qingfeng just now. Gu Jinyu sobbed and pleaded. Eldest brother, second brother and Yan, didn't do it on purpose. I won't go. I'll be good. Don't be angry with them. Don't tell grandfather and father. I'm afraid they'll punish second brother. No one could bear to punish Gu Yan, but Gu Qingfeng was often punished. Second brother, let go of me, Gu Jinyu said with red eyes. Don't be silly for me. Let's pretend nothing happened today. Go back with eldest brother obediently. I can't implicate my own brothers for my own selfish reasons. Although Jinyu is not their biological child, I understand that the kindness of birth is not as great as the kindness of upbringing. My brothers and Yan have never mistreated Jinyu since I was young. Jinyu has nothing to repay you with. I only hope that I won't implicate you. Gu Chongqing frowned and looked at Gu Jinyu, whose eyes were red and swollen. You're really willing to follow Zhuang Yuheng to the frontier fortress? Gu Jinyu was stunned again. An ominous feeling rose in her heart. I'm willing to be with someone of my heart and never part. Gu Chongqing seemed to have thought of something. It was rare that he did not reveal his cold and hard side. He sighed slowly and said, Forget it. Zhuang Yuheng is virtuous, loyal and kind. He's a man you can entrust your life to. If you insist on marrying, then go ahead. I'll talk to father. I won't make things difficult for you. Gu Jinyu was almost choked to death by his brothers. He's leaving tomorrow morning. Gu Chongqing's frown deepened. Can't you change the date? Gu Jinyu said. It can't be changed. It's already set. It won't do if the wedding is too hasty. Gu Chongqing was silent. After a while he said, Then you go to the frontier fortress first. Coincidentally, his family is also at the frontier fortress. It's more suitable for your wedding to be held there. Gu Jinyu was thunderstruck. Gu Chongqing said to Gu Qingfeng, Alright, send Jinyu out of the city first. Gu Jinyu panicked. Eldest brother. Eldest brother. I'm not leaving. I'm not marrying. Gu Chongqing said, Father won't blame you. I'll convince father. Gu Qingfeng was about to use his Qinggong to take Gu Jinyu away. Gu Jinyu was so frightened that she cried out, I don't want to marry. I don't want to marry him. I don't want to go to the frontier fortress to suffer. I don't want to be a commoner. Gu Chongqing frowned. But didn't you say you were willing to marry him? Gu Jinyu wailed. I was lying. I said that on purpose. I also packed my things on purpose to alarm father. I knew father would definitely stop me. My father? Royal Princeton? She was halfway through crying when she saw Marquis Gu and Royal Princeton, who had arrived at some point. Chapter 612. This is awkward. It has never been so awkward in 16 years. Gu Jinyu never expected that Marquis Gu and Zhuang Yuheng would appear here in the middle of the night. It was understandable that Marquis Gu was passing by. After all, he was the master of the Marquis's residence. But what was up with Zhuang Yuheng? Why was he here? Thinking of what she had said in her fluster earlier, Gu Jinyu felt terrible all over. She could only pray that they did not hear her. However, their expressions were completely different. They had heard everything. They had heard every word clearly. Gu Jinyu seemed to have been struck by lightning. She froze on the spot. The brothers were also surprised by Marquis Gu and Zhuang Yuheng's arrival, except for Gu Yan. Zhuang Yuheng had come in Gu Yan's carriage. Of course, Gu Yan knew that he was in the residence. He also knew that he had gone to look for Marquis Gu to discuss his marriage with Gu Jinyu. In reality, Zhuang Yuheng was a very responsible person. Before Gu Jinyu came, Marquis Gu had already looked for him in private to ask him to hand over the marriage certificate and call off their marriage. Marquis Gu was afraid that Gu Jinyu would be upset and did not tell her. He thought that it would not be too late to let Gu Jinyu know after Zhuang Yuheng left. Anyway, Gu Jinyu would not be able to do anything then. But Gu Jinyu, who did not know, did something unnecessary. She found Zhuang Yuheng the day before he left and would rather elope to marry him. She was affectionate and righteous. Even if Zhuang Yuheng did not have any romantic feelings for her, he could not leave her alone. But he would not really let her bear the reputation of eloping. He decided to come to the residence to discuss their marriage with Marquis Gu one last time. He would beg Marquis Gu to let Gu Jinyu marry him and promise to treat her well for the rest of his life. The two of them had just finished exchanging pleasantries and were about to get to the main topic when a servant came to report that the young masters in the garden were arguing. It seemed to be because of Gu Jinyu. If it was only a family matter, Zhuang Yuheng would not have followed. However, since it involved his fiancée, he still came to take a look. It wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't seen it, but now that he did, he was pleasantly surprised. It would be a lie to say that he was not disappointed. However, this was not disappointment in a relationship, but disappointment in human nature. For the sake of a good reputation, a person could actually fool the people around him to such an extent? That was good too. She didn't have to force herself to treat someone she didn't love with respect for the rest of her life. Gu Jinyu took in Zhuang Yuheng's expression. Her already flustered heart grew even more uneasy. Regional King, let me explain. Zhuang Yuheng ignored her and turned to bow to Marquis Gu. Marquis. The Marquis of Gu was completely stunned by Gu Jinyu's words. He could not regain his senses for a long while. Zhuang Yuheng called him a few times before he regained his senses. He looked at Zhuang Yuheng as if he had just woken up from a dream. You said in the study earlier that you came to the residence to look for me. What was it again? Zhuang Yuheng paused and took out a marriage contract from his chest. I'm here to return the marriage contract. Since Miss Gu is unwilling to marry me, then it's better to call off this marriage. Call off. The Marquis of Gu's heart was in a mess. Although he had been looking forward to getting the marriage contract back, now that it was finally here, why was he not that happy? Marquis, please keep the marriage contract. Zhuang Yuheng saw that the Marquis of Gu did not extend his hand and took the initiative to pass the marriage contract forward. Gu Yan walked over and took the marriage contract. All right, I'll keep it for my father, Zhuang Yuheng calmly said. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. You can take my carriage back, Gu Yan said. All right. Zhuang Yuheng did not refuse. Zhuang Yuheng had nothing now. If he did not take the carriage back, he could only walk until he broke his legs. Gu Yan did not lack carriages, but Gu Yan did not owe him anything. Giving the carriage to him was a favor. After all, he had helped Gu Yan shovel chicken dung for so long, and had allowed Gu Yan, the middleman, to earn the price difference. Of course Gu Yan would treat him better. Zhuang Yuheng turned to leave. Gu Jinyu called out in a choked voice, Royal Prince! Royal Prince! Zhuang Yuheng turned slightly, and did not completely turn to face Gu Jinyu. He only said from a distance, I just want to ask Miss Gu, that time at the tea house, was it really just an accident? Gu Jinyu's entire body stiffened. Take care. Zhuang Yuheng did not say anything else, and did not expect any answers. He disappeared into the night without looking back. Gu Jinyu watched as his side profile gradually disappeared. For a moment, a huge impulse surged from the bottom of her heart. She wanted to marry him. She wanted to marry such a responsible and upright man. Xiao Lulang, that little cripple, was able to achieve a meteoric rise. Why couldn't Zhuang Yuheng make a comeback? Earlier, she had been muddled by the cancellation of the engagement, and had forgotten to sit down and think about it. Zhuang Yuheng was able to live in Jade Water Lane. How bad could his relationship with Gu Jiao's family be? Gu Jiao and Xiao Lulang were favored by the Empress Dowager and His Majesty. Perhaps the Empress Dowager and His Majesty had tacitly allowed them to take Zhuang Yuheng in. From the looks of it, the Empress Dowager and His Majesty had not completely given up on Zhuang Yuheng. He had a chance to turn the tables. What commoner? What self-exile? It was all a show for the world to see. The Zhuang family was in big trouble. If they did not punish Zhuang Yuheng, the people would be angry. But when the people's anger subsided, they would be able to bring Zhuang Yuheng back to the capital. Gu Jinyu, who finally realized what she had missed, chased after Zhuang Yuheng without regard for anything else. Gu Yan discreetly stretched out his leg and tripped her. Gu Jinyu fell flat on her face. Actually, Gu Jinyu was thinking too much. Empress Dowager and His Majesty had never thought of putting on an act, especially Empress Dowager Zhuang. She was not afraid of the people's anger, and was even more unafraid of being scolded. If Zhuang Yuheng stayed in the capital, she would not make things difficult for him. But if Zhuang Yuheng wanted to go out on his own, she would not stop him. The child had grown up. She should learn to let go. Gu Jinyu did not know. She regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. But now was not the time to wallow in regret. Zhuang Yuheng had left, but there was still Marquis Gu, Gu Chongqing, and the other brothers. Gu Chongqing and the other two were very disappointed. Tonight's show was planned by Gu Yan. Gu Yan did not inform them in advance. Gu Chongqing and Gu Qingfeng really wanted to help Gu Jinyu leave. Although they had no feelings for Gu Jinyu's insistence on leaving Royal Prince and made them feel disgusted. I didn't expect it to be fake. As expected, I shouldn't have had any expectations for you, Gu Qingfeng said disdainfully. Gu Chongqing regained his usual cold expression. Yan, let's go. Gu Yan did not leave. He wanted to watch the show. Gu Chongqing directly pulled him onto the horse. It's so late. You should sleep. Staying up late is not good for your health. But I want to watch the show. Don't be naughty. Can't I be naughty? You've been naughty all night. When have I been naughty? Gu Yan's indignant snorts gradually faded away. Shadow Guard A and B also disappeared into thin air. Gu Qinglin also wanted to watch the show, but was pulled away by Gu Qingfeng. Only Marquis Gu and Gu Jinyu were left in the garden. Gu Jinyu looked at Marquis Gu helplessly. Father, let me explain, Marquis Gu asked in a daze. What's going on with the tea house? Gu Jinyu's expression changed. Father, Marquis Gu looked at her deeply. The tea house. Zhuang Yuheng was drugged, and you were almost molested by him. Is that what happened? Gu Yan suddenly came out from behind the tree. Of course not. She found out that Zhuang Yueshi wanted to harm someone, and went to join in the fun. She saw that Princeton was drugged. It was not Princeton who dragged her in through the door. She went in by herself. Gu Chongqing held his forehead helplessly and pulled him over. All right, are you done? Can you go back to sleep now? I haven't said enough. Gu Yan struggled out of Gu Chongqing's arms. He was taken away by Gu Chongqing, and then coaxed Gu Chongqing to use his lightness skill to bring him over. It was not easy for him to come over. He wanted to finish. He shouted at Marquis Gu across half the garden. Princeton asked her to run away. She did not run away. Princeton could not control himself, and had no choice but to stab himself. She kept saying, What happened to you, Princeton? What happened to you? Do you want me to call a doctor for you? Call a damn doctor. You saw Zhuang Yueshi drugging him, and you don't know what happened to him. Gu Chongqing could not listen to him anymore. He was so angry that he twitched. Who taught you to say such nonsense? Gu Yan used to be very obedient. Ever since Marquis Xianping moved into Baishui Alley, Gu Yan became more and more naughty. I will. Gu Yan wanted to say more, but his mouth was covered. The young man's body was mercilessly carried over by Gu Chongqing, and they left the residence with his lightness skill. Marquis Gu was not interested in the dispute between Zhuang Yueshi and Zhuang Yuheng. He only cared about what role Gu Jinyu played in it. He clenched his fists and looked at her. Is what Gu Yan said true? If these words were said by Gu Jiao, Marquis Gu would not believe a single word. He would only think that Gu Jiao was framing Gu Jinyu. To put it bluntly, he did not know Gu Jiao well enough. But he knew Gu Yan. Did Gu Yan need to frame Gu Jinyu for bullying him? He was doing it openly. I just want to bully you. What can you do to me? The whole family dotes on me because I'm sick. This was Gu Yan. Another important point was that this matter did not involve Gu Jiao. As long as it involved Gu Jiao, Marquis Gu would unconditionally side with Gu Jinyu. But now that there was only Gu Yan and Gu Jinyu, Marquis Gu could look at this matter relatively rationally. If Gu Yan mentioned that Prince An had feelings for Gu Jiao, this matter would be ruined. Gu Jinyu opened her mouth. Father, if Gu Jinyu was only unwilling to go to the border to suffer, and at the same time wanted to gain a good reputation, it could still be treated as a little girl's vanity. But she took advantage of the situation to plot against Prince and to marry her. This was very distressing. Marquis Gu turned around in disappointment and clutched his chest. His heart was in so much pain. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.